Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away.
Welcome everyone to the beautiful and gorgeous Freeton League. Well, yeah, we will be heading live to the game momentarily. But first, we'll have a little bit of a chat. Dear Kips, we have no bounty hunter versus SMARACIS. Who do you think is going to take it? Or what do you expect to see in this league? I assume you know some of these players a little bit more than most do. Yeah, same here. I've casted a decent amount of no bounty hunter as of late. Hustler has been pretty much making the shift towards the team. Haven't seen a complete official announcement yet, but definitely has stepped up for no bounty hunter multiple times. Of course, I think he is from... Oh, let me think. Mongolia? Yeah, he's Mongolian. So, you know, there's always that ping issue that might be arisen. And, well, SMARACIS personally not too well versed on. So that is going to be interesting. But, of course, it all does stand and fall with the map. With the hero draft. And we'll go live towards it right now.
Only bandits, well, actually, I say the only bandits overlapping with China right now, but both the Oracle as well as the Puck see a ton of bans in China. I still think that the Puck is just, It's too good of a first phase pick to let through. It's so good versus all the spirit heroes. It can fit in basically any lane. If your name is Puppy, you can even play it in the 5 position. So I agree with still keeping it out of most of the drafts.
Yeah, the Oracle gets banned a decent amount, but the most bans pretty much comes from Death Prophet. Well, most European teams tend to first pick it because, well, we've seen it in the 5 position, off lane, mid. It gets played pretty much every lane, and Beastmaster is also one of the most banned out heroes in Europe, at least, because, well, it's really, really, really annoying.
Beastmasters do everything here. I mean, I can waffle on for days about Baymaster and how I think it's the most perfect hero in Dota 2 because it does everything. But it is sure not appearing in this game, so I'll waffle on about it when we actually get him. For now, though, 2 support opening from No Bounty Hunter, Earth Spirit, and Keeper of the Light, so good mixture of team fight and a little bit of magical nuke damage. And over on the other side, Grimstroke Timbersaw, not necessarily a combo in any way, shape, or form, but I like that they pick up a core so that they have a little bit of a draft advantage here going into the second phase, where No Bounty Hunter can't adjust their lanes through the support picks anymore, and SMARACIS can. And they just have to defend this Timbersaw pick now. So yeah, Ursa gets yeeted, morphling out.
You still have the Monkey King, Slark, even though Slark really is not being picked up that much, but there are still a decent amount of heroes that can handle a Timbersaw in the lane, but, well, handle a Timbersaw is a little bit asking, survive against a Timbersaw. Beating a Timbersaw is going to be you kind of need a good support to beat a Timbersaw.
Definitely, either quite a lot of magic damage or probably go with the Bloodseeker ban instead. Maybe picking up the Monkey King? Yep, themselves. There we go. That was expected. Nicely done.
Monkey King has actually kind of fallen off in Europe a little bit. At least in some of the lower ranked matches. Yeah, it just has fallen off ever so slightly, though it still does get decently picked, but there are other heroes that take the preference over it, and, well, you have casted a decent amount of Chinese in Southeast Asia, where I do tend to see a little bit more of that Battle Fury Monkey King, which is really nearly non-existent in Europe.
Yeah, well, they're switching it now. The Monkey King. Actually, we didn't have a Monkey King today, but the Monkey Kings I've seen in replays of the first division are going for the Maelstrom now. So the builds are unifying. Nature is healing. No.
Except for NA, they have like a completely different meta than the rest of the world, which is surprising. They have like a full lane domination, whereas Europe and, well, at least Europe has more of a control game that they're playing after the laning stage.
And then I've heard that CIS plays really slow at the moment. I haven't really been keeping up with CIS that much.
Yeah, CIS is Europe is very fast. CIS is very slow. So when they face up against each other, it's very interesting.
There's a really big difference in the matchup there. Well, here we have to... I mean, I'm not exactly sure about SMARACIS, but I imagine that both of these lineups are mostly CIS players.
Yeah, No Bounty Hunter are 3 Romanians, 1, well, that's more Balkan, but they have at least 3 Romanians, 1 Israeli, and 1 Mongolian, if I'm not mistaken. I think... No,
Apologies
sorry.
to them then.
Sorry, no, not Israeli. He is... Greek. Ntaki is Greek.
Ntaki is Greek, yeah. I should have remembered that, actually. I'm vaguely familiar with him as well. I want to say, by the way, in keeping with the draft, picking Ember Spirit into Monkey King Timbersaw, like, it's nice after the laning stage, but both of these heroes are not great laning matchups for the Ember. So, you gotta be careful here.
He wants to have the Ember Spirit just to root the Timbersaw and keep him at bay, but yeah, it's not great for the Timbersaw, to be fair. It's For the Ember Spirit against a Monkey King, you can't really go for the mid lane matchup against Monkey King. If it would be a mid monkey,
absolutely unbeatable.
Yeah, it's a dangerous choice, and it mainly comes down to that Ember Spirit's gonna try and completely nuke down the Grim and line before the fight starts. I mean, they do have a lot of rush nuke damage. Earth Spirit, Ember Spirit, Lycan, like complete plow down on their opponent. They've got Coddle with the Illuminate and the mana gain for the Ember Spirit cooldown reduction. Very strong in the lane. Ember Spirit plus Coddle does mean that you're automatically pretty much going to be pushing the lane the entire time.
I mean, it's a big boon later on as well. It's a really nice combination for when two teams are circling each other and you're just dealing so much chip damage with continuously slighting. It's really very effective. It forces teams to go in on you really hard, really fast, because if they wait too long, you're going to have taken half of their HP without any loss for your own. There is an option here for SMARACIS to pick up the Mars as their last pick, which is a great Lycan counter in my opinion, and especially since the other big counter, which is the Kunkka, is already out. I really favor that one. It's gonna add some more team fight as well. You have nice synergy with the Monkey King, overlap of the arena with the Wukong's command.
Yeah, the Mars does sound like a fairly good option here. Plus, you know, they kind of need something more tanky as well, because Monkey King, until he gets like 3 items, he's pretty much an easy target to take down.
Yep. Timbersaw is an only frontliner. He becomes ignorable at some point. I'd like to see another frontliner. And then over on the side of no bounty hunter, I mean, ideally what you're looking for here is a ranged magic damage dealer, but they are lacking a lot of frontline as well, and all of that together, I don't think you can find that in one hero, so they're going to have to compromise a little bit.
Well, the Lycan is kind of because the Lycan doesn't want to lane against Timbersaw or the Monkey King.
So it's the Ember. It's.
I mean, both of them have really just terrible lane matchups. Lycan could possibly go in the mid because I assume it's a safe lane monkey, but the problem is SMARACIS have last pick, so they can always adjust the monkey, put it safe, put it mid, wherever they so please. Like, no bounty hunter to pick. Well, actually, if they pick a, oh no, Viper just got banned. That would be
Troll Warlock probably then. No, it's a Darkseer. Okay. So no offlane Lycan here, and no biting shenanigans, which is the role in which I see it in China a lot. You pick Troll Lycan, you bite the troll, troll goes awoo. But this is a lot different.
What Southeast Asia runs, and that's the Morphling Bara. That's just terrifying.
I have heard the rumors.
I saw the game, and it's just not
I have heard
fun.
whispers of terror coming from the east.
But yeah, Darkseer means they have 3 melee heroes that are going to be laning against Timbersaw and Monkey King first of all. So, well, lanes are going to be rather troublesome. I think the Ember Spirit Coddle lane should be fine enough just because of the Coddle's buff to the Ember Spirit, making it so that he becomes really powerful. But yeah, the Troll Warlord last pick. I honestly, unfortunately, don't have a lot of information about SMARACIS, so I don't know who plays what exactly. It could be a mid troll, it could be a safe troll. It's more my point in that regard. It is going to be, Ntaki playing the Ember Spirit. Ntaki tends to be the mid lane. They do sometimes swap roles, Khan and Ntaki. But Ntaki tends to be a bit more the mid laner normally. So that would be a mid Ember Spirit, which would also lose against, well, yeah, I mean, wherever you put it, he's gonna have a troublesome lane. It would lose
any lane here, yes. He's going to have a rough time no matter what. And I must say, with how much the lanes seem favored for SMARACIS here, I would actually, if I didn't know both of these teams, I would favor them. But since I know only one of them, I'm not so sure if I'd say, all right, well, SMARACIS got this in the bag, because the skill level can still matter a whole lot. I've seen, especially in China, matchups that were supposed to be straight wins just go even or lose because of the skill difference between the players. So I don't want to call that just yet. But yeah, if this is 50-50, then SMARACIS looks really good. They've got a lot of their damage on lockdown. They've got their lanes really nicely. And yeah, if they can get the odd Grimstroke Lion combo here and there with a double finger, then everything's looking peachy for them.
Yeah, I personally do like SMARACIS' draft more. I mean, as we did discuss multiple times, the lanes are really tough for their opponents. Also, if you put up the cores against each other, I would favor the strength going forward of the no bounty hunter cores. Sorry, the SMARACIS cores. Even when you get to the late game, if you get a good farm Monkey King and Troll Warlord, they can really have the time of their life. Of course, on the other hand, you know, you do have Vacuum Wall. You have pretty decent team fight combos. Earthspirit can get the Geomagnetic Grip, the Magnetize on top of his opponents, hit them with a Kato Blast and whatnot. And they can get pretty aggressive in the early game. I think that's pretty much where they have to get aggressive. They need to really win with that Lycan.
Yep, I agree. Necrocy needs to take down a whole lot of towers. And they're starting off
You've just
pretty rough already.
Thanks and have fun.
Yeah, that's not looking too wonderful for them. But nonetheless, I mean, it's not really like the Ember Spirit loses much. It's just the enemy gains a little bit.
And at the very least, they're dodging the mid matchup for the Ember Spirit. So yeah, he's going to get help from his Coddle. And he
This is a lot
most
worse.
likely
The
last hit.
Grimstroke down toward.
Yeah. That is rough.
One of the things that I also do fear about the Troll Warlord is the moment he pops ulti and someone surges or Lycan shapeshifts away, you're gonna have a Troll Warlord running to the complete opposite side of the map, and that's not really where you want to have your own troll.
No, it isn't. That's a definite possibility. There are some ways in which no bounty hunter can run around these team fights, but ultimately, I think the ease of execution is still in the hands of SMARACIS, and if he just gets a net, then he's not going to be running all that far away.
Well, we do have no bounty hunter playing with the Ember Spirit still in the safe lane. Illuminate Blast does a lot in the lane, but the lane's already being pushed out, as you can see, pretty easily. Okay, Earth Spike missed by Maestro. Flash is getting some easy pop shots in on the line, while Blink dies top lane to Stonebank. So second kill for SMARACIS already. That's pretty early on. Does see a Darkseer die? Ooh. Well, he just got slowed down, it seems.
It does look like it, yeah. Slow down, walk down. And man, that's rough for a Darkseer who really, really needs that level 2 when he starts off with an Iron Shell. Otherwise you can't get out of anything, you're slow as all heck. I do actually think that maybe Hustler should have been securing a wave from behind the tower to just get his own level 2 up and immediately pull the wave all the way up to the Radiant Tower as well. Because they can't win the straight up confrontation here. Troll Warlord is just too strong of a laner. It's not happening.
Yeah, they kind of need to drag the lane back as much as they can possibly get done in mid lane. The Monkey King is having pretty much full free farm there as well. 14 to 4 against a 5 and 2 Lycan.
A field day, you could say. There's absolutely nothing this Lycan can do. Like your innate regen with the Feral Impulse is not going to do too much if the Monkey King is just going to out-regen you by simply hitting you and outranging you.
Yeah, 300 attack range is so much fun. It outranges some range heroes. It still is ridiculous.
You call it fun. Don't think that's what Khan thinks right now. But yeah, this Monkey King was the third pick from their enemies, and they didn't really adapt to its laning strength too well. So somebody's got to tank it.
Yeah, not picking a range hero against Monkey King is a little bit of a problem, because I don't think there's a single melee hero that can beat the monkey. Mars has a pretty long attack range though, so he could be able to keep the monkey away, but not win against the monkey.
He doesn't, no. At the very least, you can just stand your ground and fight and tank all of the Jingu stacks, but the problem is that he's still regenning off of them, even if you don't take that much damage.
Bottom lane, Meister's gonna be fine enough. In comes the Timber Saw. Level 2 reactive armor stacks. Doesn't take much damage, or, you know, any damage.
Yep, the scary moment for him is now over. And level 3 is for Timber Saw, that level 2 reactive armor is one of the biggest changes in, I'd say, together with maybe the Underlord's level 3 as well. In an offlaner where you can say, alright, now this is where the lane turns around, he gets to stay, and it gets hard for the enemies. If you kill them before that, not so much.
If he gets level 5, he can just tank the tower, and that's even dumber.
Yeah,
He just stands under the tower and you literally can't do anything against it. Oh, top side, Blink trying to run away. Will be able to get in the tree line. Does have a Quelling Blade, so he can try and cut his way through. Stonebank, root, no root. No luck, unfortunately. Well, you know, skill is what they always say.
No skill.
Oh, mid, Lycan taking a beating from the monkey, who then immediately heals up back to max, 32 to 13. This is actually pretty insane. The Lycan's not even on double digits when it comes to last hits.
He's getting absolutely murdered. Yeah, that's a jungling Lycan now, I'm afraid. And how are they gonna fill up this gap in the lanes? Hustla is kinda needed on top still. And the same goes for Flash on the bottom. I think the Earth Spirit definitely doesn't survive that lane either, so it's gonna be Flash rotating mid pretty soon, I think. Just in order to soak up all of the experience that they're losing there right now.
Dropping low, being chased by the Timber. Needs to be careful for the Timber Chain, and Taki is gonna get taken down. So SMARACIS get another one in their favor. At least bounty runes will be favoring no bounty. Net width is actually not even that far apart between the two sides, and Darkseer can handle top lane solo at this point. You can just constantly keep iron shelling, running away, iron shelling, doing Darkseer stuff.
Yep, but it's not gonna stop the troll, which is the part that concerns me.
Now the person that's best suited for taking the mid matchup against the Monkey King is actually the Coddle.
Yep, exactly.
But it's a 5 Coddle, and you kind of need him to give the Ember Spirit a little bit of a lane.
Nice try.
Yep. And you can see already that even with him helping to give the Ember Spirit a little bit of a lane, Taki is suffering here. He got dove before by the Timber Saw as well, and it just doesn't look like he can survive if the Coddle leaves him.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They'll never see me coming.
fortified their structures.
Yeah, Timber Saw almost level 6, so absolutely perfect for him right now. All 3 lanes being won by SMARACIS. Timber Saw is actually the one that's pretty much almost evened out with Ntaki though, so Ntaki's still getting a decent amount of work done. And the net worth advantage is only 1k after 6 minutes, so it's still definitely manageable, but they are gonna need that Lycan with the Necrobook shapeshift quickly.
Yep, and well, at least the Necrobook is gonna come, but he's rushing it. No boots, nothing. Just get it up and hopefully get something out of it.
So bottom lane, Timber Saw does have a little bit of mana left, but he's going to get silenced. Rolling Boulder underneath the tower, takes heavy damage. They're dodging all of his spells, but in comes Fizor and Silence Inkswell on top of his opponents to try and keep them at bay, but Ntaki is still there. Does unfortunately not have his Coddle to give him some mana. Rolling Boulder's going to connect and they're going to go for the Grimstroke next. So Ntaki, good, decent recovery in that bottom lane. Oh, maybe even more. Going in with the Urn of Shadows onto the Timber Saw, and a very big double secured. They will. Well, Hustla should still be just fine. Meister's only level 3, doesn't even have a Hex available just yet.
Very nicely played there. Just going for it. He had an Urn as well, so that's an immediate charge over on Hustla. And Ntaki is ready to start snowballing. If anyone is going to take this game back from the disaster of the laning stage, then it's going to be him. He's got level 6. He's got his items. He hasn't gotten completely murdered.
He's got Lycan level 6 as well with the Necrobook, so If they get aggressive right now, they could. I mean, Monkey King is a great hero, but in the early game, he's absolutely susceptible to easy kills.
Oh, he's made of paper.
Not with a haste rune, and well, he's actually going for a Solar Crest first item. That's not something I've really seen on a Monkey King.
Me neither. And especially not in the mid position, huh? I mean, if he sees himself as more of an accessory to his Troll Warlord than as a proper core in his own right, I can definitely see that.
Ember Spirit needs help. Bottom lane TP coming out. Hustler with the slow death and double hitter there. Jump onto the line. He's going to get taken out. More charges for Intaki. Looking for the Timber Saw. Look at that pure damage coming out, though, from the Timby Wimby. Monkey King Wukong's command gets cancelled. Hustler hits him with the Geomagnetic Grip. There's going to be the Wukong's command coming up, but it's too late. And a beautiful move by Hustler to make sure that the Monkey King can't get the Wukongs off in time.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Absolutely excellent. And Intaki is going to be well on his way towards the Spirit Vessel. And that means that this Timbersaw is only going to have more trouble. Right now, the magical damage coming out from all of now Bounty Hunter's heroes is definitely a problem, but once that happens, he is not going to survive for very long at all. See if he can make his revenge happen here, though.
If you were a millennial, I'd go
Well, it is looking like a very good return coming in. They lose Blink for Maestro, but they did lose their bottom tier 1 tower in the meantime. Net worth advantage in favor of no Bounty Hunter by 1k at the moment. Troll Warlord is going for Battle Fury, so we'll have at least something to do against the Lycan. And also just in general farm purposes, but yeah. Still an interesting item build by the Monkey King. Taki needs to run away, but it's going to get rooted up. Fire Remnant. No, doesn't get the jump away. Does have a buyback available if necessary, but there are 4 dire heroes here, so it would be a little bit too risky to go for the move. Oh, vacuum back.
Playing his hand a little bit.
Timbersaw and Rise actually lost a lot of HP. Honestly, if he bought back there. You could have had a very good fight.
It's a little bit risky right now.
Dire's middle tower is
I
under
can see why they'd sit back. Like, the biggest disaster is already averted. They were in the process of losing all 3 lanes, and I wouldn't say they have fixed that just yet. But Intaki is well on their way. Khan is actually not too far behind the Monkey King anymore at all after the Monkey King just got deleted in a bottom fight. They can take it easy.
Soulbite coming out. Oh, they're going to be caught. Lycan shapeshift together with Ember Spirit. There's a double finger, but they managed to get themselves back. It's going to be Hustler with a lot of damage being pumped out. The wall gets placed. They lose the Monkey King in return. They still have Magnetize on them for quite some time. And Taki charging in. So much magic damage, but oh, a big dive from the Timbersaw to absolutely mow down his opponents. And this is the problem with the Troll Warlord. If he pops Shapeshift chasing after fast boys, he's going to be able to be forced out of position. Flash is, well, he's playing the Coddle, and Coddle is a very fast hero as well. As you can see him run. Maestro's being mauled down in the meantime by the Necrobook creeps. Taken down. It's a 4-for-2 trade so far. Flash is still not dead. He's dodging everything from the Timbersaw, but this time around he will get zapped down. Oh, the tree got cut from the monkey towards mid. And the Wukong's forced out.
Pretty nice. Yeah, and Taki overplaying his hand a little bit in that fight. I don't think it was necessary for him to go quite that deep.
The
Seems like it had things
greediness
handled.
of an Ember Spirit. I mean, that's the thing. They have a really dive lineup. Lycan, Darkseer,
Yeah.
Earth Spirit, Ember
do.
Spirit. So guaranteed 1 or 2 players are every once in a while going to dive a little bit too far. Oh, someone's being summoned towards Flash. And that's going to be Intaki. Rolling in is Hustler. Control onto Fezor. The Grimstroke in trouble, and he's going to get blasted by Flash. Looking for Maestro immediately afterwards. On the high ground, it is the Timbersaw, but Timbersaw can't really do much to help his teammate. The only thing he can do is throw Chakram to try and slow his opponents down. Boulder Smash cuts the tree of the Monkey King, who's now in a lot of trouble. Gets blasted. Evasion comes out. Does hit the double man bound to strike. The vacuum wall gets thrown on top of the Troll Warlord and the Timbersaw, and Darks is trying to run away, but he got rooted in place, and the Troll Warlord will be able to run back to safety. Does still have the battle trance if necessary, but it is a very unfavorable point in the game for the Monkey King, who keeps on getting caught off guard. Multiple times his tree has been cut down.
Yep, and you can see that SMARACIS is really reacting to whatever No Bounty Hunter keeps throwing at them, and in the meantime this Lycan is just catching up. He got the top tower during that entire scuffle, and with the way that all of the heroes of SMARACIS are reacting to whatever No Bounty Hunter does, it means they're losing out on farm. Their Troll Warlord is getting involved, he's stepping around, risking death. Their Monkey King is not pushing out any lanes out there, and it's basically just Intaki who's doing all of this.
Oh, nice soul bind, but the Troll Warlord, that's the big one. They get themselves a double. They lost only the Grimstroke, but managing to find the very pesky Intaki is a solid one, who just finished up his Spirit Vessel as well.
He's absolutely a thorn in their side. Intaki has been playing this very well. I think this over-aggression here and there isn't even that bad. He's really making them clump together, because that's the only way they can take him down. They need 2 or 3 heroes.
Well, Darks is almost done with his, well, he is done with his mech, and going for the Guardian Greaves Blink, so more of a supportive version on the Darks here, to try and keep his team alive as long as possible. And that's pretty much how they need to play, because if they take down the Grimstroke and the Lion early on in the fight and keep their players alive, you're most certainly going to win the engagement.
The burst magic damage in this phase of the game is absolutely the biggest deal. So that Max can do a lot to help negate that. And smoke from SMARACIS, but it's only 3, and they're not actually looking at the Roche pit just yet. They're going to be too late, and they're not getting any tower pressure done in the meanwhile as well. This is a big loss for them.
Immediate smoke out as well. They get out of pit, looking for any of these dire heroes walking around. Troll Warlord will be the closest target, and will be the main target, and will probably be a dead target. Troll Warlord ulti being popped. TP is coming out, but the troll is just being held in place the entire time, and should slowly but surely get melted into oblivion. Flash charging after Rise. Rise, oh, that Earth Spike holds him at bay just long enough. Fezor on the side will be charged at by a very mad Lycan, and a double kill secured by No Bounty Hunter onto a 5k net worth lead Kips.
And this is where you can really see just the experience starting to tick. The smoke from SMARACIS, they knew they had to do something, but it was kind of slow. Their aim was off. And then in turn, once the Aegis is out, Trolls should immediately know, alright, they might be coming this way if they're not showing up in our own jungle. And instead he stays too long, grabs a rune. It's small things that add up to a bigger picture that really doesn't look too good for them right now. And this is after winning basically all 3 lanes.
Oh, bottom lane, the 2 supports managed to find Maestro in the meantime. Tier 2 tower towards mid almost falls. Of course, once the Tier 2 finally does drop, the outpost can be taken, and that's a lot of experience at the 20-minute mark to be secured.
No Bounty Hunter have lost no towers of their own yet, which means that it's extremely easy for the side of No Bounty Hunter to keep on TPing out. It's one of the ways that you can keep on playing fast if you hold on to your towers. It means that you can get much faster to their side of the map than if you have to walk all the way.
This is what I love to see. The
underestimated. Yeah.
The Coddle is going for the Aghanim Scepter as a second item. I just really think the Coddle Axe is so incredibly powerful. It's a 60-second cooldown that you can also reduce with Chakra Magic. So it's pretty much like a 40-second cooldown AoE. Cut the trees, which is of course also a big plus against the Monkey King. Lockdown.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And that team fight control is going to be extremely nasty, especially for Timbersaw, who wants to run around.
Dire should look to their top tower.
And keeping people in the same area when you have an Ember Spirit and a Darkseer is incredible as well. So it's just adding to his team's synergy.
Is under attack.
This is not really where Timbersaw wants to be in the game. With the items that he has only has himself a Hood of Defiance, and well, he's not even done with the Yule Scepter just yet. Especially considering like the lanes he could have gotten and the advantage that they should have been having on the side of SMARACIS. Looking very dreadful on the side of the Dire team.
Yep, like normally at this phase in the game you want this Timbersaw to be standing underneath enemy towers, pushing them with help with the creep waves, and in general being just a nuisance, saying alright, come at me. Deal with me. But this Timbersaw has already been dealt with. He is scared of the roots from the Ember Spirit, he is scared of the Earth Spirit Silence and all of the magic damage coming out from the support duo. So without that Yule Scepter that he's luckily got completed right now, he doesn't live very long. And even then, Yule Scepter is not a combat me item. It's yeah, I like the live please item.
Radiant have fortified.
Bottom lane, like a shapeshift, Khan's trying to run away, will be locked down, bound to strike, but he is still going to survive all that damage, and in comes Hustler rolling through, gets the rolling boulder connection, control onto the monkey, the vacuum wall, traps the Timbersaw in, his mana is drained, his life is drained. Khan gets a double kill on the Lycan by charging back into the fray, and the high ground push will come in from no bounty hunter.
Is in danger. Dire structures are fortified.
Rough times. Yeah, there was no way that was going to be a kill as soon as the Lycan pops his ultimate there. They don't have the damage to take him down. And the Monkey King is just once again in too deep. I think he really underestimates how much burst damage they have from him.
Well, Ntaki can root up the Troll, hold him in place. Troll has a BKB and a Battle Trance. Vacuum back, there's going to be the rush forward and Blink Surge. This is the Troll being dragged out, but the finger from Meister to quickly get the kill onto Blink. Ntaki dropping low, does have another Fire Remnant. Doesn't even have the Aegis still, so he's just going to be fine. Aggressively charging in on towards the line. Hustler with the slow onto the Troll, trying to find the Troll kill. Ntaki is being locked down at the moment, but in comes Flash. He's going to be there to
Nice
try and
stuff.
support him. And Ntaki, well, he's still in a lot of trouble here, but should be just fine. Rise, Monkey King is just getting riled down by the Lycan army.
This is not
It's
allowed.
not even with the Lycan right now. The Timbersaw is going to get blasted, and Ntaki, he manages to stay alive.
As they say.
That is really not allowed. He had no remnants left anymore. He spent all of his remnants for his Aegis. Before his Aegis. In case you were wondering how intimidated Ntaki is by his opponents. He's not. He does not give a single hoot. And now they can resume the high ground. Lycan has another ultimate if he wants it.
Dire's bottom
I mean, that fight was the Lycan popping his minions, sending it to the fight, to not even being in the fight. He was just towards mid farming creeps. In the meantime, the Troll Warlord pops his BKB, not that it's going to help him at all. Ntaki takes that tier 1 tower, tier 3 tower towards the bottom lane down, like a shapeshift onto Fezzor. And a godlike streak for no bounty hunters, Lycan mid, who was up against a Monkey King.
Yeah, his last hits were in the single digits when he left the lane.
Well, the Timbersaw needs the Timber Chain away from there, but Hustler hits him with the Rolling Boulder. The Monkey King is being locked down, and this is just absolute destruction coming out from the very aggressive no bounty hunter lineup.
Honestly, this is kind of scary. Like, I don't see them coming back into this game, but what worries me more is that they had a very good draft this time around. How much more worse is this slaughter going to get if SMARACIS does not get overwhelming laning advantage? That's what I want to know. Or maybe I don't, actually.
Oh, Troll Warlord walking out. Going for
One more
another
attempt.
Soulbind on 2. Lion Strike to get in range, doesn't hit the Earth Spike though. The Force Staff gets Ntaki out of range, but not far enough to keep him alive. Wukong's Command onto the Lycan as well. Make that a double kill. They'll at least keep living on the side of SMARACIS for now. But they are 18k behind in a 22-minute game, so, you know, my hope is kind of low.
Yeah, same. I don't exactly. I'm not going to sit back here and wait for the 20 minutes or 20. Excuse me, the 20 more minutes. They still have to win at least 2 fights or maybe even 3 in order to get a chance at winning this game back. I don't see them controlling Roche with any kind of vision from No Bounty Hunter. I don't see them doing any straight up fights outside of their base unless they manage to catch, for example, the Kotl out. The Kotl is so fast.
Especially if he pops his, he's almost max movement speed right now if he pops his ulti. 525, no worries, no harm, no foul. Can even get the 20 movement speed talent in a sec. Summons can, like a shapeshift. Let's go, charge forward. Will-o'-the-wisp onto 2 will be the, of course, Lion TPing out, because that's still one of the things that confuses me the most. The fact that you can now TP out of Will-o'-the-wisp.
Dire's top tower
It looks so strange, right?
It hurts as a coddle player. Where you drop it because you see someone in the trees, and then Will-o'-the-wisp does nothing against their TP. Ah. Would be
I'm the
OP
kind of
though,
person who would
otherwise.
forget that you could TP out, to be honest.
tower is under
Same.
We're gonna try. Stone back up the high ground.
Flash. Coddle trying to run away. Force F is not going to keep him alive, but there is the rest of his team coming in from behind. Charge onto the line. Make that a 1-for-1 trade. Coddle actually buys back. They also did lose Fezor, and the Troll Warlord is being kited completely. They're just trying to dwindle him down. He pops the BKB. He's forced to pop the BKB. He still has his ulti available, but this sleight of fist from Intaki will be enough to find the kill. Rolling Boulder Hustler looking for the Monkey, who's going to be the target. Rolling Boulder connects. There's going to be Spirit Vessel. Monkey King pushed back out of the Wukong Sman
Oh, that
immediately.
timing.
And Hustler just having fun right now.
He's such a fun player. Yeah, that's definitely some tips right there. I mean, it wasn't even necessary, but that was a great show off of his understanding of the range and the timing of his abilities there.
And
Good stuff.
GG got called. 21k net with advantage in a 24-minute game, even though the enemies had the stronger lane advantage. I personally do like Hustler. I mean, first of all, think his old team was Reality Rift. And he was so good. I really love that lineup. It's sad that, of course, no DPC pretty much killed the team. But
Yeah, I still think it's a scandal, honestly. I think people should have made a way bigger fuss that several teams were just falling over. But yeah, that's what happens in situations like this. The less privileged teams can't stay in. And I'm glad to see him around again, because Hustler is a really talented player, and I think everybody who was on that squad deserves to play for a living.
Yep, and he definitely did play for a living in this game, but of course SMARACIS not out of it just yet. They still have game 2 and possibly game number 3. We'll be back for those games after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 between No Bounty Hunter and SMARACIS. Game number 1 was a pretty one-sided game, pretty much. The very early laning stage was in favor of SMARACIS, but then immediately afterwards they got kind of rolled over. Don't you agree, Kips?
Yeah, rolled over, spanked, destroyed. A lot of words you could use for that, but ultimately it was a little bit painful. And I mean, a lot of credit goes to Intaki here, who had a pretty rough laning stage and then absolutely just peeled his opponents apart. The rest of his team didn't have to even do that much. The Ember Spirit just went out of control, created a ton of space, and then both of his other scores were just so much caught up that SMARACIS couldn't really do anything about it anymore. So, good stuff.
Well, we do have ourselves, again, that Hustler Earthspirit being picked up, and this time around, the Oracle for No Bounty Hunter, which, of course, you did previously mention in the previous match when it got banned out, but they made sure that no Timbersaw shenanigans would happen this time around.
Yep, so they've got a lot of possible synergies here. Troll Oracle is a very common older one. You actually also see a lot of Oracle Death Prophet, but of course she is not available. I imagine that we're going to see a ban on that Troll Warlord from SMARACIS here. It'd be a little bit too good of a combination to just give away. And I like that they're going for something entirely different over on their side as well. Got the Rubik, in order to steal some spells, got the Pangolier. A lot of teamfight chaos, and this is a 4 or potentially a core, so once again they do have a little bit of advantage in deciding where their lanes are going to go.
Dire's turn to ban.
I do like Pangolier. It brings a lot of flexibility in team fights and engagements. And, well, the Rubik in general, it counters like any big ulti using heroes out there. No Enigmas, no Tidehunters, kind of scary as well. But against Oracle Earthspirit, Rubik doesn't have great spells to steal so far. So at least No Bounty Hunter making sure that he doesn't get the perfect game.
I kind of imagine that SMARACIS, at least if I were SMARACIS here, right? You got absolutely destroyed on a game where you had a great draft. I would look for stuff right now that I can have fun with, that I can make plays with. Instead of being locked into, well, basically just that 4 melee hero lineup.
One of my favorite things in mid laners is if you play cheese. If a mid laner has cheese heroes under their belt, like Broodmother, Meepo, you know, even though Meepo is kind of completely dead right now, it just brings so much more to a game and the threat behind it that makes, you know, you see teams last ban Broodmother just to make sure that that hero doesn't get picked.
Isn't Intaki also a Brood player?
Aren't we all? No.
No, definitely not all of us. Speak for yourself.
I can't macro anything. Like that's my biggest weakness, is I don't have the brain capacity behind it to control 2 targets at once.
Same, to be honest. Here though, I expected a Troll Warlord ban. That hasn't happened. Previous time when they didn't ban a hero, SMARACIS picked it themselves, which was the Monkey King, but right now they seem to be really thinking it through. And that reserve time is ticking lower and lower. Is it going to be a troll, guys? No, they go Grimstrike. So double lift, double Fade Bolt.
That's not bad. What I'm surprised by is that they haven't picked the strongest hero in the game in the first game. And in the second game still hasn't picked the strongest hero currently. And of course that is the wonderful, glorious Alchemist.
Alchemist is in a league of his own right now.
It's insane how strong that hero has become. Even though it's actually just still a nerfed version of what it used to be.
That's the scariest part, isn't it? But yeah, especially with how popular Wraith King is right now, the openings for Alchemist are very, very frequent. And no, Bounty Hunter is thinking too. What's the game behind the game here? Oh, they're going Juggernaut.
Works well with the Oracle. And in general, it tends to be strong against safe layout. There, of course, you know, Ursa's Troll Warlords that really deal with the Juggernaut pretty easily. Because they don't really care about Omni. But yeah.
Yeah, which is why I'm a little bit confused. Because both of those are on the table right now. And okay. Phantom Assassin. Phantom Assassin into Oracle is an odd deal, because on one hand, you have good jump. You can take the Oracle himself out, or you can take people out before the Oracle can save them. But on the other hand, if you're not ahead of the damage curve, then what's going to happen is you're going to jump somebody. The Oracle is going to say, haha, no. And then you're in the middle of the enemy team and you didn't blow anybody up. This one can go both ways.
Yeah, Oracle just hits you with the disarm or saves an ally with false promise, and you're pretty much stuck out in the open with no one to back you up, because even though Pangolier can be a little bit of an aggressive hero, they don't have any sustain heroes on SMARACIS to keep the PA alive. And, well, PA is kind of a hero that is great. Like, it can 1v5 an enemy team, but that's only if you get really lucky.
And really far ahead.
Normally you need something like an Oracle to keep him alive so that he can get all those casts off. Same with the Slark pretty much. Slark is really strong, but he kind of needs that extra little bit of support, sustain behind him before so that he can really tear in a team fight.
Exactly. Just very fragile. And Phantom Assassin, honestly, I think right now we're seeing a lot of carries with 2 item timings, like you get a Maelstrom and a BKB and you're ready to go. And PA is more of a 3 item timing hero. You want the Battle Fury and the Desolator and the BKB, and then you're ready to fight. And that's just rather slow compared to a Troll Warlord or a Monkey King who go Maelstrom into the BKB and they say, all right, can I get to hit people now? Hello? So yeah. It's concerning. It would be concerning even if I hadn't seen how hard SMARACIS got destroyed in the previous game. Like, I'm worried that there is not even going to be any space for this PA to catch up. Ooh, and certainly not anymore now. That's a break Drake.
Yeah, one of the last ones pretty much in the game, of course, since Nyx Assassin lost his break. So the Viper has been picked up a lot more since the Nyx Assassin nerf came in. I think you still have the Doom Aghanim Scepter.
Yep, and another one got added with the shards, and it's also in this game.
Oh yeah, but that's the PA, right?
That is the PA, indeed.
Which is actually pretty good against Juggernaut and Viper. And actually, in general, that Aghanim Shard from the PA is, in my opinion, kind of busted. I think it's 13% pure damage burst.
Exactly, it's percentage health damage with a break. Hello?
And AoE.
It's pretty darn brilliant, and it really improved her matchups against heroes like, for example, Spectre, where normally you're like stuck without a way to break because you're definitely not the Silver Edge builder. But yeah, guess
Spectres.
what? Things don't work that way anymore. And Spectre is also a relic of the past right now. Gotta say.
It's been a while since I've seen a Spectre game.
Same, and I don't mind that.
I think that the problem with Spectre is it takes too long, but it can't even fight in the early game. Like, it just can't. It needs 2 items, at least. I mean, at least Wraith King still has some presence in the early game. Spectre's literally just Spectral Dagger, and then they all jump on him and kill him.
Yeah, going early on Spectre is much like going early on a Monkey King. It's a very scary proposition. You'd rather not risk that. Let's see. SF and Storm out. Both heroes that would do decently well against the Viper, especially because he can just blow the wave up and then go to the jungle.
I assume it's a Viper offlane though. With the Earth Spirit behind him, they can easily kill the PA or the Grimstroke. I mean, if the Grimstroke walks out of position 1 second, Earth Spirit rolls on and pushes him back. Viper just poison attack spams him, and he is no more.
It's possible. I'm not the biggest fan of Viper offlane just because you get stuck in a situation where you have an offlaner who doesn't really build utility and who does need farm. Viper's slow. But yeah, if you can just dominate that lane, then it doesn't matter too much how much space you need because you're creating it at the same time as well.
And it depends on the item build you go for. The old item build for Viper, well, last year's item build for Viper offlane was Guardian Creed for out of Atos. Well, both of those pretty good this game.
Make him nice and tanky, get some armor on him, get some extra roots for the Pango and the PA. I think right now no bounty hunter can pick pretty much whatever they want, whereas SMARACIS, even though they have the last pick here, you'd really like some kind of hero that's able to frontline. And that's also going to do well against the Viper, and I'm not even sure that there's a lot of those, because most frontliners are melee. And you don't want to risk this Viper actually still coming to the mid lane and kicking your ass.
Or you just go for
Or
a
later on
complete
in game.
180 surprise and you pick something that's unexpected. Wind Ranger, well, that's also a hero that's kind of unexpected. Of course, we did talk about...
This PA's game is over.
Yeah, this PA, the moment that Javelin gets picked up especially, he's going to get absolutely harassed. They kind of need a save or something sustainable. They're going to go for the Voker pick, which, I mean, it's probably going to be a Quaswex to make sure that the Wind Ranger can't run away. But I so prefer Quas Exort. I'm a big adamant fan of Quas Exort just so that you can help out the side lanes. Quaswex is like, it evens out the trade in mid, but it does not get the advantage.
Like the big differences between those two types of Invoker are that the Quaswex needs damage on the side lanes and the Quas Exort needs utility on the side lanes. And right now they have damage on the side lanes. So what they need is someone to control the team fights, to hold them, etc. And it's not like you have, I don't know, a Nyx Assassin or something that you can get a stun into a Sunstrike here. That's, especially with the Rubik, I've seen that go wrong a lot as well.
Yeah, that tends to happen every once in a while.
It's not as reliable, so yeah. I think it should be a Quaswex here, but the problem is definitely they don't have any overwhelming team fight. This PA is going to be, even if she escapes the break from the Viper, she's just going to be getting plonked down by this Wind Ranger, who's going to go in MKB pretty much first thing.
Damn. 10 out of his recent 20 matches MVP. That's a pretty big scoreline. That means he won 10 out of his 20 matches. And he was best player in that game, in those games as well. That's my highest is, I think, 5.
I'm never MVP. I'm a support player.
I am also a support player.
Or a fish.
Oh, tied. Okay. I was like, Slark? What?
No. I'm a support or a Tide Hunter. I'd like a 5 streak going with that recently as well, but it's pretty hard to get MVP as a Tide.
Well, of course, it should be a Quaswex game, first of all, because he is up against a Wind Ranger, so you kind of want to get rid of the Wind Run buff every single time. And any other buffs that they might have on the side of no Bounty Hunter. It still makes me sad. Oh, smoke's gonna get popped. They know that there's someone nearby and it's gonna be Ntaki, but he's just gonna be fine tanking that smoke and staying completely perfect in position, so it should be just a free 2-for-2 Bounty Rune trade.
Gives a little smiley with the GLHF, he knows.
So this whole mess is all your fault?
Got spotted on that ward on the way out.
The only big issue I always really have with Quaswex Fokers is the fact that they are most of the time so poor.
Yep.
Compared to Quas Exort, where Quas Exort, it is a little bit more greedy. It's a lot more greedy. But it is just, it brings so much, farm potential to your game. I know this game he's with the PA, and, PA is going to be the one that has to do all the farming. And they have a decent amount of damage with, of course, a Rubik, Grimstroke, and Pangolier to really win engagements. before the PA gets his items. But they're really going to have to get active on SMARACIS to keep everyone off of the PA, because they're looking for a first blood here. Boulder Smash slows him down, Root comes out, but the PA should be just fine.
But this lane, well, she starts off pretty much like expected. It's going to be suffering. She's going to get range harassed by this Viper, and it helps a little bit to take a point in Blur, just to negate some of the damage. But even then, you're also a melee hero, and you're going to be standing in Nether Toxin a whole bunch too. No matter what you do, you can't win.
Yeah, it's just not fun. Just straight up not fun. Towards mid, Wind Ranger versus the Voker. I always find Wind Ranger mid's a very weird pick. I mean,
it's very volatile.
Yeah, it can be really strong, but it also feels very squishy. Oh no, 2 range creep denies.
Oh, Taki. And I know he's a Wind Ranger player too, so kinda could have known that. Very unfortunate though. But yeah, what Wind Ranger is just a very, there's a high, how do you say it? I called it volatile before. There's a better word for it. Can't find it right now, unfortunately.
Glass cannon?
No. There's a lot of difference in the different outcomes that you can get with her, and it's not necessarily based on your own performance. There's just a lot that can go wrong, but if she really pops off, she can really pop off, and in turn, if she fails, then she can fall on her face really hard.
She can be even worse than a glorified support. Same with a Voker though. If a Voker, Quaswex Voker doesn't get a decent enough game starting, he tends to be...
But he has utility.
True.
Wind Ranger has no utility.
But he kind of also needs items.
Sure.
He needs mobility items, because if you're just a really slow Voker, you are kind of useless. PA does actually, Fezzor finds first blood. Hustler's trying to chase in after Stonebank, but it will not be possible anymore, because well, he doesn't have... Well, he did get the Rolling Boulder back, but he doesn't have the Viper behind him. So it's actually surprising that the Viper's going to be the first one to fall.
I mean, it's the only way that SMARACIS was ever going to get anything out of this lane, is just go toe-to-toe with Viper, shove him out. If you just let him sit there and blink away at your PA, then yeah, no way you're going to win this lane. And I don't think they're going to end up winning this lane, even if they kill the Viper 3 times. They are going to get a hell of a lot more out of it. It just...
Bottom lane, the Pangolier was looking to kill Khan. Like, there was a spin coming out onto the Rubik. They killed the Rubik, and he was waiting with Swashbuckle until Khan died. Khan's spin was over, so that he could then immediately blow him up with the Swash. But the spin took too long. So then, of course, the Oracle does have a lot of damage. Quickly with the Purifying Flames level 2 burst is insane.
Yep. And now the PA went down on top as well. Couldn't get on top of Blink, I think. Either that or it was a failed go, but this is definitely all but lane over.
Yeah, Viper's getting pretty much free farm. Has the Urn of Shadows as well. So we'll, of course, have the constant multiplication of dots. I mean, he's got 3 different dots to throw on his enemies. It's just gonna... They're gonna melt.
And the real problem with that as well is that just his sustain is going to be better than the PA. She's going to keep on bringing in salves, hopefully maybe until she gets a Ring of Health, but even that is not going to regen you after you've just narrowly escaped from a Viper bathing you in Nether Toxin.
Well, Voker towards mid is getting still a pretty solid amount of farm. They kind of will need the Voker to help out the side lane soon enough, though. To give them a little bit more, or at least just mainly to make sure that the side lanes don't win as heavily.
That should help.
This is remarkable to me, by the way, that I've watched so much China now, cast so much China now, that the fact that no supports went mid on minute 4, that right now nobody is directly on top of the runes yet either, is spectacular to me.
It is kind of weird, because in all the other regions, pretty much, you get that fight where, you know, Shakers, Clockworks, and everything run forward. Earth Spirit, for instance, from Hustla, definitely would be a hero that would head out to defend the runes on both sides. So it is pretty much just the mid laners having a solo fight against each other, and everyone really completely focused on their lanes.
Yeah, I think it's a good testament to how intense the side lanes are for everybody involved. I'm not really thinking about anything else.
Daki, EMP not going to connect. He's actually running in towards Rise, but there is Hustla rolling, but interrupted. However, the bottle recharge for the Wind Ranger gets himself a nice haste rune plus a full bottle secured, so he's going to be just fine. We'll be able to gank a side lane if they're not paying attention for half a second, so that's really where the PA top side needs to be very careful.
Extremely so, and she is going for the treads immediately instead of buying her own health or something. It's just an admittance that she needs to go into the jungle. We need the sustain and the attack speed of the power treads, and she's going to be finishing the rest of the Battle Fury between the neutral creeps instead of staying top any longer. Interesting rotation here though, that's the smoke. Is she actually going to participate in his gank on Antaki?
Well, the Pangolier bottom lane's
That's
almost dead.
bold.
Ooh, never mind.
Yeah,
Pango!
they're doing it.
God, that power shot hit.
Yeah, that's why it's a rough decision to bring a level 5 PA towards the mid lane here. She's pretty out leveled.
Oh, that shackle
For the
shot.
shackle.
They managed to get the kill as well. Bottom lane in the meantime, Maestro gets taken down by Khan. Top side, the tier 1 tower is going to get taken down by Blink. And all of a sudden, no Bounty Hunter are winning all 3 lanes.
Yep. That's a bit of a turnaround from the previous game. I mean, by this point in the previous game, we'd already seen the turnaround from No Bounty Hunter as well. Here's the Invoker rotation though.
Yeah, they'll finally find themselves the Viper. It does do a lot of damage onto the PA, but should not be enough to finish him off. Did not have his level 6 yet for the Viper Strike. But a good rotation made Meister in the meantime farming up the remaining experience towards mid.
Very important for the PA here to get her level 6 before she truly retreats into the jungle. The added amount of damage is absolutely insane. So necessary.
Khan charging in after the Pango. Pango does not have the swashbuckle, so the Omni Slash is going to be an easy fix. And Pangolier is dead. Khan on a killing spree, 3-0-1 on the Jug. And he's actually going for more of an aggressive build. Starts off with the Yasha, most likely the Mad style, even though currently a lot of the players have been going for the SNY, but this is really a Manta style game up against Disarm, Foker, multiple spells, Grimsoak as well, the
Especially
Phantom's
the Grimsoak.
Embrace.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Yeah, in general, when there's silences in the game, Manta style on a Juggernaut just makes you invulnerable to basically anything. Stop you from casting your Blade Fury? Oh, cool. I can cast it anyways. Thanks, guys. Very few rotations here from the side of SMARACIS. They know that they just gotta take as much as they can get. His lanes are lost, and in the meantime, well, try to stack a bit, try to see if you can anticipate the move that's going to come out from No Bounty Hunter, because they feel powerful and they will go. You'll see them rotating into the jungle already. Hustler in the front. He's got his level 6. Oh, and they find Stonebank.
And he signs up, roll the pawn, dots are too much. Will he? No, he won't. That's a pretty easy kill for No Bounty Hunter, and the Viper is getting very close to the Rod of Atos as well as the first item, so they'll have multiple tools of controlling up the Pangolier and the PA going forward. Now they're looking for a
Kinda
gank towards
just
mid, but
Insanely, yeah, he showed himself.
Dire's middle tower is under
Taki running away. But running back in, running away, running back in. Tornado's going to make sure his wind run doesn't continue, but the Grimstroke is going to get power shotted and easily taken down with the support of Blink.
I
9
don't
to
think there's
2 right
anything
now.
they can do to stop. Yeah. They have good teamfight control here between the Invoker and the Pangolier, but the problem is that they need to engage pretty far against both of these high-level ranged heroes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Lift for the catapult. No, Bounty Hunter might back off for now. I think they could have pushed through here, but honestly, they're not in a hurry.
Khan being chased bottom lane. Does have a healing ward nearby. So he'll be just healing up nicely in the meantime. They're trying to find the catch. Khan forcing his healing ward out of range. Swashbuckle in. Shackle Shot connects. Holds him at bay. Khan will be just fine. Still almost has enough mana for his Omni Slash. So they gotta be careful because he is building up that Maelstrom instead of the Yash as his first item. So a little bit more of a farm behind him than just straight up team fight.
He's clearly sensing that he's got a lot of space in this game as the fight breaks out in the middle lane. That's Oracle down.
Ooh,
Hustler's just straight going in.
A little bit over aggressive there. Hits them all with the Magnetize. Omni Slash comes out. Voker almost dead. Will eventually get taken down. Khan with the spin will dive the EMP blast. Blink in the corner. Too far away from the Pangolier to reach him. Will be running away. While in the meantime, Taki gets a solo kill towards bottom onto Stonebank. So this is all space creation coming out from SMARACIS, but the one that they're creating the space for died. So that's not great. Flash TP's in. He's going to heal up Blink. Blink will be just fine. Now Fezor is the next one to follow suit. All in all, no Bounty Hunter. Cracking down hard on SMARACIS.
Tough times. It starts with a good pickoff, but yeah, they can't do anything against an Earth Spirit rolling in like that. You gotta admire Hustler for that. He knows that they're gonna win the fight if he just gets them a fight.
Tornado miss, tried to get rid of the double damage, but Wind Ranger too fast, too furious.
Dire's middle tower is no
I don't know, I can't do that laugh. It's too annoying.
But yeah, Maelstrom is also being delivered to the Wind Ranger. Khan's got his Maelstrom. Now he's going for the Manta style. Rise on the Voker is almost done with the Witchblade, but then you are going to finally start building up some really useful items, Force Staffs and whatnot. Force Staff is going to be very useful against the Viper's Rod of Atos.
Honestly surprised to see that the Wind Ranger is not going to go for an MPB. I think she has the time in this game. Seems just going really well for her in general.
Voker just being right-click in the meantime. Power Shot's not going to connect. Hustler is going to roll in. He's going to miss the roll. Hit underneath the tower. And again, Hustler gets very aggressive. Boulder Smash though. Rise on the Voker. Power Shot comes out from the Wind Range. Shackle Shot onto the Grimstroke. Grimstroke is going to get bursted down, and they're looking for the entire annihilation of SMARACIS. And again, it's Hustler sacrificing his life for the greater good.
Dire's bottom tower is in danger.
And Taki is like, come on, keep him there, keep him there. I was like, fine, bro, fine. I gotcha.
Just die, okay? Okay. No worries.
I mean, if you die in the right spot, everything's alright. This is a team game. And yeah, we can definitely see which team is doing better right now. SMARACIS is just
struggling.
Yeah, they are on the struggle bus. And they will most likely remain there for a while still. This PA is only halfway towards the battlefield.
Blink top side. Is he gonna get the support in from Flash? Oh, just too far away for the false promise. But look at that Shackle Shot. Boom! Omni Slash on top. Double kill for Ntaki secured. And, well, that's an easy trade they'll make all day. In the meantime, the PA is still a lot away from his Battle Fury.
That's going to be their top tier 2 tower. That's also going to be their outpost most likely. Nothing really that SMARACIS can do about this. It is a decent spot for a fight with the Pangolier, but he can't really show himself right there.
Oof. And the Rubik Power Shot. Ntaki, another one. So back.
He's going to deliver on a platter.
Rooted. That's a dead PA.
This is one of the problems that you get once you're really far behind in gold difference, especially early on. is that situations which normally would take multiple heroes are going to start taking only 1 or 2 and not say 3. So if that PA would have been able to get out of that situation before or even fight back, she surely cannot anymore by this point. And that's where the gold difference really starts mattering, when you can start bringing less people and dominating the map by spreading out more instead of less.
There is little
It's all economy, baby.
Dire's middle tower.
And also the fact that you have a PA who kind of does nothing for a very long part of the game.
Dire's bottom tower.
Of the cores, it's probably the most useless for like the first 25 minutes. Even an anti-mage brings a little bit more.
I mean, the only exception is really when you've got a Magnus behind her. I really like the way that Thug plays her, straight Desolator with the Magnus behind.
Yeah, but we haven't seen Magnus in forever either. Also kind of a dead hero currently. Khan, however, does get taken down. So at least they get a big kill, but it seems towards mid a solo kill happened by Intaki, who finds again the PA, who is now 0, 5, and 2. Which, well, we all know is not great.
I was watching that, she panicked and walked towards the tree. That's... With the Wind Ranger, you kind of dodge towards the Wind Ranger if it makes sure that you don't have an angle towards the trees, basically. And you forgot.
Is under attack.
And they were pronounced man and tree. Or woman and tree, I think. Does she adjust her voice line? I don't actually remember.
No idea.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Can't wait for the anime though.
Radiant's top tower is in danger.
Wanna see who dies.
Right, it's definitely very anime.
I do hope I saw like a better version of the Mirana face, so that already made me happy.
Poor Marana.
She still has the derpiest face of every character in Dota.
She has unique beauty.
Derp.
I concur.
Well, Roshan is gonna get taken down, or at least attempted to be taken down. You do have a Pangolier near the Roche pit though, who could try and swashbuckle in. Sunstrike comes out, the vision gain. He's gonna walk forward, root it up, but it's gonna be just a dead Pangolier going forward.
Worth a try. Even if you get just a Roshan kill here, or you just snipe the Aegis, you buy your team somewhere between 3 to 5 minutes,
Radiant should
just
look
based on that alone, but sadly, not gonna happen.
Oh,
Only buys his death, yeah.
he walks past them, they spot, hey, I'm slowed. What's this? Oh, Foker. Dust, dead.
Yep. And this is why normally when you go scouting with Voker like that, you avoid actually touching people. Unfortunately, I think he came walking just up the ramp when they were coming down.
Taki charging towards mid, very far forward. Pops the BKB though, going for the immediate TP out himself. Doesn't want to risk accidental death.
Solid decision. He definitely did not go out a couple of times on Ember Spirit in the previous game where I was like, is he respecting his opponents? But yeah, this time around,
There is little hope for Radiant's middle tower.
he doesn't think that it's quite the right moment to start
1v5 the enemy team.
Yeah.
Ooh, Bullwhip picked up. I love the Bullwhip as a support. 3 mana regen and HP regen is, I mean, just for that specific part of it, it already makes me happy. 3 mana regen is just divine for a tier 2 item.
Yep. It's rather amazing. And I mean, especially for the Radiant team, being able to whip the really slow Viper around is a good feeling. He's such a slow siege tank normally.
Is in danger.
Oh, Grimstroke going for the TP out. Attempted to TP out, but no way. Jose gets rooted up and finished off. I do love the what's it called? Gleipnir. I love the Gleipnir. It's such an amazing. It barely gets picked up, but it's such an amazing item.
Yeah, like you see it mainly on Arc Wardens right now, and on what's her face again? Squirrel Lady. If it's not in captain's mode, I don't know about it.
That should help.
Well, Blink Dagger is next, is now done on the Wind Ranger, can get back to the back lines. Juggernaut's actually going for the Aghanim Shard for that extra damage during the Blade Fury. That's actually, if I'm not mistaken, it automatically did that. Well, you know, I played Heroes of New Earth, which is pretty much the same game, but slightly different. I think the Juggernaut version of that, Swiftblade, I think it was called, had that already in it, so... I mean, I think it's a great Ag Shard, but, you know.
I'm honestly not sure if it adds that much to the hero. I'd rather just see the Aghanim Scepter just because the amount of damage that you get out of that is absolutely surreal. But yeah, he's gonna go that next. Fine. I'll accept it.
I mean, the 100 movement speed is pretty nice while spinning around and sprinting through the fight. It used to be the talent that he had, which no one really went for, but still it was there, just in case. And, well, the PA does have a Battle Fury, and is going for the Ogre Axe, aka BKB, but they're 15k behind, and, well, 15k is a reasonable amount.
Reasonable enough to win the game with, honestly. I do think that if SMARACIS takes this fight before they have to BKB on the PA, then they definitely have no chance. But it looks like they're going for it because they know that there's Hero's bottom. Try and see if they can catch Khan.
Just cross your fingers and hope your PA crits 17 times in a row. Easy comeback.
Well, they were fishing for that, but they don't really get an opening, so back off again. Back to trying to get that BKB before the game is over. I wonder if she's gonna get there.
Viper's almost done with the Eternal Shroud. Spell Lifesteal, always great. On top of the fact that he's going for the Ags immediately afterwards. Lock down Rubik, spin upon, and finish off pretty easily there by No Bounty Hunter. I mean, there should not be too much to interrupt them on their high ground seas. Yes, the enemies have a couple of decent tools against them. Actually, it's only a level 1 Stroke of Fate. Okay, that one can get taken out. Mainly the Pangolier has to swashbuckle kill creeps.
Yeah, Swashbuckle Fate Bolt alone is enough to take down a creep wave, so that shouldn't be a problem here. Either No Bounty Hunter push in 2 waves and let the first wave be cleared, go to the other one, or they'll have to dive for these kills. I imagine it's going to be the latter. I think Entaki has this murdering kind of look on his face today. He's got a Blink Dagger as well.
Well, Hustler is now ahead of the Voker, so that's not where you want to be as a Quasplex Voker. He can't even, well, he does have a couple of points in Exort right now, so he can meatball a creep wave. But Grimsoak is going to get mauled down quickly by Intaki, who is now 12-0-7 on the mid-Wind Ranger.
Once again, absolutely destroying. But he didn't get stun back, and he was looking for him. That's honestly a win for Stonebank there, who sat very quietly waiting in the bushes while that Invis Wind Ranger was snooping around.
No, Rubik tries to spin and win, but Juggernaut's spin and win is a little bit too strong with the additional Aghanim Shard effect.
Yeah, that's the moment where you're not actually doing better.
One great item this game would be, of course, it's not going to happen because he'll never have enough farm, but the Aghanim Scepter on Grimstroke is so good against Juggernauts and PAs and whatnot. Anti-mages.
Any kind of stats-based carry, really. It's absolutely amazing. I've seen a Terrorblade illusion completely destroy a team once. Not even close.
I've had, I play a lot of Grimstroke, and if you get the Aghanim Scepter effect, the Oh, stone bank in the trees. Ndaki doesn't spot that the tree was cut. But if you get it off onto an alchemist who popped chemical rage, you have so much fun in a team fight.
That sounds pretty good.
Like it runs at max movement speed and charging after everyone, and then just like 3 hitting their own supports with a radiance, or well, sometimes radiance.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. So
yeah.
oh, no, stomach. Itaki's on his way back. Just keep on breathing. He doesn't know you're there.
But we'll find a free bounty, so value for now until, you know, he gets spotted out and then he's dead.
Yeah,
Because
that's
win
the kind
range
of
is
thing that
charging
people will
forward.
come looking for.
Oh, kind of should expect that they have at least any vision on the map. That is one of their only 2 wards that they've got.
Yeah, they were suspicious before. I mean, I don't think you should expect that, but I definitely think that's a risky move to make and take their rune, because you know somebody's going to show up for that.
Oh no, the rune I agree with, but then immediately farming the ancients afterwards kind of makes it a very dead giveaway.
Otherwise,
where you still
came all that way for nothing.
Well, you came for a bounty rune, so you can take that as the value that you came for.
I guess. But yeah, that's still 800 gold to go for the BKB, and by now, no bounty hunter is knocking on your door. That catapult's alive.
Yeah, also the healing ward behind the Juggernaut. Stroke of Fate is still level 1, so it does nothing. Rolling Boulder connects on to the Pango, push back, Omni Slash, boom, annihilated, and another kill secured. Aghanim Scepter just got delivered to the Juggernaut as well. It's still surprising to me that the tower, when you do split shot, it never attacks a healing ward. But hey, okay.
There's a little bonus for Juggernaut players, you know. He's the white bread of carries. Let the man have something.
Well, Fezor tries to TP out, but no way Jose Hustler ain't gonna let you escape.
Man's been having a splendid game. Sacrificed himself for the team a couple of times. Team started owning the map. He could do whatever he wanted afterwards. Got himself a BKB.
That's also his only 2 deaths, by the way. The 2 times he rolled in to sacrifice himself. And Maestro easily finished up. Does have a buyback. They bought back on the Grimstroke as well. They're ready to fight because they have a BKB, so quote-unquote ready. Inkswell comes out, jump onto the Wind Ranger. False Promise a little bit early, but that's because you fear that big crit with the Alacrity buff. Juggernaut gonna spin to win. Wait for the BKBs to end, and Hustler in enemy backlines is managing to get a double kill. Rolling Boulder connects, triple kill. Oh my god, the Earth Spirit's going absolutely bananas. The GG got called as well. He's going a little bit too deep, but the Aghanim Scepter forces himself out of the fountain. And it is gonna be more than a K net worth advantage per minute in this second game. Almost a carbon copy of the first one.
Yeah, the only reason that it took a little bit longer is because the side of no bounty hunter doesn't push as naturally as the other lineup did. No Lycan around this time, but otherwise, yeah, a complete slaughter, honestly. Complete domination, and Taki really living his dream. He could kill whoever stepped in front of his feet.
I will, however, give the MVP for the series to, of course, that Hustler Earth Spirit, who played a very dominant Earth Spirit. Both games.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's one thing to dominate the kill scores, but to enable your team, especially in a game where you know you're most likely going to be winning pretty easily and, you know, not being egoistic about it, I admire that. I like it. So yeah, completely agreed on that.
But of course, that concludes this series. A lot sooner than we actually would have expected. So yeah, we will have ourselves another series coming in, which will of course be quickly going Spider Pigs versus Cascade, which will be the second series of the day in about an hour and a half. So we'll have ourselves a break until then. Well, yeah. In case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you, never gonna let Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you. Never gonna let you get away.
Welcome everyone, ladies and gentlemen, to the next matchup in the Free Ton League. We have ourselves Cascade Esports that are going to be taking up Spider Pigs in this next engagement. I mean, Spider Pigs, of course, unfortunately, the recent news came forward that, of course, they would be finishing up the tournaments that they signed up for and then would be parting their ways from the rest of the team. Nonetheless, they are still a very strong lineup, and Cascade has a pretty big challenge ahead. I myself am DK Truman, and of course, accompanying me for this best of 3 will be Kips.
Yes, I'm very glad to still be around here for this match, and I'm glad Spider Pigs are still sticking together. You know, there's a lot of teams that when they disband, they just immediately drop everything, and I think this is the much more professional way to go about it. So kudos to them for sticking together, sticking it out. I mean, I always have high expectations for LeBron. That's really a guy with integrity as far as I know. So yeah, glad to see him here, and I consider them the favorites.
Yeah, I would say the exact same thing, but of course we will see what's going to happen while we head to the live version of the game in a moment, because the draft is currently on its way, and a couple of interesting picks have been made so far. As you can see, it is going to be a Rubik and OD for Cascade versus the Void Spirit of Spider Pigs. And well, I do spot one name that I kind of didn't expect to play for Cascade, and that is Gilgear in the 4 position role.
Big name there, actually.
It is radiant spam.
So yeah, a little bit unexpected, but what I think is even more unexpected is to see Outworld Destroyer in the first phase. I thought that we'd all dropped him after the nerfs.
Well, OD can still do a lot of work, and is a very solid saving type of hero, which is always nice against the Void Spirit.
5 seconds.
Anyone who gets hit by that remnant or, you know, silenced, whatever, great way to avoid some of that burst damage from the Void Spirit. I also like that they picked a Rubik before the OD. If you keep Rubik in the game while you yourself pick the OD, you're going to get your Astral stolen. It's extremely annoying. In general, I haven't seen ODs do very well with it, and Rubik even really very much likes to steal your ultimate as well. So glad they got that out of the way first. And that means that they're going to have at least a solid OD game on their hands once we know what kind of OD this is going to be. Has Europe been playing this in the offlane position as well?
Well, yeah, definitely does get swapped around a little bit between the mid and off, and sometimes even 4 position, but in this case I would very much assume it's going to be Gilgear on the Rubik, who has, against the Grimstroke and the Void Spirit, some very great spell steals to pick away. A Grimstroke Soulbind, of course, and well, most of the spells from the Void Spirit can be fairly useful for Rubik. And considering he is, at the moment, on their team, the player with the biggest name, considering he's from the Hellbear Smashes, and he has been smashing his opponents as of late, I definitely do think that this game is a lot more open than I initially would have thought.
What difference can 1 + 4 make, huh? I'm tempting fate here deliberately, by the way.
Yeah.
I'd like to see just this one guy really pull the game together, but we're going to have to wait and see for that. For now, they're really taking their time with these bans here. Cascade does not want to get run out by a Lycan, and on the opposite side, Spider Pig saying goodbye to the Ursa. Also worth mentioning that the Monkey King, as well as the Enchantress being another Gilgear specialty, I think, already being out.
As 4 positions go, they can make or break a game pretty effectively. We saw in the previous series a certain Earth Spirit do a ton of work as well. And personally, I think that most teams' 4 positions are the most important roles, because they are the playmakers and have to play pretty much the entire game with as little farm as possible and still have as much of an impact as a core can have.
Well, in this case, though, I think we're going to see a battle in the picks at least for the carries. Wraith King out, Lycan out. I think Cascade's preparing for a Troll Warlord.
Well, they won't pick a troll on the side of Spider Pigs, of course, considering OD's in the game.
10 seconds.
But maybe we get to see a Spider Pigs Alchemist. Good with the Grimstroke, can gift an axe to the Void Spirit, so you could even swap it over towards the offlane position if necessary. Definitely think that an Alchemist, you know, works wonders with the Spider Pigs picks.
Yep, would make up for any laning possibilities or difficulties that the Void Spirit gets because of his early pick here as well. It's pretty possible, and I wonder if that's what Cascade is thinking about here. They are taking their time.
I mean, with the Monkey King and Ursa both being gone, those are pretty much the two strongest heroes against an off-lane tank that doesn't really have much to work with as an alchemist. No real disengagement, no real rush away. It's just one beefy boy that pretty much just gets mauled down after quite some time.
Instead, it's the PA. I'm not sure if I consider the PA to be a high priority ban right now, honestly. Like, maybe I'd look at it if there was a Magnus in the game, if there was an IO in the game.
10
But,
seconds remain.
I mean, we said it in the previous series that right now a lot of these carries can get active at 2 items. You get a Maelstrom and then a BKB or something related. And PA is definitely a 3-item hero. So, a bit unusual to see her get rated as a dangerous possibility here.
Well, there is going to be the Shaker. They banned out the Morphling themselves, so that combo is unfortunately not going to be in the game, but this is just even more steals for the Rubik. This is perfect for Gilgear.
Seconds remain.
Yeah, I would personally not pick Earthshaker into Rubik if I had any choice, but I guess they really want a way of stunning people at seriously long range.
Okay, Coddle, interesting pick. Against the Shaker is very fast, so most of the time can just run away. And
Or Stab
maybe
Builder.
it could be a pretty decent Ember Spirit safe lane game for Cascade. Interrupted Blinks. They're pretty weak against Magic Burst.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the only thing I would have against that is that the Grimstroke ultimate is very annoying for anyone who relies on mobility in order to get around.
Yeah, but that's why you've got the OD to save his ally if necessary in that case.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's a
in
good
general,
possibility.
Grimstroke's ulti is going to be good against pretty much every safe laner. I mean, Grimstroke's ulti is just great. It's just a fabulous
great
ulti.
regardless, yes. Yeah, but at least there's, for most safe laners, there's a BKB window where you won't get bothered, and Ember Spirits and BKBs don't really... If I know my Ember Spirit players, they usually kind of don't want to build that item, even when it would be a really good idea.
Yeah,
I don't fault them. It doesn't really add anything to your kit.
Radiant's
a little bit of damage, a little bit of strength. Ooh, Night Stalker is very good against the Ember Spirit though, so maybe that one slightly less chance now. But that means they have 2 strength melee heroes in their off lane. So Cascade, they're gonna go for the Dusa. Well, with the Coddle, you constantly give him mana. Dusa OD is that's some heavy hitters on the side of Cascade. And Spider Pigs are going to need to get a heavy hitter themselves, because otherwise you're not going to take down a Dusa with their draft.
Oh yeah, and right now they have the kind of draft that really wants to engage. Void Spirit wants to jump in, Night Stalker wants to get on top of this squishy backline, but they're going to have to execute it right, because if they don't have the damage, then this Medusa OD are going to absolutely destroy them. And especially the OD with the extra Astral defensively is going to make it hell for them.
10 seconds.
I like Cascade's draft so far. This is coming together really nicely.
Spider Pigs have to go for one of 2 options. They have to go for something that it becomes very strong in the early game, or something that becomes very strong in the late game. And well, As you can see, no PL, no PA, no anti-mage, so 3 of the solid Medusa accounts have been taken out. I still think that Alchemist is a pretty solid choice here. If the Spider Pigs pick it up, it could, you know, get you to the point where you can win the game by 20 minutes before the Medusa gets her items.
Yeah, you can definitely outpace Medusa and take all her terrain with that, especially because the OD doesn't really push waves either, so both of them are most likely just going to sit in the jungle. You can take towers from that. But this is going to be their tempo core then. Bloodseeker, and oh, we are going late on this.
This tends to be a little bit more on the later part of the game. I do love the Arc Warden. It's an interesting last choice. We get to see a Bloodseeker Rubik laning up against the Arc Warden. Okay, I'm trying to think, who do I favor here? I mean, both sides have, like, building damage. They've got Roche damage. They've got team fight. But I think I slightly favor Spider Pigs, just because the one thing that Cascade don't really have as great is split push. And Spider Pigs can constantly force their enemies back towards their base.
Yep, I agree that this Coddle is going to have to work overtime if he wants to work against it, with summoning people around, with pushing waves. I personally like Cascade's draft here. The Bloodseeker is hopefully going to do a lot of work. The AoE silence can really mess up most of Spider Pig's lineup, and I think that the Medusa later on, you kind of want to buy another damage item than a Rapier, but eventually you end up buying a Rapier anyway, and that is going to be your way to get through that Arc Warden. So the natural way to deal with him is in her kit.
Yep, the True Strike coming through from the Rapier, of course. Very useful against the Arc Warden. But then again, one big plus of the Arc Warden will always be the fact that he can... depending on the item build, of course, but if you get like a Scythe of Ice, you can lock down Adusa before she can ever respond in a fight. And you've got yourselves the LeBron Grimstroke Soulbind as well, so you can really make some very great item combos on the Arc Warden.
Let's shake things up.
You should have known better.
And of course, if LeBron gets some amazing godlike farm, he could get the Aghanim Scepter. But, you know, that's talking about light years into the future.
Yeah. For now, we're first going to have to see how these lanes will shape up. I imagine that this is going to be the Bloodseeker going towards the offlane. OD on mid
30 seconds.
versus Noob on his trusty Void Spirit. I've seen this man pull off some plays.
It's good to see Mastery again. I missed Mastery. He used to play on Team Empire. Hope, if I'm not mistaken. And I always thought he was a very solid off-lane player. Sometimes you just, you know, Team Empire creates so many great lineups.
Yep.
And it's always impressive how they manage to create so many great lineups, because their scouting tool is probably one of the best out there.
They are very dedicated to scouting and have been for years. It's also, sometimes it's annoying in CIS if you want to get players. You want somebody who's unknown. You're basically always going to have to go to Empire and be like, hey, how much is his buyout? Because they've got them all contracted.
And not too surprising, OD in the mid lane matchup against the Void Spirit, and OD is rushing the Meme Hammer.
I don't think it's a meme. I think we should really phase that saying out. I think Meteor Hammer is extremely legit.
Oh yeah, now it is. Beginning it was a very big Meme Hammer, and it just stuck.
That's fair.
I mean, it took a long time before someone actually started getting themselves a build with the Meteor Hammer going. I remember the most prominent one was the Naga Siren, Song of the Siren, and then toggle. Oh, what was it again? There was an item that you had to toggle to then immediately time it perfectly after the Song of the Siren to get the Meme Hammer land.
The serpent supreme.
Weird times.
Yeah, I don't quite remember that anyway. But I've seen a bunch of ODs miss it. I've also seen a bunch of ODs use it very effectively. The fact that you actually get a ton of stats out of it, as well as that you get to push the enemy tower, when normally OD is really a hero that either needs to rotate defensively or farm jungle slowly, it's a great asset.
I mean, the crown gives you 4 of all attributes for 450, and if you buy the recipe, you get 4 attributes on top of it for $200 cheaper. So in a sense, you actually just get more stats for, at the end of it, which is pretty insane. You don't see a lot of the time where recipes actually give you more stats than the actual item.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, towards mid, OD. And the man fight going on.
Has been killed. One side.
God, it's so annoying to deal with that arcane orb spam in the early game. It does so much damage.
But at least the cooldown has been added to quite a bit now. 6 seconds. I think honestly, if he didn't have that, Noob would not be in this lane anymore. But as it stands, he gets to stay. And he gets to even bring the fight towards the OD, which is, he's got to keep on doing that. If he doesn't pressure the OD, then he's just going to start to get slowly pushed out.
Well, speaking of slowly pushed out, the Arc Warden's being forced all the way back. Lane's getting pulled. And being a very problematic situation here for the side of Spider Pigs. Luckily the pull gets cancelled out, but Lil Pleb needs to find a couple more last hits, because the Bloodseeker is pretty good at denying creeps. As you can see, he's already on 8.
12 and 8, and then 7 and 0 for the Spore Arc Warden. Well, he makes it 8, but no double digits for him just yet, and it's starting to become worrisome. Of course, an Arc Warden is always going to catch back up again, but you really don't want to be sitting around waiting in for forever.
Especially considering Ego bottom lane is farming up very successfully on the Deuces. Got pretty much a free lane. Against the Shaker Night Stalker, they can't annoy the Deuce at all with those 2 heroes.
Yep, as you said before, double melee lane, and both of them really suffer from getting spammed out by the snake, which the Medusa can do whenever she wants to, because she's also got a coddle with her. Poor Mitch here, getting slowed up.
Looking for that first blood. Mystic Snake. And does stay alive. Illuminate Blast is available. And that's going to be Kadaro getting himself first blood. Well, in the meantime, topside LeBron finished off by Guildgear. So a great start for Cascade with a 1k net worth advantage.
Only lane that isn't 100% a win for them right now is the mid lane, and even there, look at this. DD Rune makes all the difference. Shishu just runs down Noob.
And now also the Ring of Health coming in, so the constant passive HP regen added to the OD. And his mid lane is going to be perfect. A lot of experience ahead against the Void Spirit as well.
Bounty. For the twin.
Yeah, the only difference here really is that at least Noob could tank a little bit and maybe get a rune to regen back up again. But you can see that the passive regen is doing a ton for Shisu here. And Noob has to play so careful. He needs to make his calculations, because if he does it wrong, he's gonna get banished and blown up with the Sanities.
Yeah, gotta be careful of that mana regen on the OD. If he gets a couple of lucky procs, back to full mana, and yeah, then you're in a world of hurt. Mastery top side, they're gonna try and deal some damage to the Bloodseeker, but it's nowhere near enough. Plus the fact that Bloodseeker can just passively heal up the entire time means he doesn't even have to buy that much regen going forward.
And he's flying in an urn right now, so he's going to be looking for either a kill from a rotation pretty soon, or he's just going to try to make it together with his support. Get the first urn charges on the board, get that regen, get the extra kill power, and start snowballing from there. And he is really the only one on his team that needs to snowball for now. The OD is doing well enough.
That gold is flame.
Yeah, the Arc Warden, as long as he stays alive, he's building up the Hand of Midas. As you said, they will always be able to find some farm somewhere, somehow.
Awful hero.
I mean, I wish I could play it.
I immensely admire players that can actually make the Arc Warden be relevant early on. Like I've seen some pretty interesting, I think even Blink Dagger builds from Thompson, which is amazing.
Yeah, but again, Thompson is like, you can't, no.
Yeah, no, he's
no
in a
one
league of
compares
his
to
own.
Thompson.
I know, but I wanted to highlight that apparently it is possible, and I love it because the hero just invites people to sit back and farm.
Yeah, Thompson is a very interesting character. There's not a mid
To say
laner
the
out
least.
there that I can just think of when I think of ingenuity. I mean, Thompson Voker, of course, brought the entire Quaswex to the scene. Grimstroke recently as well. The mid Grim.
I've seen Setsu recently try and fail to replicate his Oracle mid.
Yeah, you just
Going in on Shisui here, but not really dedicated yet, even though Furion was waiting in the wings. And we kind of glossed over this, but Noob did get a kill on his first rotation. Bloodseeker kept off of level 6 for now. But he, of course, immediately needs to go back to mid, because this OD is going to start hammering his tower now.
It's not too much that it can get done against it, unfortunately. That mid tier 1 tower, well, just mid control in complete favor of Shisui. And he even gets some mana rege and quickly runs away before he gets blasted by Shisui. Luckily there was no meme hammer, of course, available, but that timing needs to be absolutely spot on, which is fairly hard to do against the Void Spirit.
You'd much rather save your hammer to hit the tower anyway. If he gets to do this 3 more times, actually only 2 since they do not even get to clear the creeps here.
All towards mid, it's gonna be
Slows,
Shisui
stick.
dropping low. Does have his own save to keep him alive. Mitch is going deep, but he's gonna get astraled, and now he's underneath the tower. Gets hammered as well. Big blast coming through, and Mitch gonna get sapped. Gilga gets a double kill. Is also almost level 6 on the Rubik, and a very solid advantage gained from Cascade.
Tower is under attack.
Gildir really showing off some calm and collected moves there, getting the stuns exactly right.
Dire's bottom tower is
Lil
And
Pleb
that
has the Hand of Midas finally.
Yep.
Dire's middle
I mean,
tower is
he has to because his other 2 cores just went down.
He's
Shisu
trying
is
to
just
run
going
away.
straight for him, they know exactly what they want.
Oh, but they're taking a lot of damage in the top lane, though. So they have to be careful. Inkswell onto Shisui. Doesn't have the Astral Imprisonment. Lil Pleb, the real one, is actually charging in. Right click comes out. Shisui, is he going to drop dead? LeBron. The healing salve is still going on, healing him up. In the meantime, Lil Pleb on the side is going to get taken down by Mastery, but they will actually keep Shisui alive. Fervian in a very problematic situation. LeBron as well. And all of a sudden, 3 kills coming out for the side of Cascade, and they managed to turn that one pretty heavily around.
It took so long for the backup from Cascade to come in, I thought it wasn't happening anymore. Dara over on the side, I don't think he 100% realized that he was dealing with the real Arc Warden there. He just sort of stood there in his bubble and was like, huh, this man's really low, I guess I should click him.
That was a
is under attack.
pretty
Dire structures
solid engagement there. It's kind of surprising, really, as you said, that the support just wasn't there in time. LeBron's going to get caught topside by Mastery now as well, and the tier 1 tower will be next to follow suit. They already took down the tier 1 towards mid, and it is looking like complete control coming out from Cascade.
This Medusa has barely been touched. She's just stacking Ancients for herself right now. Gonna have a great timing on that Manta Style, and with Medusa as well, just a 2-item timing hero. You get a Manta Style plus damage item, anything will do. I've seen Daedaluses, I've seen Butterflies. I've even seen the odd and extremely brave Rapier. But yeah,
the
she gets
good
that
old
and she's online. The
Manta
good old
style.
miracle rapier.
Yeah, the Manta style rapier, Aegis, game's done, finished.
Game's done. Yep. I wonder if Ego is gonna go that far. I doubt that he's gonna go for the rapier, although he'd get major points from me if he did.
Well, if he did, he could just easily go high ground. There would be not anything that they can do against it. I mean, Arkwarden can of course keep it drawn back with the magnetic field, but that's about everything for Vivian. Still not level 6, is gonna get destroyed topside, while in the meantime Shisui finds Mitch in the bottom lane. And a 5k net with advantage for Cascade, who are really making it troublesome. Inkswell onto 2 though. They're looking for the Dusa kill, but of course Dusa does have Stone Gaze. If necessary, Mastery the Rupture onto Noob, who's going to hit the 8th remnant. Looking for the Mastery kill. Will find the catch. Noob is not going to get held in place, but he is going to get finished off. And Shisui with the meme hammer on the side blows up LeBron quickly. So they still manage to get the absolute advantage in favor on the side of Cascade.
Very dominant from them right now. I must say that I didn't expect it to go that well for them. And right now, Spider Gigs is in for a world of hurt, because they have a lineup where 4 heroes are supposed to run at the enemy, but there's no way they're running at this lineup anymore. You're not going to get this OD. You don't want to deal with this Medusa whatsoever. She is way too fat. The only target that you can really get is the Bloodseeker, but he is so hard to bring down. He's got an Atos. He's got a ton of stats.
Dire should look to their top tower.
Yeah, the problem is, split pushing is great for Spider Pigs, but you kind of need the items first. You need, of course, your your Maelstrom, and then afterwards your bots before you can get any split pushing going. And until that time, you have no chance to start split pushing on the Arc Warden. So it is pretty much free roam time now. And look at the position of Ego as well on the Dusa. Manta style done, 13 minutes in. This is some ridiculous farm on the Dusa.
Having a whale of a time. And yeah, this smoke from Spider Pigs, they know they need to do something, so here's the attempt. But it doesn't really get them anything other than a good ward and maybe a little bit of damage on his bottom tower. You have to wonder if Cascade want to defend that. They have all the space they could possibly want over on the top side of the map.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But who knows, maybe they don't feel like giving away a tower for free. Right now,
Noob, controlled, silence, dead.
There is little hope for
Well, at least he has a regen rune bottled.
he'll respawn with full health and mana and a regen rune.
Value.
Not nearly as powerful on a
Double kill.
void spread as it is on the storm.
I'm going out on a limb and say he's not going to get the Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke this game. I know, wild assumption.
Wild assumption. I mean, it should be a very high priority, honestly. I value getting an Aghanims on the Grimstroke when there's a Dusa in the game over such thing as, say, an Aghanims on the Earthshaker.
Okay, Mitch charging in. But he's alone. Dusa ulti coming out. Okay, Ego's ulti has been used. The fight's just new. They're going to jump the backline. It's going to be Kadaro taken down. Okay, 1 kill caught. The silence, however, keeps the Void Spirit out of the fight. Drop the hammer comes in. Fervian does have an Echo Slam, but has not had an opportunity to use it just yet. And it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. They only lost the 5 position Coddle.
Cascade, really great group play. They know that there is never going to be an Echo Slam. So they can stick together and really keep on dealing damage to these very short range heroes of Spider Pigs. They have to go in. And poor Noob is really not snowballing at all right now.
Struggling at the moment, but Shishu is going to get caught. They should possibly get the catch there. Dropping low. Ego pumping out damage, but finally Shisui is going to die. 5 kill streak picked up by Lil Bleb. And they're looking for more. They lose Noob, but it is going to be Medusa that's going to be the main target here. Will they have the control? Echo Slam holds him in place. Medusa does get mana, but the stolen Echo from Gilgir comes in together with the damage of the rest of his team. And they manage to take down Mitch and Fervian. And it is, by the way, a 6-0-10 Gilgir Rubik.
Yep. He is doing exactly what is expected, although he's also definitely yapsoring some kills here and there. Like that snipe in front of Kiara was not necessary, the Cottle Wave had him. But you know what, you're the stand-in with the big game, I think you get to do that.
I mean, who cares about a 5-position Kato getting kills? It's all about that Rubik being fat and juicy. Lil Pleb will have his bots now done, though. So he's got his beginner's part of the split push, but they are 11k behind in 16 minutes. So, I mean, Gilgir's ahead of Noob. That's just
we
terrifying.
We were talking about PA being a 3 item timing hero. Well, you see, Arc Warden is a 2 item timing hero, as in 2 item timing for when he starts farming. And then after, he usually needs 2 more.
Yeah, and the Deuce is almost done with the butterfly, so he's got his own evasion coming in. We'll need a little bit more stats though, because they do still have a decent amount of magic damage on Spider Pigs. But Fervian, top side, is going to get spotted out. Gilgir, that sap does nearly enough damage already. Drags him, holds him in place so Shisui can finish the job. And oh, look at the support from the supports. Setting it up nicely for Shisui to get the final kill. Oh, by the way, that Odie went for a hand of Midas.
Yeah, I saw that. There was a little bit too much scuffle in the mid to really talk about it, but that's how you know he's confident. You know what? We have a Medusa, but we also have time. And he's
Gilgir mid.
hitting a Midas. Oh, yeah, this might be the end of him.
That's a big kill. 6 kill streak, 500 bucks for Noob.
Still.
I mean, he's still terribly far behind, but it's slightly less horrible right now.
It is something. But yeah, a long way to go before they can challenge Ego in any way, shape, or form. And this is just going to be a Yule Scepter on this Void Spirit. It's all about making sure that you get perfectly timed, by the way. How did Shisui do that while also picking up the rune? How does he know so perfectly?
The next level play.
Frustrating. You're a Void Spirit. You're supposed to be able to turn on a dime, but not like this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. There is little hope for Dire's middle tower.
So yeah, BBB almost finished on the OD now as well, and this is where it's really... The Night Stalker running at him is not going to do anything anymore. Long range stunts from the Earthshaker, not really going to do anything anymore. Shisui is an absolute menace. And we're not even talking about Ego in the picture here. Just this OD alone would be trouble enough for Spider Pigs to take down.
Well, they finally do have the Shaker Blink though, so at least he can be a little bit more useful in these engagements. Definitely a possibility to blow up the Medusa. First time, second time will probably be a little bit more problematic.
Yep, definitely, and I don't expect them on Cascade to actually let go of their Roche control for the rest of this game. Medusa thrives on getting Aegises. Aegis?
AGI, I think. I would assume
AGI.
AGI.
We should ask OG what the multiple is.
Whenever I have a question, SMARACIS is the one in my mind that has all the answers in life.
He's a wise man.
I see him more as a nutty professor type.
See, the thing with Sir Actionslax is that he speaks the true, but we don't always want to hear it.
But Windrange is such a great hero. Oh, there's gonna be a dead Mitch. They don't have Lil Pleb for the defense. Medusa's just standing almost at the tier 4s. He doesn't really care, because, well, without the Arc Warden, they really don't have enough damage.
Definitely not. That's the first Rax of the game gone, and they're barely 21 minutes in. This is looking extremely rough for Spider Pigs. They, especially in an Arc Warden game, they only have the bottom
tier 1 tower removed as well, so this split push is going to take forever to get to any kind of threatening position. There's no way to force people back right now. They're just huddled in their base.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, it is a little bit sad. We won't get to see the rapier. It's going to be the Dusa going for the MKB instead.
I mean, it's not a full queue up. Like, he's just got the Demon Edge, right?
No, he's got the other piece already bought out and flying on the courier, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they're at the secret shop.
Oh, I thought I checked that. Oh, that's my bad. It is an MKB. The dream is dead.
The king is dead. Long live the king.
Queen, I think, in this case.
Well, buyback from LeBron. But he goes. His age just got reclaimed. Rupture gets thrown out on the side on Mitch. Meanwhile, we're gonna drop. Hold down the Arc Warden double. It is gonna be Shisui with the BKB run forward. However, the Dusa is the scary one. Still has the Stone Gaze to charge after anyone, but that's a dead little pleb. And don't really see that much of a saving grace left in this game. They are going to control up Shisui. Echo Slam from Fervian. They find themselves a second, but that's going to be a Dusa pumping out damage. Charging forward, LeBron, Shadow Amulet's up, but Mastery ran towards the base, the fountain, to buy dust, and then turn around and then hit him with the dust. That is some...
That'll teach him.
yeah, that's some 300 IQ play right there.
Oh, I respect that. I respect that a great deal. And yeah, great victory here from Cascade. Very straightforward, actually. Really solidly played in the lanes. And then from the draft, it just doesn't really give Spider Pings much of a chance to come back into this game at all.
Yeah, they got pretty much annihilated here. So far, all 3 games that we've casted today were very one-sided, but there still is a chance for game number 2 and possibly game number 3 for Spider Pigs to get back into the tournament. We'll be back after a short break for the next matchup.
Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 between Cascade Esports and Spider Pigs. Game number 1 was, well, a lot faster than we initially would have expected in the Medusa versus Arc Warden matchup. This time around, though, 4 completely different heroes have been picked up to start the draft off with.
Yeah, so that Enchantress that I noted was banned in the first game, definitely first pick material for Cascade Esports, along with a Monkey King. And then Clockwork and Viper, I mean, this is potentially just their offline support duo, offline duo, which
Radiant's
could be
turn to pick.
extremely strong. Of course, once you're in the Clockwork Cogs, you can't exactly get out of the poison anymore. And then a Witch Doctor. That's definitely going to help in dealing with the Enchantress, making sure that any damage that you deal on her sticks, and of course Cask bouncing between her and her creep.
10 seconds.
Well, Witch Doctor is
5
also very
seconds
solid against the Monkey King, though he can mischief dodge it, but it is a very squishy hero when it comes to magic damage, and they have a decent amount with the Viper Witch Doctor. It will probably be a Clockwork position for, I assume, with Witch Doctor 5 and the Viper offlane. I mean, tend to see more Viper offlanes than mid, and I assume also that's the reason why they picked it, because it's very strong against the Monkey King in lane.
One of the few heroes the Monkey King can do absolutely nothing against. He's never going to get any value out of dodging anything with the mischief. He's never going to get enough stacks on you if you just stay away from him. You should be able to get boots advantage on the Monkey King as well. So definitely no crossing the distance for him there. And yeah, a Monkey King, once he goes in, he stays in. Like, turning things around is kind of his MO, but versus a Viper who deals more damage as you get lower, it usually doesn't work out so hot.
Mirana.
Okay, Mirana, interesting choice. Don't see that one too often, but doesn't care about the Clockwork Cogs or the Viper, or really the Witch Doctor. Can mainly get out of dodge pretty easily against these heroes. And well, the one thing that is great, of course, with the Mirana depends on your mid laner. If you're gonna get something like a Void Spirit, I mean, I would say OD, but of course it has already been banned. But a Void Spirit can do pretty much the same. You hit the Aether Remnant, the arrow flies in, and you set up an easy combo for the mid take.
Yep. Favorite offlane combo with the Mirana right now is the Mars, which is not banned right now, so that's a possibility for Cascade. And Spear into Arrow is a little bit harder to hit than a Remnant into Arrow, but a ton of stun, a ton of damage, very effective. Let's see if they're maybe looking for that. For now, Cascade most likely looking for their carry pick, and once again, ton of carries banned out. No Troll, no Ursa, and no Wraith King either. So who's left of the popular ones? I mean, we both know that Alchemist is out there, pockets jingling.
It's surprising that we haven't seen that in general. 4 games in a row we haven't seen it, whereas when you look anywhere else, it is pretty much either banned or picked every single game.
Exactly. So wonder if they're thinking about it. I mean, the Monkey King matchup is, as we said in the previous game, one of the worst ones for Alchemist, but you should be able to work around that with this Viper somewhat.
It is an interesting affair right now, I would say. When you look at team fight, Spider Pigs have a more solid team fight. Cascade are more solo heroes running around the team fight, whereas Clockwork, if you get a couple of caught in your cogs with the poison from the Viper underneath, it can do a lot of work. Cask Bounce added in, Death Ward, Maledict, you know, they've got a lot of ways to really harass their opponents. Juggernaut pick coming out, which is pretty decent against the Monkey King. Of course, if the Monkey King gets his Wukong's command, the Omni Slash does a lot less damage.
5 seconds
But the big plus for Juggernauts, of course, if he gets that Aghanim Shard, that he can pretty much Aghanim Scepter effect, he can one-shot the Enchantress with it, and there are not a lot of safe laners that can really destroy an Enchantress that easily.
Definitely not. And with his spin, of course, he's also much less threatened by her in lane than pretty much any other carry. That said, I do think that with the Mirana on board, there's probably going to be an Enchantress 5, so maybe not too scared of the creeps at that point in the game yet. But yeah, solid overall pick. I mean, I called him the white bread of carries. It feels a little bit unfair, but at the same time, if Dota had box art, it would feature Juggernaut.
Pretty
I'm honestly
much.
surprised the anime is not about him.
I mean, we all see how many swords he gets every single big content update with all the new skins. He always gets a beautiful, gorgeous, new, gigantic, bright, flaming, or whatever sword. It is the Morphling that is rather interesting choice. Could be mid, could be safe. Of course, if it's gonna, they probably want to lane it up against the Viper, because the Viper Witch Doctor, they literally do nothing against the Morphling. Dot damage is absolutely dreadful against the hero.
10 seconds.
So it's a very solid morph game.
Definitely, and one of the fun parts about playing it into a Juggernaut is that if you steal the spin, you get yourself a free BKB. Of course, with the morph, the ability morph nerf, now the range on that is very low, so you gotta get rather up close and personal to that Juggernaut first. But it is definitely one of the benefits of picking a morph into either a Jug or a Lifestealer.
Yeah, but we all know that this is gonna be a Bara off lane.
10 seconds.
Hey, I'd respect the hell out of them for that.
5 seconds left.
It would be absolutely glorious. Bara off lane together with Morphling in the same game. Oh, you'd have so much fun. Plus, it's actually not that bad against the Juggernaut
It's Radiant's ban now.
lane wise. But you see the Mars getting banned, the Lina getting banned. I mean, Lina in a sense is great against the Morphling, but it's also been about 50 best of 3 since I saw my last Lina game.
I usually dislike Lina's in the mid lane position. I think she's too squishy. I only trust Ori with that hero, and everybody else should probably just stick to her playing her support.
I hate playing against it as a 5 though, because, well, if it is a support Lina, because her attack range is ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Well, at least she got that armor nerf. Aren't you happy?
10 seconds.
Yay! That will make my 400 attack range Winter Wyvern happy.
5 seconds left.
Not so much. Alright, so looking for an offlane here. No Enigma, no Mars. It's a couple of big teamfight ults out of the picture, and I do like that angle from Spider Pig saying, alright, they're kind of short on that teamfight right now. These big AoEs. Let's take a couple of them straight out of the game. And I actually hesitate to think about
Dire pick.
what else that's been popular recently would make for a good pickup here. It's going to be the Void Spirit. So yeah, this is Cascade are definitely leaning on the pickoffs, on fighting heroes one by one. They are not favored at all in a big 5v5 right now. Especially not if Spider Pigs pick up somebody who can actually teamfight over on their mid lane.
5 seconds left.
I mean, I assume it's a Void Spirit offlane, but it could easily be a Monkey King offlane. Would be good against Juggernaut. Not so great against Witch Doctor, but can definitely just bully the Juggernaut out of the lane, which would be also kind of problematic for the Jug. And, well, the Void Spirit, it depends pretty much on Spider Pig's last pick. They can always swap Cascade's lanes a little bit. Maybe Monkey King save more, depending on what the Viper is going to really do for the Spider Pig's draft.
Choose your hero.
There's your AoE team fight.
Well, that means it's going to be a mid Viper, so I'd say put the Monkey King mid. Sorry, the Morphling mid, Monkey King safe. And
Yes.
then, otherwise, that would be a very bad move.
Very upset. I mean, I was not really looking forward to a Monkey King offlane, just because we saw in the previous game that a Monkey King who does not have a good game, or the previous series, I should say, will not be able to actually get himself back out of the dumps because he's just so fragile. He needs his space. And at least he doesn't need as much space as a couple of other carries, so I do like an MK as sort of a medium carry with that Morphling. But a little bit of a greedy lineup from Cascade, combined with the fact that they don't have the teamfight advantage here, this feels a lot rougher. I don't want to give them the draft win right now at all, and I'm probably leaning way more towards Spider Pigs here.
Spider Pigs have got one absolutely insane combo with the Darkseer Vacuum Wall into the Cogs with LeBron. I mean, everything they have pretty much can do a ton of AoE magic damage and control up their opponents. Of course, their opponents are not the easiest to control. Mirana, Morphling, Void Spirit, 3 heroes that can easily get out of dodge. Monkey King a little bit less so. But the Monkey is getting pretty much a free lane. He's up against the Darkseer. Clockwork can be a bit annoying, but against the Darkseer, you literally don't even notice that the hero exists.
Well said. Yeah, this is looking way better for Spider Pigs. Maybe they're waking up a little bit here.
Well, it is definitely, hopefully for Spider Pigs and for us that we can get this to a third matchup. Going to be at least a closer affair than we saw in the previous game. I mean, if they get rolled on again, it's over in no time. Oh, I would say with their draft, it's not really ever over. I'm not personally a big fan of Viper mid, mainly because, well, it's the same thing. It falls off very, very heavily later on compared to other mid laners. And then at that point, you'd literally only really have a Juggernaut, and Darkseer would be, of course, a supportive player on the team, but it mainly would have to come from the Juggernaut.
I mean, I do like Viper mid, but for basically the same reasons as you state as drawbacks. For a brief period in the game, up until about 25 minutes or so, Viper is ridiculously strong. He is tanky, he's hard to fight into, you can siege towers with him without actually having to dive it, and it means that people have to engage into you, which is very obnoxious, and not something that I'd recommend for anyone looking to have a good time. And yeah, of course he falls off as a price for that insane power spike, but by that point you should have been able to take over most of the game so hard that Lil Pleb should be nice, fat, and juicy.
The only problem is,
give me
of
that
course,
Viper mid.
normally you pick up the Viper mid against anything that loses against it, but Morphling wins that matchup. So, yeah. Well, he doesn't lose that matchup because he can just swap to strength every time he gets Dota on him and you'll never die. Especially because it's a mid-morphling, you get that extra experience, so you get level 3, level 5 fast, so that attribute shift is going to just constantly keep you healed to the max in that mid-lane matchup. Only the beginning is a little bit troublesome. After that, it's smooth sailing for the morphling, and a morphling that gets solid farm and experience can actually be a very active hero.
30 seconds to battle.
Requires some
to what
restraint
you'd
and
expect.
control, but yeah. So the real thing that I'm looking for is the kind of build that Noob's going to go, because you're completely right, he isn't going to win this lane if Shisui plays it right. But what you still can do is go for the Nether Toxin build, push out the waves, and then supplement over on the side and get more out of the lane than your opponent who cannot clear any waves. Now let's see if that is what Noob is going to go, or if he's going to bring the fight.
The problem with Nether Toxin is the fact that there's very little value in leveling it up to higher than level 1, as you can see with the stats that you gain. It does max DPS 20 more every single time, which is so just almost useless. That it's not like the old Viper where it literally had like a 4-second cooldown and you could spam everything with it. It's just a reasonably weak spell this time around, so he'll just mainly have to try and get early ganks, get lucky with the runes, try to secure the runes, and then go for like a poison attack spam bottom lane. Yeah,
he's
definitely.
so slow.
Luckily, he does have a clockwork on his side, so that definitely helps.
Well, it would be the first time today that we see either of our teams make their way over for the 4-minute runes, because so far everybody's been very focused on their side lanes. And talking about focus on the side lanes, Lil Pleb just gets focused by a really big arrow right there.
Well, dropping low, but not low enough. LeBron went for level 1 Voodoo Restoration, so he'll just keep Juggernaut happy. And go in the actual support Witch Doctor, something you never ever see in my games. Level 1 Voodoo Restoration ever. Oh, another arrow lands. LeBron dropping low, but is just going to barely stay alive and slowly but surely heal up. But it does seem that Gilgi has been hitting some very solid arrows so far.
2 for 2. Not bad whatsoever.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
another
3
arrow.
for 3.
Okay, that's a painful lane. Mastery dropping low though. Doesn't have Disseminate. Does have Resonant Pulse for that extra block on himself. LeBron dropping low. Might be first blood. Gilgear, will he get the kill? He's looking for the catch. 8th Remnant. LeBron is stuck in the cubby. Gilgear needs to jump away. He actually forgets to move from the Juggernaut, just right-clicking him down. And it is going to be the creeps actually getting first blood.
Yeah, he could have totally stepped into the, or even jumped into the woods there and kept attacking. A little bit of a mess up there.
Yeah, and the hard counter for, of course, the Darkseer is the Enchantress. You cannot run away from Enchant because it purges off the buffs you get, aka the Iron Shell and the Surge are completely useless when you lane up against an Enchantress. So yeah, this is a full free lane for the Monkey King. That's something that you're gonna just have to write off on Spider Pig's side. Darkseer is most likely gonna be in only the favorable position when he shoves the lane in.
Yep, and I was really looking forward to this Clockwork, securing some lane creeps for his Darkseer, pulling them away, making sure that he does not in fact have to deal with that Enchantress, but right now it seems like she actually gets to do what she wants over to the side here. She got the pull off as well. These Fervian hijacks it.
Well, Shisui towards mid is being heavily harassed by noobs. Attack range is constantly hitting him with the poison attack spam. Is now almost level 4, but needs probably level 5 to be able to really be viable in that mid lane matchup.
Having to constantly shift is not fun for your last hitting prowess whatsoever.
God, it's so terrible to play against an Enchantress when you're a Darkseer. Like, you can't walk too far out of the lane, because then you're dead. It is going to be this time around, both 4 positions walking in to try and defend the rune, but Gilgear a little bit too slow. Noob picks up and bottles the Arcane Rune. That's especially the crucial part here. So a big plus coming out. Morphling does have waveform. We do have Fervian behind him, but the Morphling should be just fine. However, Fervian might hit him with the Rocket Flare if he swaps towards Agility, and that's what he's waiting for, to get that one-shot blast coming through. Is he going to be able to get it?
Help!
Oh! That is so perfectly timed by Fervian. It is absolutely gorgeous to see. Topside Master is going to get taken out as well. I mean, that was just... You saw it coming from a mile away, but it still was beautiful.
Puts a big grin on my face. He was very close to showing his position there.
Where are you going?
Held silent and gets the reward.
Well, Fervian chasing in after Kidaro for a bit, while Mitch is trying to farm up the jungle. But Bounty Runes spawn, and it's going to be 3 Bounty Runes for the side of Cascade, with only the singular one for Spider Pigs, even though the pigs are 1k net worth ahead right now.
Radiant's middle tower's not
A lot different energy from the previous game. Now what I really hope is that Fervian here is also going to... Actually, it looks like he is going to get some time with the creep wave, especially because the Darkseer is not... never mind, he's already roaming. The problem with Clockwork support is really that you gotta hit that level 6 in time. You're going to need the tome, and you can't roam too much or you're never going to get to your 6. And once the laning stage breaks down, you're not actually useful without your 6 whatsoever.
Well, Shisui is getting some battery assault harassment from Fervian, who's trying to make sure that the Viper can pretty much bully the tier 1 tower down already.
highest bottom tower. Don't look good.
And the Viper Strike available. Shisui's just gonna try and drag the creeps away.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Will not be chased any further.
Middle tower is under attack.
Well, except by Fervian.
Well, he's looking for that courier, but I heard a Mirana from behind. There's still a Bounty Rune to be picked up. In the meantime, Ego gets a little bit over aggressive towards the bottom lane, it seems, because Noob TP's in and finds the kill on the monkey. Well, that's at least a little bit of time for Shisui to catch up in mid.
Yeah, he's going to be happy without that poison-breathing snake. Literally breathing down his neck all the time. But yeah, right now it's going to have to be... Normally it's going to have to be Mastery who makes things happen once he hits level 6, and it's still possible, but him and Gilgear really have to bring
For the hunt.
a very exact energy to that because their other cores right now aren't having the best of times. Monkey King, Inch has been doing a lot of work for him, gotta say.
Speaking of Venge, Kidaru in a little bit of trouble, doesn't have Nature's Attendance, Wisp, so Maldic does do a decent amount of damage, but that's gonna be a dead Ench. He quickly tries to blast LeBron there, sends out his Satyr Tormentor, which is pretty decent harassment for a level 2 enchant.
The prize is mine.
But it's not enough, and Shisui, well, he's now level 6, but the two support, it's mainly Fervian who's been absolutely the bane of Shisui's existence. He can never really go for the full swap between Agi and Strength because, well, he's afraid of that Rocket Flare hitting him again.
As he should be.
So, Ego bottom lane, Spin comes out, and will get taken down with a good rotation from a little pleb on the Juggernaut. But that does mean that Mastery gets some free, because they're spending so many resources to killing off the monkey, which of course very necessary, but that does mean that they can get farm on other parts of the map. Shisui looking for the Fervian kill, but does not have another chase method available. Noob is gonna get caught though. Oh no, not again. Shisui got rocket flared. The exact carbon copy move coming out from Clockwork, finishing off the Morphling, swapping towards Agi too much. They will find
That
Noob, which
makes
is
the
of course a
Viper's
big
death.
one.
Yeah, that makes the Viper's death entirely worth it.
It is still sad though. And Fervian, the catch onto Kidaro. Will try and finish off the Enchantress. Eighth Remnant's gonna hold him in place though and keep Kidaro alive. But Rocket Flare immediately gets rid of another healing salve, and Fervian is pretty much doing most of the work right now on that Clockwork. He is absolutely making Shisui experience hell on earth.
He is, and now he gets to get some levels in the mid lane. Absolutely love that. And Shisui unfortunately moved to the bot lane, which I think is going to be the next point of attention for Spider Pigs. They have their carry down here already. This Viper is in position to just move on down as well. I don't think you get to hold this tower. He'd better just straight up retreat into the jungle entirely.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time for that Morphling to recover and get active. Mitch towards top is gonna get jumped. Kidara's there, so he needs to have vision, but there's gonna be the enchant slow, and Mitch, well, vacuum wall gets thrown out, but Mitch is gonna get taken down, and Ego can just boundless strike everything to quickly heal up back to max.
Here comes Dire's plucky little
Even find the career of Mitch, and net worth wise between the two teams is actually pretty close because Ego is at the top of the board.
My sprites are with us.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Radiant's bottom
We
tower
are going
needs
to
a
take
hand.
these towers right now. Well, in the mid lane. Oh. Fervian, hook shot. Still the bane of Shisui's existence, I'm afraid.
It doesn't let up easily. Gilgir is going to TP back. No Maledict damage to finish him off. I mean, just like Kidaro is making it hell for the Darkseer, the Morphling is the one that's actually struggling this game. TP
Luckily,
towards
both
mid.
of them have a primary core that's doing really well right now.
Spirit Vessel's almost done on the Viper as well. Shisui does scout them out, but Arrow's not going to connect. Cask bounce, heavy damage, battery assault. Shisui does have a wave for him and can of course swap towards strength, so should still just be fine. And they will instead find the rest of the team. Again, Shisui, okay, Rocket Flare came in. We got, you know, every single Rocket Flare makes me fear for the Morphling's life.
Clockwork's a fun hero like that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Global damage infusion, hell yeah.
Well, he did find the Possessed Mask, which is great for the Morphling.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like sometimes you see Morphlings, especially if they want to go the E-Blade instead of the Lincoln Sphere, either spam a ton of salves or get themselves a Morbid Mask. But he doesn't have to. Unfortunately, though, he is going to be confined to pretty much
Middle tower is under
this
attack.
triangle here of his own. His team hasn't managed to take any towers yet, and meanwhile there's 2 down on his side. Nothing to do about that's a little Blood's domain now. Nothing to do top unless they go and kill Mitch again, but I think he's gonna have backup this time.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Incoming.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, that Guild Gear on the Mirana, like, even if he hits an arrow, yeah, he's gonna have to hit a godlike arrow to make something work for his team, because they just don't have the lineup to really start a fight right now. Mastery is their best hero for making plays, and if they're gonna try anything, they're gonna have to do it with a big smoke gank, which they're gonna attempt right now. But Kidaru is still not even level 6 on the Enchantress. Not that, you know, it makes that much of a difference, but that just shows you how unfortunate it is for the side of Cascade. Though the net worth advantage is still only 2k after 12 minutes, so it's definitely still doable with the monkey being this farmed. But smoke on smoke action coming out. Fervian's got that hook shot, of course. Jump in onto Fervian. Wukong's man comes down. Clockwork in trouble. The wall gets placed. Death Ward as well. The vacuum drags the monkey back, but they should be just fine. And the rest of Spider Pigs actually is going to be away from him from Shisui, who turns into the Viper, but is completely all on his lonesome, swapping towards strength, but cannot stay alive because, well, he tried to play the Earth Spirit game of the previous series, but he's one of their more important cores.
Yep, and woefully underfarmed, obviously. That was a very rough decision. And you can see here, just for the teamfight strength alone, that once Cascade's strength in the jump is spent, the Void Spirit is basically all of their damage. Once he's done with that, there is not much left over, and Spider Pigs can just mop him up.
Okay, Mastery, TP top, does need to still be careful. Yes, you're a Void Spirit, you're very elusive, but that net worth advantage just doubled up, and they are looking pretty dangerous. Ego's gonna go for the BKB after his Maelstrom. I mean, he's pretty much the one that does, like, he's the only one that does damage at this point in the game. The Wukong's command was pretty nice, unfortunately, just needed it a little bit further to really make that fight work in your favor.
And you could see that even though he's pretty farmed, he doesn't exactly have the damage yet, so Noob could stand around in it for quite a while. And Noob, by the way, with that Spirit Vessel, one of the reasons that the Morphling was terribly unhappy to have decided to go in there.
Yeah, we'll need that Manta Sal, but it's going to take a long time before he has it done. They just need to create space so that he can farm, but he needs to create space so that his monkey can farm. So they're kind of contradicting each other pretty heavily in that regard. Okay.
It's the classic dual carry problem.
Shisui, he waveformed in, does not have the morph, but there's no attempt on his life, luckily enough for him. Still would be fairly scary though, anywhere against this Juggernaut, who is now done with his Maelstrom as well. Does do a lot of damage with the Omni Slash.
Yep. Imagine to see him go for a Manta Style as well. Purge of things like the enchant, get off the silence of the Void Spirit eventually when he gets to that.
Oh, Mitch is going for the Aghanim Scepter, which of course is a great buff. The fact that it just lasts longer and gives HP shields, but of course Enchantress can't purge it off. So at least they have a counter a little bit against it. Shisui, be careful. Every single time I see his health drop to 0, I'm like, there's a rocket flare with your name on it.
Yeah, I mean, he already got a hook shot in the middle of his waveform. I'd say he's pretty ready to deal with whatever else Fervian's got for him.
Well, Spirit Vessel on the morph. Fervian's chasing him down. Battery Assault isn't going to get close enough. No, Fervian actually in trouble himself. Ego doesn't have the Boundless Strike available just yet, and it's going to be the TP away from Fervian. So close and yet so far away. Speaking of close, Mitch topside is being hunted right now by Cascade, but in the tree line will be just waiting and seeing what's happening.
Yep. And he got his iron shells on the previous creep wave, so he also doesn't have to worry about that. They can't dive in just like that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All the while, the net worth rate just slowly creeps up. You can see how much Cascade are straining to finally get this top tower down. They don't have anyone to hit the towers. They don't want to dive it in case that they get challenged to another team fight and lose horribly. And in the meantime, heroes like this Viper have finished Boots of Trouble. Now you can really get involved in anything that his heart desires.
Spirit Vessel bots, he'll be able to hunt Shisui all over the place. Shisui, well, they are both level 11, so honestly, Shisui is still getting some decent experience going his way and slightly catching up with net worth. But you need a little bit more than slightly at this point.
He's got about a Yasha's worth to go before he's caught up.
But the active hunt on his life has been subsiding reasonably. They're not going for him at the moment. They're just letting him farm in the meantime while they're looking for a fight up top. Wukong's command comes down, Boundless Strike onto 2. Mitch is dead, Fervium's in trouble, and the dive in from Mastery onto LeBron. An absolute big turnaround from Ego's Boundless into Wukong's command. And while you see the Maelstrom there comboed with the Wukong's does do a lot of AoE magic damage. In the meantime, bottom lane, Shisui is gonna get tickled, but again, he's just gonna be fine standing underneath the tower, trying to keep it alive. Whereas Spider Pigs are trying to grab it so they can pick up the outpost. Okay, Shisui very aggressively waveforming in. And that's just going to cost him his life. Didn't even finish off the healing ward there. I get why they tipped him.
That was a frustration move. He is very done with this game, and to be honest, so would I be, but I'm not a professional player. Now Lopeblood makes it to top. At the very least for Cascade, they got this tower down. It's some much needed room to breathe. There's 2 camps here that they can now access more reliably. But losing the outpost for that, maybe nobody's going to be in position in time.
They are fighting Mitch multiple times.
And he just got assassinated.
So they are fighting. Oh, Shisui, why are you going with the waveforms in every single time? He's gonna survive, but my god, is he making it scary.
He's having a rough one. And that's the scariest part. Like, this is our mid laner. Even though Mitch has had a pretty dreadful game overall on the Darkseer, he's playing against an Enchantress, for goodness sake. He is still ahead in net worth of this poor Morphling.
Oh, Viper would be a big kill, but they're just gonna grab the bounties and dip. Cast bounce on Mastery, but no more control coming in afterwards. Okay, needs to micro that Hellbear Smasher a little bit more, Enchantress. It's just standing there, AFK, Kadaro. Okay, he swaps over to the Satyr Tormentor. Still, you know, gotta get that macro going favorably.
You've got to Michael your animals, in the immortal words of Pyrian Flax.
I am mighty.
It's actually kind of surprising that they kept the outpost. So
yeah, just nobody was on that side of the map anymore. A lot of effort being put in by Spider Pigs, and then it sort of slips their mind to actually get the reward for all their actions.
Oh wow, where did he go? Oh yeah, the double damage. Okay, I was just looking at the Witch Doctor, moved towards top, and half a second later, Witch Doctor was dead. Cool. But yeah, that's a BKB Monkey King right now. Shisui's gonna get gone on top. Does not have the waveform just yet. Now finally able to waveform back. But is still a goner with the blink from Juggernaut catching up to him. Going for the swift blink even.
Milplab's going to be a force to be reckoned with. He actually went for the SNY, so really the more aggressive option. And pretty viable here, because he can always spin off the enchant, and then the Aghanim Scepter from the Void Spirit is going to take quite a while to get around to still, so... I don't mind his build at all. He is tanky, he's got a lot of status resist, and now he can get on top of people very fast as well.
They're looking for a fight bound the strike onto 3-hook shot onto Ego, pops Wukong's command. Well, wants to pop the Wukong's command, but cancels it in the end. Kadara is just running away with the Nature Tendance Wisp on him. And while being invis, the spin from Lil Pleb does have the Omni Slash still available. Ego is going to pop the Wukongs, but the Omni Slash coming out, Death Ward, and I mean, they threw 3 ultis on his face. Of course, he is going to die at that point. They find LeBron in return, but the big plus is the fact that they delay Roshan long enough for the Morphling to get back in action. Shisui joins the fight. Vacuum was pretty much on spot. Shisui almost gets taken down there. And they're hunting for Fervian, but he's just kiting them all the way around. Waveform in from Shisui, looking for Noob with the right clicks. Is gonna find the catch, and now just again tries to run away. The blink from Lil Pleb to dodge the blast, but it is gonna be, I think, yeah, Gilgir hit him with the arrow there on Lil Pleb to keep his Morphling alive. And they get back. How? Oh my god, another rocket flare. Are you kidding me?
Oh
yeah, just
my
keep
lord.
taking Fervian.
Fervian! What a monster. How could you? The poor man thought he was safe. Again, he tipped him back.
It's a 1-7 Morphling right now. A full Brazil score.
Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. Fool me thrice, I guess you get the tip.
No, Roshan's gonna get taken down, and that's gonna be the Aegis for Lil Pleb.
Yeah, I was going to state after that fight that I was really impressed by Shisui getting his act back together. He had a couple of very narrow misses in that team fight, but he looked mechanically sharp. He was finally doing Morphling things. And then Fervian.
Yeah, you can just never pretty much go full 1 HP in this game. Just never even consider it. Always keep at least a couple of 100 HP going your way. Although, especially if you're on your way towards your pit. LeBron, cast bomb's pretty nasty, but there's too much healing going on the side of Cascade for the Maledict to really do anything at this point. Even Gilgir's got the mech. Oh, Fervian getting spotted out,
right,
but he four-stabs himself to the low ground even, and will be able to get himself out, even as the hook shot still left. That is, God, Fervian's playing such a good game.
Absolutely incredible. And Mitch, who's not having as good of a game, does have his items ready now. So he's got some Iron Shield charges, and he's going to be spreading them around liberally.
Ego, well, he had some pretty decent engagements, but is at the moment 4, 3, and 4, so has not really been able to farm as much himself either. And as you can see, Lil Pleb, he is a reasonable amount ahead. Kadaro is very dead. Tries to glimmer. Oh, LeBron doesn't have the stun available. Kadaro's actually going to survive because, wow, Nature Tendance Wisp does so much. That means there's no Juggernaut towards the top lane. Shisui going for the man fight up against Noob. Will lose his life for that engagement, but does get the kill beforehand. Mitch, in the meantime, sprinting away, but dodges the bounty rune, so that's at least going to be some extra cash for the side of Cascade. And Mitch is just sprinting. Kadaro's trying to hit him with the enchant.
Oh no.
Mitch in the tree line will be found out, and this is a favorable engagement, finally, for Cascade again. It did cost him Shisui, but, you know, at this point, we'll let it slide.
At this point, he is probably used to the fountain. Swift Blink for that jug, though, and that is a man that they haven't been able to touch yet, whatsoever.
Yeah, Blink Omni Slash right now with the attack speed increase does do a tremendous amount of damage, and just in general, the Blink attack speed goes ham. Godlike streak, 906 on the jug. And he's going for the Basher next. I mean, the Juggernaut, Monkey King can beat a Juggernaut, but you kind of need to catch up in farm to be able to get that done.
Yes, ultra late, especially once you get the Wukong's command ring, or even later on level 30, the extra armor as well. it becomes nigh impossible for Juggernaut to win the man fight. But right now, this Jugger deals so much more damage than the Monkey King. Look at him!
Double damage, Swift Blink, Omni Slash. Pretty quickly.
That guarantees a shard for the Juggernaut as well, so he's going to be able to deal that much more damage in his spin. This Enchantress is probably not going to survive the next time she has a close and personal encounter with the Jug.
Dire's bottom tower's getting
Though to be fair, Kadaro has been creating a lot of space by pushing out the side lanes and just all in all being a very big nuisance with the Glimmer Cape, with the Nature Tennis Twist. There's like 4 times where D should have died, but just stayed alive. D kept dragging back the Viper and Juggernaut to keep them occupied. And the net worth advantage is only 5k, even though it looks like it should be like 12. Lil Pleb is just scary this game.
He is. The reason Kadaro's making so much happen is just simply because his matchup in the lane where he wants to be is also the lane where Mitch wants to be, and as it turns out, Mitch still does not like him. Hookshot once again on the money.
Well, they still have Mirana's Invis. Dust has been used, so he is now invisible, but there's another Dust connection. Waveform is available for Shisui. He's going to go for the straight TP, but look at that. Rocket Flare all day long. On to the Morphling.
I was gonna say look at it go, but that's his teammate's line. Yeah, Shisui is... Man, I can feel the frustration in that grayed out morph face right there.
Oh, Kadaro
this is not his game, this is not his series
anymore.
anymore.
Comes down though from Ego, controls of the Witch Doctor. Going for Noob immediately. 8th round, he actually slightly gets caught by the vacuum wall to try and grab Ego out of the Wukong's man, but he's still just chilling inside. Stun onto the Darks here with a big arrow from the Mirana, but Ego's just going to run away before he, of course, gets caught by, in 12 seconds, that Omni Slash from Lil Pleb. Look at that surge, surging Omni Slash, Juggernaut chasing in after the Void Spirit. Did he just cliff himself?
He did, he guessed wrong.
That's a little bit of an oops.
Oh well, he got off there, nothing to see. Please disperse.
I mean, he's done 0-7, he's doing enough. Still only 5k with advantage. Oh, Mastery. Trying to go for the jug hook, shot dodged. So at least an ulti used. Boundless Strike in on Lil Pleb. Unfortunately, no Wukong's command, but they're going to lock him in place. Arrow is going to get tanked by the Clockwork. Great job by Fervian again. Omni Slash comes out from the Juggernaut, and it has been wasted. It's going to be the Void Spirit, Death Warded. And they're looking for more. Shisui gets aggressive inside. It's going to be Ego with the bash onto the Witch Doctor to control him in place. Shisui is still going to be staying alive for the time being. And the arrow dodged by Lil Pleb there would have been on the money. It's going to be the 3 cores of Spider Pigs running away. But they managed to bait out the Omni Slash and make it completely null and void in that engagement. So that's, in its sense, already a victorious fight.
It is, yeah. It was still a bit scary afterwards because Lil Pleb could technically still take the fight to them even though he didn't have an Omni Slash anymore. But...
Shadows, take us.
luckily, neither decide to take the risk. In the end, though, story of that fight is once again Fervian tanking that arrow there after he spent everything else. That's the way to go.
Yeah,
What a
the
player.
man, the myth, the legend right now in this second game. Because that would have been a dead Juggernaut if he got hit by the arrow. Surrounded by so many enemies. Gilgear has himself the Guardian Greaves, so sustain as well being built up. Void Spirit with the Aghanim Scepter. They're getting themselves some items. And that Monkey King is building up the Abyssal Blade, so it definitely does become a little bit of a threat. If you can't really fight him that successfully inside the Wukong's command. And while Noob is falling off further and further, does have a Scythe of Vice, but you really do feel the Viper's impact dwindling.
Yep, his window is now definitely over. And conditions are pretty much exactly as necessary. The Juggernaut is big. Now what they gotta do is get the right fight to drive it home. And I do want to see a good wall vacuum coming out from Mitch. He's had some okay ones, but especially the last one where he didn't actually land the wall on anybody caught in his vacuum was a little bit lackluster, so going to need to see him execute that properly if they want to actually take this game without too many more losses.
Well, second Roshan has spawned, so this is exactly what Spider Pig's looking for. With the Juggernaut going for the Ayaskari, if you get an Aegis and she's on top of that, he is gonna have way too many lives to deal with.
It's going to be pretty incredible, but the Abyssal Blade is also finished on the Monkey King. So now the MK really has an option to lock down or blow up one of the supports, and the same goes for that Void Spirit. So that's two heroes that can get blown up immediately straight away during the engagement from Cascade. And Spider Pigs is going to have to either match that or avoid that somehow, but right now there is no avoiding Spider Pigs. They're coming up from the back.
The courier kill from the illusion there. E-Blade's finally done on the morph, but that does mean no buyback available on the Morphling side. And that's actually a point. Only a buyback is available for Mastery on the side of Cascade right now, which is scary. Which is very scary when you're fighting outside your own base.
Radiant's top tower's under attack.
Dust attempt from Fervian.
The Clockwork has 2 dusts, but they're not stacked. But how the? Oh, one's owned by LeBron. Okay.
That makes sense.
Still looks weird though. There's hook shot in onto
shot.
Kadaro, Enchantress. Oh, jump onto an illusion. The wall gets placed. Ego tries to spot the Wukong's command, but he's taking so much damage already. Is going to stay alive for a little bit longer inside his own Wukongs, and actually turns it around onto Lil Pleb, who takes a lot of damage. Ego needs to stay alive during this engagement. Noob jumps in aggressively inside the Wukongs, will manage to get the job done together with Lil Pleb, and Shisui not going to be so fortunate. He's going to get melted while he is still pretty much full agi. 3 for 2 trade so far, only the 3 for 4, sorry. 2 for 4. The 2 supports were the only ones to die on the side of Spider Pigs, and they even bob back on to the Clockwork of Fervian.
He just needed to be there. No, pretty much exactly the scenario that I described. You get these supports living long enough, luckily, to distract the enemy heroes from Cascade somewhat. Lil Pleb gets out of the Wukong's command after a pretty great turnaround from the Monkey King, honestly, and then Noob decides, nah, you know what? I can still stand in here.
Yeah, that 25 is kind of a big deal for the Monkey King. If he gets the Wukong's additional Wukong's command ring, it could really help him and his team, just so that no one can really get in your range.
I'm not sure he's going to get to it this game. Lil Pleb is straight at his door.
Kadaro, Glimmer Cape, they don't have him. Oh, they have a gem on Noob, so Kadaro is slowly but surely dropping, but is going to stay alive thanks to Nature's Attendance Wisp being so absolutely amazing. There's going to be the E-Blade Adapter Strike. Aegis gets popped. Okay, that's already the first life. The cheese is on the Viper, who has a way to heal himself up. Vacuum wall from Mitch is gigantic, and it's going to be the control in Ego taken down. They will hunt for Gilgear as well. No buyback available on either of the two. And they actually want to re-engage right now. Finally, buyback comes out from Gilgear to rejoin the fight. E-Blade onto Mitch. The Darkseer is going to get away for Dot, taken down by Mastery. Shisui is going to spin away. Has the healing ward behind him as well to keep him alive. And that's going to be the Juggernaut. The Scythe of Vice. Shisui is going to get controlled up. And will again not swap into his strength form, which is so very unfortunate to see. Kadaro is just going to get hit by the Death Ward by LeBron. Will actually stay alive through it all for the time being. Juggernaut will spin him to death though. But Noob and Lil Pleb need to be careful, especially Noob. Noob is dropping low. Noob is dead. The arrow lands onto Lil Pleb. Perfectly timed by Gilgear. Buyback coming out from the Enchantress. Gilgear and Lil Pleb in trouble. Omni Slash comes out. He's going to turn it around onto the Void. Kadaro glimmered up. Buyback from Noob to rejoin the fight. But there's going to be the Mastery buyback as well. It will be Lil Pleb TPing out. But if they find Noob, that would be absolutely big because he doesn't have a buyback. He's dodging away the 8th Remnant. Has a Blink Dagger, but the Eulsept is going to hold him in place. He's going to get blasted. Slight damage ticks. They're missing their spells, but it's still enough to find the Viper kill nonetheless, and that's going to be a dieback onto Noob.
Not surprised that they didn't need to pay in the end. He was just so convinced that either the Juggernaut needed his help or that they were going to go for the end there.
If you can.
And I honestly think they could have turned there. I think the Jug could have gone straight on back in with that Viper by his side. Saw how much damage that Omnislash dealt. Cascade was not in fighting shape anymore.
My sprites are with us.
Kidaro on the run. Trying to disengage, vacuum back. He's keeping them occupied again and again and again. They don't have dust available, so he has the glimmer to try and stay alive. And even annoys him a little bit. The Abyssal Blade hit him from the Monkey King jumping in, but he goes dropping very low quickly. Wukong's command only catches on to LeBron, who's going to be able to get Force Staffed out. Oh, but the E-Blade from Shishui to find the kill. They know that there's not going to be a Viper for some time. Mitch is going to get slowed down, does have a surge soon, but there's the hook shot in. Fervian with the cog block to push away the Morphling, but they're kiting around the Juggernaut in this fight. He doesn't have Omnislash available yet. Fervian's going to tank that arrow, and he's going to be taken down. A complete turnaround in this engagement. Eighth Remnant onto Lil Pleb. It is greedy with the Darkseer buying back to continue on, but my god, what a turnaround on the side of Cascade.
They know that Noob just simply cannot come back for basically forever. They have to take their opportunity right now, and the way in which they do it is absolutely fantastic. Kiting the Juggernaut like that, he just does not get a word in edgewise.
He doesn't have the Abyssal Blade just yet on the Jug, so he cannot really... I mean, he has a Swift Blink, but the moment that a waveform happens, or an Aether, an Astral Step, or a Leap, like, they all dodge and juke him around. He needs solid lockdown to keep them in play. He needs that big, again, Darkseer vacuum wall.
What a vacuum wall it was, but...
It
just
only
not
resulted
quite
in
enough
one
to
kill.
finish the game. This might be enough to finish the game.
Oh, he does have buyback and 3 gold. So, it's a little bit annoying, but they should be just okay. They could even bait Spider Pigs into their base if Spider Pigs aren't careful. It's really surprising not to see a Juggernaut who went for Swiftblink, not going for the Ags.
Yep, I'm honestly very surprised by that as well. I think that he's been missing out on a ton of damage and a ton of surprise assassinations with that.
He could have killed like the Enchantress 3 or 4 more times at least.
Definitely. On the other hand though, the Skadi has made him insanely survivable, and we've seen these long fights play out in part just because this Juggernaut is so dang hard to bring down.
Well, looking for the first tier 3 tower taken down. In the meantime, top lane, we do have the Morphling Illusion split pushing currently. But if they only lose one set of ranks, you're pretty much okay. Juggernaut going in onto the very dead Shisui. It is going to be Ego in return. Pops the Wukong Smack, keeps them at bay. They will blow up Fervian. Looking for the backline. Both supports from the side of Spider Pig's going to get taken down. Juggernaut's actually dragged back inside the Wukongs. The vacuum wall is nice, but the Juggernaut's dead for 100 seconds. No buyback available. Mitch trying to run away, but Shisui turns into the Darkseer, but just better. Mitch is in trouble in the tree line, trying to stay alive, but there's no escaping death. And that's a dieback onto the Darkseer as well. They didn't even manage to take down the melee racks, and all of a sudden, Cascade get themselves back in the lead.
It's incredible. The Juggernaut is dead for over a minute right now. They should be storming up the mid lane.
Actually, they should have headed towards top to push that one out. As you can see, you already have Mastery rushing towards the top lane to try and keep the catapults alive. Actually is looking for Noob. Aether Remnant, oh my god, does get vision of the Noob though, and the Viper's in trouble. Doesn't actually have a way out of here. He's gonna get silenced up. He's trying to make sure that the blink doesn't happen, but Noob jumps to the side. Gilgear has an arrow, but will not be able to connect it, unfortunately. And yeah, their lane is being pushed out in the top side. But luckily there's going to be that mid lane of creeps coming in. And Shisui, I think, has his full BKB being delivered as well. Yep, there it is.
I can't say that he's back in the game, but he's definitely held his own.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Well, 2 sets of racks and then net worth in their favor.
Middle barracks has
Looking pretty good. Ego now, level 25, has got that additional Wukong's command ring, which we talked about that is going to be crucial in these fights. But even without, they managed to get it. And of course, the most important thing for Shisui is going to be that second waveform charge. Because he keeps on waveforming in and then just being stuck. Oh,
Fermion?
shot. Going inside the Wukong's command though. Very risky, especially with Noob dropping so low. Balance strike. He's going to get hammered down by Kidaro. 100 seconds, no Viper on the side. LeBron's going to get taken down by Kidaro as well. Does have a buyback available this time around, but that's going to be your second set of racks finished off. And you don't even have the Viper for defense. Roshan might be up in 10 seconds, might be up in 3 minutes and 10. It's all still debatable. Lotus Orb in return. Haha. Get cast.
I'm not sure what that go from Fervian was. That's the first time this game that I've seen him make a really big misplay. His team was not ready to go there. The Wukong's command ring too big to engage into. We talked about this. They don't have the range. You don't get out of there alive. And their Juggernaut wasn't even up.
Dire's top barracks are feeling the pressure.
He's rushing to finish the Abyssal right now.
Well, no one has a buyback at the moment, and Roshan, well, that next Roshan is of course going to be the third Roshan, which is either a free Ags or a free Refresher. They'll take both, you know. You can't be picky in that case, but a free Ags normally sounds a lot better. Especially for the Monkey King. That would be great.
Would be a great increase to his damage. Yep.
Same with the Juggernaut. Both safe laners need their Ags actually, but Mitch is going to get jumped. It is also level 25 Void Spirit coming through with the dissimulate stuns for 2.5 seconds. Fervian on the side, trying to go for the TP out. Eighth Remnant is actually going to be able to catch him out, and Fervian gets pull, drag, pull, drag, pull, drag, killed.
Shisui honestly styling a little bit there. It's like, yeah, I can steal your farm. I can cogs push you out of your cogs. How do you like that?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Finally,
man.
he can, you know,
Finally,
show
the
something.
revenge.
Got him! I beat the bloody clockwork. It took me forever, but the job is done. And they just smash everything through back to protection.
I don't think he cared about winning this game anymore. It's just get the Tin Man out of here. Abyssal Blade in!
Jump aggressively coming through. Wukong's man, second ring though. And this is where a lot of damage comes out. Death Ward getting thrown down. Lil Pleb is going to be trying to stay alive. Will actually be healing up. Nice. The Omnisize comes out onto Mastery, and that's going to be the Void Spirit. No, he's still... okay, now he's finally dead. They will buy back on the Void Spirit though. By the way, when that fight started, the moment they jumped in so aggressively on the side of Spider Pigs, Gilgear, who has plus two multi-shot sacred arrows, hit the Witch Doctor on the back line, so the Witch Doctor was completely out of the fight from the get-go.
Oh no, I thought those arrows missed. I was already looking at the sort of nucleus of where the jump was going to happen, but yeah, just off screen. Poor LeBron.
Yeah, he was standing in the tree line, trying to stay hidden, and then a random arrow whopped him in the face. Morphing, Ayasgadi done, and Roshan is up in 2 seconds.
Just in time. There's a absolute army of couriers watching this too. Let's see. Yeah, the dire one is just retreating actually, I think. It looks Noob's courier looks a little bit beaten up here.
He got bullied by the other couriers.
Yeah. Poor Roshan.
Well, Ego is going for the Lincoln Sphere next, actually. What an interesting item build from the monkey. Maelstrom, BKB, Abyssal Blade, Butterfly, Lincoln Sphere. I mean, against the Abyssal Blade, of course. But yeah, we really see that Viper doing nothing in these fights.
Yeah, he's basically done. I mean, the window for them to capitalize on their momentum on the side of Spider Pigs is definitely gone as well. It's now really all up to good team fights around that Darkseer. And Lil Pleb hopefully coming out on top, but by now the Tricore of the enemy is definitely way more powerful than whatever they can put in the field.
Well, hopefully the issue will be shortly resolved. We do tend to see a lot more problems as of late when it comes, well, just in general, online CS, of course. But one of the greatest things is, of course, when you, which I've noticed, is a lot of people are giving problems and issues that they have, and they say monitor, and I have no idea how that would ever be possible, that everyone has monitor issues. I couldn't even comprehend. I've never had a single monitor issue in my life.
I mean, I've seen it happen sometimes where monitors that aren't quite plugged in well enough, if you push or slam or move your desk, you're going to get disconnection sometimes. And it could also be the person sitting next to you if you're in a boot camp. I don't think that spider pigs are in a boot camp though. But yeah, that's the only monitor issues that I'm really aware of.
I mean, it's either that or TeamSpeak. Or Discord.
It's
but
always
most of the time it's TeamSpeak. Most of the time it's TeamSpeak. Just everyone go back to Skype.
Oh no, you shut up. We're not talking about that infernal program here.
Everything beats Teams. God, I hate Teams. Now, it has some nice features though for university work, but it's just, God.
Oh. Over here, we are people who do specifically not go to university. I doubt any of these guys has ever seen the university from the inside.
Well, there is going to be a blast onto Lil Pleb, try and lock him down. Very good lockdown coming out. Wukong's man second ring. Fervian is kind of stuck inside the Wukong's, taking a beating on the side. Will be able to stay alive. Buyback was forced out onto the Moran with the triple arrow. Is not going to connect, but Shisui is sprinting forward with that haste. They will find Mitch, and Mitch is done for. Buyback coming out from Mitch, of course, because this might just be as well be the last fight of the game. Aegis Cheese refreshes shard. They're looking to pick it up, especially Ego, who wants that second attempt at the Wukong's command ring to surprise their opponents. Kidaro, in the meantime, is just being the distraction. Does have himself a buyback available, so he's just going to pretty much play the baiting game, keep them occupied, and he did his job perfectly. They were so occupied with the enchanters there that they forgot to get into the roast pit. Now Fervian goes in, but a little bit too late to the party, and Fervian, while he's still alive for the time being, there's going to be the vacuum back. Ego does have the cheese, pops the second Wukong's man after using the refresh shard. Abyssal Blade control in. Is it going to be enough to find Lil Pleb? God, he is tanky. 4.6k HP on the Juggernaut. Is going to Omni Slash in return. Kidaro is going to tank it. The Enchantress is going to die back, but they keep Ego alive for a little bit longer. Has the cheese, but he's getting absolutely stun locked. No buyback available for the Monkey King for 50 seconds at least. Doesn't even have the money for Chishui with the right clicks onto Lil Pleb. They're trying to finish the job, but it is too much. That's going to be the first life of the Morphling gone. In the meantime, their base is being pushed, and tier 4s are under siege on the side of Spider Pigs. They need to just draw out this fight at the moment. As you can see, Cascade is mastery jumping very far forward. Their tier 4s are absolutely being bruised on the side of Spider Pigs, but luckily enough, they still have the bottom set of racks standing. If this was Megas, they probably would have already lost by now.
They definitely would, and honestly, I'm not quite sure what happened there. I think it's once again a problem with Ego just not having enough stats, not being tanky enough to actually turn things around. He keeps on hitting into the Juggernaut and dealing next to no damage. Having been hit by the Skadi, really limiting his lifesteal as well. And, well, Lil Pleb goes for the manly option.
Do we see? Oh, yeah, the Rapier on the Juggernaut. Almost level 30 as well, so you get a pretty decent amount of stats. It's not like it's superb on the Juggernaut. I mean, they're nice. They're not, like, game-breaking. For instance, the Monkey King, 200 armor in the Wukong's command on top of what he already gets. Not bad. My god, 200 armor? Then he's not going to take any damage.
He does not. Level 30 Monkey King usually wins versus any and all physical damage carries. It's pretty insane. But he's a long way off.
Well, the creep wave has been cut towards mid by the Morphling, so backdoor protection is coming in, but of course, Rapier, Juggernaut can hit through backdoor protection, and we have another DC on the Viper, who's stunned anyway for another second or so, so you might as well just unpause for another second. But yeah, the Viper is having some
That's
very
not how we do things around here.
issues. AoE Surge for the Darkseer, also a nice big addition to the firepower on Spider Pigs.
With their entire base being on fire on the side of Spider Pigs, though, it did take them quite a long while to come knocking on these rack stores on Cascade. So even though there was no buybacks on 3 of these heroes, the Monkey King is going to be back. Void Spirit, it might take 2 sets of racks before he is there, but it's not like it's going to be impossible for Cascade to make something happen. It's very possible to blow up a support with a well-timed E-Blade and maybe a Boundless Strike.
I mean, even if they lose the mid set of racks, that should be pretty much all they can get with back to protection coming in any second now. Top wave being pushed out, bottom wave. Mid wave got cut by the Morphling, so he already did his duty. He already did exactly what he had to do to make sure that they won't lose their entire base and keep themselves in the game.
Yeah, I can see Spider Pigs pushing through though.
I mean, in 20 seconds, the Monkey's gonna be up. I don't really think it's a good idea to go for the tier 4 push with back to protection on.
No, I was more thinking about the quad racks.
Oh. Possibly. I mean, they really have to hurry up then.
They have the poison attack effects buildings, so they can definitely, with the rapier and that, they can definitely go through if they feel that Cascade does not fight without the Void Spirit in play. But we're going to have to see what their actual opinion is right now. They seem to be pretty spooked of just that Morphling was all that thought, not at all. Lil Pup just went in.
And a double with a buyback from the Morph. Okay, that was a pretty big mistake coming out from Cascade. No buyback available for... Oh my god, look at that illusion from the Morphling just punching people down. Will get at least a kill, but they will lose Kadaro there as well, who also doesn't have a buyback available. Monkey is now back up, but it's, well, the 3 cores that have to do everything on the side of Cascade. Back to protection will finally fall off. Actually, no, it's being pulled back. The courier from Mastery keeping it occupied a little bit longer. Mastery is actually dragging away the creeps, but the back to protection has already been removed. They're going for the throne. They're going for the Monkey King, who does still have that cheese, but he's getting stunned again. Wukong's command. Omni Slash comes out, eats the cheese. Abyssal Blade hit onto the Viper. Wukong's command still not thrown out by Ego. Will be charged at. No BKB available for the Monkey King and will fall as well. This is going to be the control on the Void Spirit, the last one that was left standing on Cascade, and somehow Spider Pigs managed to still win the game after Lil Pleb gets himself that rapier pickup.
And here, neither of us thought they were going to go for the tier 4s.
No,
what a way to end this game.
A lot longer. Yeah, the fact that the Mirana got jumped there, and then afterwards the Morphling got annihilated as well. A little bit too far forward with the rest of your team being dead for Cascade. So, I mean, they did a very good job at coming back in the game, but definitely felt like they could have taken game number 2 as well.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I was all for Shisui redeeming himself and grabbing this game anyway, but unfortunately it seems like it has to wait for map number 3.
Yeah, we have ourselves, of course, the ending of game number 2. 1-1 is the score, and we will be heading towards game number 3, the final deciding game in this series, after a short break.
Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away.
All right.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3 of Spider Pigs versus Cascade Esports. Game number 1 and game number 2 were, well, game number 1 was fairly heavily in favor of Cascade. Game number 2 got very close, but eventually a mistake here and there was enough for Spider Pigs to secure it in their favor. And now we have landed to the final game of this series. I'm your caster of this day so far, DK Truman, and I'm accompanied by the always lovely Kips.
And thank you. And yeah, I gotta say, I thought that Cascade was gonna take that one. They'd fought themselves all the way through that massive juggernaut and to the gates of Spider Pigs several times, and they just couldn't quite finish off that game. Let's see what they got for us this time. Well, it's not gonna be a Monkey King. Wraith King still banned out, and Gilgear is going to have to make do with his Rubik again here, I think.
Make do makes it sound like, you know,
yeah,
he's gonna have to sacrifice himself again. Now this is a Gilgear classic, and he's definitely gonna have fun with the Void Spirit Kato being already the 2 first picks on the enemy team. He definitely has some nice spells to steal.
5 seconds.
A lot of possible magic damage. Of course, the step from the Void Spirit, very useful as well. And then Cascade pick up the Beastmaster, so I'm not too fond of picking up a Beastmaster early. It's usually pretty doable to get a carry matchup that works well into it, or pick, for example, well, an Enchantress, which got banned out by Cascade Esports, in order to make the Beastmaster's life a hell. But in this case, I think with the Bristle and the Ench out, he's going to have a decent matchup no matter what comes next. And then Troll Warlord immediately. There's going to be a ton of physical damage, attack speed over on Cascade for this draft, for sure.
Yeah, with the Beastmaster Troll, you already have Tower Push plus Roshan capabilities locked down. Team fight looks pretty solid. The lane Rubik Beastmaster is also great, because I assume it's a 5 Kato, but it can still swap around to a 4. But if he walks out of position even a second, he gets lift up and dragged back, and then the boars slow you down so heavily that you kind of just straight up die to the Beastmaster Rubik combo.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised to actually see a carry hero with some form of escape feature here. Either that or somebody who's just not afraid of physical damage. So we're looking at maybe an illusion hero, or we're looking at something in the Weaver department. I haven't been exactly convinced by Weavers recently, but there's been a lot of them. So who knows, we might see it picked up here as well.
I'm not a big Weaver fan either. Stupid bug. Just annoying more than anything. And they tend to build a little bit more glass cannon than most heroes, which of course could be great, but on the other hand, it also does mean that you're literally, you know, 1 move away from dying, which is fairly dangerous. Spider Pigs are gonna go for the tide, which is okay against the troll. It's not like it's superb. I mean, Troll Warlord can still swap towards ranged, and they still have a 5 position to pick up on the side of Cascade that can destroy a tide, so you still have to be fairly careful on Spider Pigs' side.
Yep, we've seen a Witch Doctor before in this series. That's one of the things that a Tide Hunter really would rather not deal with. There's several other options like that. Well, at the very least, Monkey King is not in this game, but Tidehunter offlane is the kind of hero that would even enable something like a Monkey King support.
Please God, no.
No, I've seen Babaca do really well with it recently. I mean, it's a
I mean,
few weeks
Monkey
ago
King
now, but
position 4, yes. Monkey King position 5, no.
no.
And if you would pick up the Monkey King to counter it, that means you'd probably put the Monkey King 4, but then you'd put the Rubik 5, which you also don't want to do, because Rubik without any farm is completely useless.
I think people should be looking towards a little bit more Rubik 5 than they usually do. I know it's been picked up sometimes, and the reason why is because right now he just gets free cast range out of everything, which means that technically, in order to play the same Rubik game that you did before, you don't even need the Aether Lens, which is kind of wild.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Disruptor.
And that's also something that a Tide gets really very annoyed by. Can't do anything against it, you're just going to take all of that electricity straight to the face and then Phantom Lancer.
Troll Warlord is pretty decent against PL most of the time. You just build the Battle Fury,
Yeah.
you can take him down. Beastmaster has a little bit more problems in the lane against PL, but it's not really that problematic. But with the Coddle, PL lane, like, you can constantly have an influx of burst damage thrown out, so that's kind of hard to deal with. But PL should honestly have a decent enough lane. One thing that I do expect to see once at least, maybe even a couple more times this game, is the fact that Gilgear is going to steal that Ravage.
It's pretty likely, especially with that extra cast range. It's very easy for Rubik to be far enough out that he can steal the tentacles before they actually get to him, or that he's getting himself outside of the range completely.
And Tidehunter, it's kind of problematic after you pop the Ravage to really instantly cast another spell, is because of the animation of Tide and everything is really slow. So you normally can immediately, it's not like a Phoenix where you immediately can pop the Fire Spirits. On Tide, you actually have to do the animation first, and he can steal the Ravage before that happens. If he times it nicely, of course.
Razor actually getting taken out.
Oh, it's really good against the Troll.
It is, yes. I'm just sort of wondering where they were going to lane it. I guess it's an indication that Cascade thinks that this is a position for Void Spirit.
It is Dire's bad.
Well, it could also be a mid-Tide.
Also a possibility. That's a rare type of fish, though. I wouldn't mind seeing it, but it's a rare type of fish.
Or the 5-Tide. God,
I don't want to see that fish.
I've seen
that
one
fish
enough.
gets thrown back into the sea. No, personally, I think for Spider Pigs here, if this is a position for Void Spirit, they could do with some magical burst damage, say direction
You might actually
Quap
just
or
pick up a
something.
new 5, make the Coddle 4, lane it together with the Tide. He's always got an influx of mana. Void
It's a
Spirit
fun lane.
mid, PL
You pressure
plus-
people under tower immediately.
Yeah, that means you can like get an Oracle or something with PL.
And then
Or
for
something else.
Cascade, if you're a little bit concerned about your Troll Warlord, as well as you want to add some to your pushing capabilities, etc., I personally really like DK versus lineups like this. He doesn't get assassinated by the Void Spirit or anyone else that might come up here. It's more than likely he's going to do just fine in his lane, and the extra added splash damage makes life extra hard for the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, he kind of doesn't die against Spider Pigs' draft, but PL doesn't touch him, Tidehunter does touch him, Void Spirit doesn't touch him. So, yeah, I think GK would actually be a very solid pickup for Cascade, depending on, of course, what Spider Pigs pick up as their last choice. Crystal Maiden, so yeah, Crystal Maiden, decent against the Beastmaster, can just freeze up his boars the entire time. And that DK pick of yours definitely does seem like one of the best possibilities right now.
It feels really nice to have an extra stun as well. But of course, maybe you get some problems in damage department. You're definitely very reliant on physical right clicks. You don't have that much nukage on board. So maybe you'd be looking for something a little bit more on the magical side as well. Could think about the Storm Spirit. Oh, well,
Your hero. Make
there we
the
are.
ultimate choice.
Well, the Storm Spirit, of course, a very good counter to the PL, even though instinctively you would think that the PL could drain his mana, but he just blows up all the PL illusions in no time, has a solid lane matchup against the Void Spirit. And the lockdown on Spider Pigs is not great. It's Ravage, Crystal Maiden Freeze, and Void Spirit's combo. So all in all, this should be a pretty free lane game for Storm Spirit to jump around.
Yeah, should be pretty good. Of course, until Nuke gets his Yule Scepter, then it's a question of are you going to be able to play around that? But on the other side, he should be able to have a lot of relatively free kills in the shape of Crystal Maidens and Cottles. Both of these have absolutely nothing to defend themselves from a rampaging Storm Spirit. So, Shisui, redeem yourself. This can definitely be the game for you.
Yep, well, of course, the first game was, all things considered, not that bad. But
No?
definitely think as well that that previous game was, well, kind of disastrous.
It was, yes. And I mean, it's not so much redemption that I think, like, oh man, what a loser, you know? Can't even play a Morphling. It's more like, no, he suffered. He needs to heal his wounds by bathing in the blood of his enemies. That's how we do it around here.
Prepare yourselves for the main.
Yep, Kips is a monster who likes to bathe people in the blood of their enemies, as you can hear.
That's
Soft,
how you do
soft
it.
voice, horrible personality. Sorry.
Hey, the bloodlust is the only thing that keeps you going once you're in Pro Dota, man. You have no idea.
The more blood, the better. But we do have aggressive peak, high ground. They spot Kadaro. They can get pretty close to him, but Smoke's gonna get popped by Gilgir on the side. Slowed down, but they will be trapped in. Oh, the Aether Remnant actually long range holds Gilgir in place. The body block from the illusion for 3 seconds longer. Gilgir's gonna get just barely back to stay alive, but it does mean that the Disruptor leveled Kinetic Field level 1, which is also not great for the Disruptor.
Yeah, that's not too great, especially when you have this Tidehunter opposite you who you'd really like to harass out of the lane as fast as possible. He gets fairly obnoxious once he gets to level 3 when he has both the Anchor Smash for damage reduction as well as the Kraken Shell first point. And he's most likely going to get his levels slightly faster than you, so... Daro, unfortunately, is a range creep right now, unless Eagle wants to... Or should I say, gets an opportunity to go on Furbian. And they're not done mid, LeBron?
Oof. And Shisui gets first blood. Well, that's gonna be some nice gold for the Storm Spirit secured. It is 3 bounty runes, of course, because of that for Spider Pigs to start the game off with. But Shisui, well, he's definitely gonna be happy getting himself his Null Talisman delivered.
Yep, great start for him. Nice little damage advantage over the Void Spirit. I mean, he already has a damage advantage, but this just cements it even more. And he needs that because, of course, the Void Spirit has the Resonant Pulse Protective Shield, which is going to tank up a little bit of that physical damage as you'd normally otherwise throw at him. But yeah, I've seen this matchup be a lot of things. I've seen Void Spirits completely dominate this in weird situations, but most often it's just supposed to be a 50-50.
Yeah, that tends to be the case. Really expecting Cascade to get decent lanes in their favor. Of course, LeBron on that Crystal Maiden can definitely be a nuisance with the Frostbite, Arcane Aura buff for his allies in the other lanes. But Ego on the Troll Warlord can honestly bully Mitch out pretty nicely if he plays it correctly, because his lane should normally get pushed out once the Coddle starts, you know, hitting the Illuminate Blast inside the creep waves and Tidehunter hits the Anchor Smashes. So honestly, Troll Warlord should still have a pretty decent lane. He's going for the Ring of Health first item. as well. So no problem really for the troll.
And a good indication that there might just be a Battle Fury in his future.
Frozen out.
And over on this bottom lane, you can see that up until this point, Spider Pigs have been doing pretty well. Lil Pleb chasing after these boars, well, dinosaurs should I say. But LeBron is actually out of mangoes right now. He brought 3 of those to the lane. And the time of spam is over. He's going to have to start pulling, as he does right now. Because they can't play up on this lane anymore. He simply does not have the mana to sustain that type of play.
Or you have to send in more mangoes. He's sending another one with a clarity behind it. But yeah, Crystal Maiden's gonna need that level 3 arcane aura and well, level 4, level 5 as well. Otherwise he just can't keep those boars at bay anymore. Ego does have his ring of health, so he's a lot more survivable. Fervian is gonna push the lane out the entire time now, while in the meantime Mitch, well, he hits Ego with the smash, so that Ego does do a little bit less damage for Fervian with the Illuminate Blast, but he is in trouble right now. Ego can't find the right room through. Will find the kill onto Fervian after the glimpse comes out. They lose Kidaro first, but Ego at least gets the kill. The problem is, of course, he missed like about an entire creep wave worth of farm for that one.
Yep. Mitch, a little bit riskier here in my opinion to go for the Anchor Smash, but it definitely is more damage going towards these kills if you get the opportunity.
And of course the damage reduction that you get onto the Troll Warlord in that case. But
Yeah,
towards
but you
mid
can't
there's
always
going to be a
hit
gank by Noob. Well, the rotation coming out for the 4-minute lane runes, and it is going to be top side denied by Fervian, it seems. They have a lot of mana regen on the side of Spider Pigs with the chakra magic, but well, just their 2 supports doing so much with their 3rd spells.
Pretty insane. It's going to allow their teams to really play up, but on the other side, of course, both of these heroes do not have that much presence on their own in terms of disables. So the cores are going to have to actually make things work with the extra mana that they're given.
Well, both safe laners having a pretty decent lane. Mid laners are not really actively harassing each other. They're just letting the other one farm freely, which would slightly favor the Storm Spirit. Of course, Storm Spirit has a lot more farming potential behind him than a Void Spirit does.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Bounty Rune spawn. It should be a 2-for-2 trade. Pretty easily and straightforwardly.
Bounty.
Well, Lil Pleb bottom lane is taking some hefty damage the entire time from Gilgir and Mastery.
Yep. Mastery definitely having a slightly better lane than the Tidehunter over on the other side. On the other hand, that's probably also because the Fervian Colo has been taking some last hits here and there with the Illuminate Blast. Necrobook coming up immediately for this Beastmaster, so there's going to be standard passive pressure towards this bottom lane. Coming out, well, in about a minute or 3. Now we're going to see if Noob wants to rotate, or if he's going to go to top instead.
Okay, Noob, drag back, does have another Astral Step, drops pretty low, but the control onto Shisui baited him in, gets the kill secured, will be in trouble now, but Dissimulate actually doesn't time it correctly, and Noob goes back in onto Kidaro. The shield should dissipate in a second there, and Noob will eventually get taken down. But he already got the advantage by killing the Storm first.
Yep. And what an advantage that is. He played him. He came in looking wounded, pained look in his eyes. Oh no, you're not going to take my double damage, are you? Shisui says, haha, yes. Well, Not quite like that.
Indeed, not quite like that. LeBron, in the meantime, is just chasing in at it to try and get rid of all these mastery boars. But the moment he gets Necrobook level 1, it's a different story. You walk out on that CM, you just get bursted down in seconds.
Yeah, Lil Pleb is just biding his time here before he moves into the jungle with the extra agi of the Phantom Rush. Build actually jungles pretty fast, so not a problem for him whatsoever. But of course, farming lane creeps is basically always faster than jungle creeps until you have a farming item. It doesn't even look like Lil Pleb is going to be getting one. He's got a casual hood queued up right now.
Oh, Mitch, he's got himself some lifesteal with the Morbid Mask, so he's going to go for the Vlads. And of course, it's a ton of healing in the lane. However, Ego, second in net worth, has been having a pretty solid run in the top lane. LeBron dropping low bottom. Gilgir, same thing, in trouble right now with Fervian running forward. Does have the Illuminate Blast. Gilgir is going to get taken down, but not before Mastery finds Lil Pleb the roar onto Fervian. And Fervian being right-clicked through the boars, slow him down. He's trying to sprint away, and the Hawk on the high ground does give vision of Fervian. The boar is going to get the last hit in and the kill secured. Necrobook's now done for Mastery, gets a double kill in the bottom lane. And the Beastmaster looking pretty solid as well.
I thought he was going to walk back for a second there, but luckily he teleports out just before Noob can find him. And yeah, that's one hell of a way to say, alright, it's time for PL to leave this bottom lane because it's mine now. Double kill, Necro done. And no rotation for Noob. I mean, he rotated, but that's about all he did.
Well, and now you're at the point where Necrobook plus Roar equals kill for anyone pretty much that walks into the lane, except for the Tide, most likely. Speaking of the Tide, who's in the meantime taking the Ancient stack? Just smacking it down with a max level Anchor Smash that he rushed to get. Didn't even level his Ravage just yet. Still has a point available though.
I'm just carefully sitting on that. What I presume is going to happen is that they will park Mitch under whatever tower Mastery is going to come at. Unfortunately though, right now it's just a little bit too early. And even Ego has made it to the bottom lane. Fervian?
No Tide mana though. No, never mind, he gets mana, does have the Ravage available. Fervian is going to get blown up. Ravage gets blown, Beastmaster's dead. I forgot that they had a Coddle in the game. And Gilgir on the Rubik will be finished off by LeBron's Freezing Field. So, all in all, a very good move there for Spider Pigs to at least make it not too costly for themselves and even get the advantage going.
Yep. My thought about that move was different. I just thought Mitch wasn't gonna come because it's just the bottom tower and he had Ancients to farm. But great defense here, and yeah, exactly what Cascade was probably afraid of. Big fish showing up.
And the summon coming out in time by Fervian to make sure that Shisui gets himself frozen in place and they can just right click him down.
Unfortunate. He has had just a tiny little bit better of time than Noob up until now, but yeah, he's also got 2 deaths to his name now, and both of them seem to have been a little bit baited.
Fortified their structures against attack.
Oh, Lil Pleb top side. Does not have his doppelganger available right now. Storm zip in. Lil Pleb being locked in place. Lil Pleb is dead. There's going to be the Void Spirit immediately trying to run away, but he just used all of his spells 5 seconds until he can Astral Step again. Shisui's going to get frozen. Down the Roar is there as, of course, Kip's mentioned kill comes in. LeBron's going to be the next target. Necrobook Warrior and Archer are still alive. So more than enough damage to come through, and this is where Beastmaster threat really does come through.
Yep. And this Storm Spirit is happy as a clam right now. He's okay with dying earlier there because he gets his revenge. He gets a bonus kill on top. No more momentum from Spider-Pigs towards top lane. And now, hey, bonus kill.
Big additional plus. The only one that did not get taken down was the Tide Hunt, who is just farming up the bottom lane at the moment. His top net worth of his team currently, but Ego is very close to finishing up a Battle Fury, and this is going to be a very solid Battle Fury timing. LeBron top side, freezing field ulti, forces Cascade back because they have no way of interrupting it, and he gets a little bit too much armor when he pops it.
Yeah, one of the few ways in which Crystal Maiden is pretty good against this very physical-oriented lineup of Cascades. On the other hand, of course, there is a glimpse in the game, which is definitely a spell that can cancel his ult from very far away. So he is going to have to wait most of the time before casting it.
Excellent idea.
Those are some weird teleports. I don't think they can kill Mitch. I don't think hanging around here is a good idea even.
Well, top side in the meantime, LeBron being charged up by Mastery. The zip comes out. They roar up the PL while they go for LeBron, but they lock him down afterwards because there's an Orchid available on the Storm Spirit as well. And a quick double secured for Cascade. Yeah, well, they drew them away from that top lane, and then they immediately pounced afterwards. So a great double comes in. Blink Dagger's the next for the Beastmaster. He's not even finishing up his Necro book to level 3. And the Troll Warlord, once he has that Battle Fury, he's got one fat Ancient stack waiting for him.
Everything's coming up Cascade right now. They once again have a carry that's farming completely undisturbed. Shisui's popping off. That's an Orchid. And yeah, Yule's still not finished for poor Noob, who is just a slight bit off. That double kill on top really launched Shisui way past him.
Look to their bottom tower.
Yeah, a bit problematic that the Storm Spirit's Orchid is faster than his counterparts. Yule Scepter really needs that to stay alive pretty much against the Storm. You get silenced as a Void or a Storm, you're pretty much a sitting duck and an easy kill. Which is sweet. Too far away there, and the LeBron freeze comes in. Quick kill gets made. They can look for that tier 1 tower right now. Glimpse was used. Oh, Gilgear will be finished off as well. So they're looking for more. Up the high ground they go. They're even summoning in the Void Spirit as well. But the hunt will be all on Kadaro. He's trying to catch up Fervian, but Cliff's Kadaro is going to go for the TP attempt. Will be able to get the TP to safety somehow.
Nicely done.
But the net worth stays pretty close between the two sides.
Not for long though, because Ego is about to take this stack.
Easy Troll Warlord farm. Evasion as well to make sure that those pesky ancient creeps don't really hurt him. And he just spikes up pretty nicely. Bounty Runes of Spawn should be a 2-for-2 trade. Honestly, would have expected it to be a little bit more ahead, but on the side of Cascade. But Ego is top net worth and about 2k net worth ahead of his counterpart.
They also hold on to the mid tower. Tidehunter does not quite feel like trying his luck over there, and he is going to physical amplification build, which is going to really provide him with a lot of utility later on when the Phantom Lancer is going to be in play. But right now he can't really frontline and tank for his team. And meanwhile, PL gets gone on. Orchid got roared.
Oh, he stays alive and has the Diffusal Blade. Finds the kill onto Shisui after the Ravage was popped, and well, that fight went for the PL a lot better than he initially would have expected. Luckily enough, stays alive. He's going for some magic armor, which is he's desperately going to need in this game, because that Storm Spirit alone is pretty much all their magical damage, but it is a lot of magic damage.
And just attempting to go for Furbian on the backline here. Not interested in Mitch whatsoever. There's a Coddle here. No? I think they saw the backup coming and they decided to bail out. And that leaves Gilgear high and dry. That's kind of weird.
It just immediately disengage, and Gilgear gets caught out because of it. And with that, the net worth is actually fairly close between the two sides. The only difference, of course, is the fact that Ego is very, very farmed.
He's having a good one. He's going to have Sanjin Yasa probably before the next fight, and it's going to be really hard to keep him locked down. You can ravage him, you can put some remnants on him, but ultimately this man will show up to hit your heroes. Also, a Yule's finished for Noob finally, so he does not have to fear for his life anymore.
Well, he still has to fear for his life, but just, you know, has at least one way of getting out. Because Royd, he's still dead.
Oh, definitely. But at least it provides him with counter kill pressure over on Shisui as well, because as it turns out, there's no escaping whatsoever from a Yule's Remnant combo.
Unless you get the BKB, which you will get after the Kaya on the storm. If I'm not mistaken, there's a slight delay in between the Aether Remnant connecting, so you can always pop the BKB right beforehand with the Yule's Aether Remnant combo.
I think it's possible, yes, but I don't see it all that often.
Jump on the PL. Quick pounds, but there's Static Storm thrown out to try and spread them apart, but it's not really getting much done. Kidaro is being chased from behind. Ego pops his ulti. Shisui is going to get taken down. They will lose LeBron, but that's definitely a trade they'll make any day of the week. The problem is, of course, the PL is too low to really continue the fight. Assimilate can easily dodge most moves, but it can't dodge the roar. Double Viper coming out from the Spider Pigs. Ravage gets blown by Mitch. I'm going to go for Mastery on that Beast Mastery. And Gilgir with the Stolen Ravage with the blast. In return, they will almost find LeBron Dota taken down, but Ego is going to get finished off by Noob there. The glimpse was used. Kidaro is going to be able to get away. Gilgir as well should be able to TP to safety. They lost their 2 Cascade cores, but they at least managed to force out 2 buybacks. And one of them being on Noob is a pretty big deal.
It is definitely. You could see how Cascade just ignored the Tidehunter there, moving completely past him as much as they could. Still rough going because he zoned several of their heroes out.
Oh. Shisui needs to be careful himself. Mitch is the target, but he is a very tanky Tide. Aether Remnant's going to connect onto the Storm Spirit. He's dead and finished off, and this is, I mean, you're throwing a lot onto the Tidehunter, who really doesn't care if he dies. He even smacks the creeps to get some health with Vlad's. Has the Blink Dagger available. There's going to be the jump onto Gilgir in the back end. Dropping low, but the Static Storm Kinetic Field will find LeBron. Noob would be a big one, though. Noob would be a very big one. Does have to simulate in a second the roar onto the PL, but the Tidehunter jumps in, gets the damage reduction. Is the PL going to be able to get away? No, he will not. Rooted up by Ego. First hit root. And again, a very long engagement coming through. 2-for-2 trade. But still, it slightly favors the side of Spider Pigs there. The jump onto Kidaro finished off. Ego is looking for the Void Spirit. Speaking of the Void, Dissimilate needs to actually kind of not jump in there to immediately die, but he just wanted to make sure that Ego would be finished off.
This has gone on so long that Shishu is just right back. Moving in for Mitch. I think this time he can get him.
He survived for a very long time, but eventually they caught up to him. They even find Fervian in the back end. There was still Necrobook Warrior running around, giving him vision. And he will even find himself some Bounty Runes recharges bottle and get that net worth advantage going. Gilgir walks in right next to Lil Pleb and will be easily finished off.
He wanted to get the last tap on the tower, then thought better of it when he saw the TP, but unfortunately that was not in time. Where does it? I mean, it leaves it with deaths on literally everybody. Everybody on both teams died in the past 1.5 minutes or so. Storm Spirit getting his Kaya.
But,
oh no!
Sag.
I mean, I know I was asking for blood, but I didn't imagine it'd be this much of it.
It's still only a 2k net worth advantage after a 22-17 brawl fest in 21 minutes.
But Cascade got to keep their mid tower, and I think that's very important, especially because I also think that they're the team that both wants Roshan the most, as well as has the best lineup for taking it. And that easy access is going to come in handy for them, for sure. We've seen a lot of these fights start with Shisui going in and dying, but if you get an Aegis on this man, then I imagine what you'd see instead is a full-on wipe.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Fervian has a Force Staff and a Glimmer Cape, very solid support items. Really want to see that axe being built up right now. But yeah, he's a very useful fast boy. Went for the cast range talent as well, at level 15, 200 cast range, of course. Why would you ever go for the other one? Blinding light cooldown reduction. Anakado, really? I got chakra magic all day.
Exactly.
And Mitch going for the Solar Crest next.
Radiant's bottom
I mean,
tower is under attack.
it's pretty nice.
Radiant's
Though I'd probably rather see
Haste!
something else. I don't know, Loadsword maybe? Loadsword would be pretty good.
Loadsorb's pretty great this game.
Excellent idea.
Lots of single target things to reflect.
Yeah,
But
Rubik,
as I-
Storm, Disruptor,
as I said
Beastmaster.
before, it's his, he has decided a long time ago that he's going to be physical damage and damage amp for this PL. And he's sticking to his guns.
Well, PL went for the SNY, not going for the Manta style this game. So no extra illusions created with that method, and of course no real way of dealing with being silenced by the Storm Spirit. Rubik
Nice
Bone
throw,
Dagger is
I know.
finished. And the Rubik's going for the Ags next. This is a pretty decent Ags game. Void Spirits, well, just in general, he has a lot of spells to steal. Oh, bottom lane, they're looking for a fight. But seems they won't be able to catch any of these heroes. Master's gonna get slowed down. But it's only gonna be a slowdown.
It is, and if anybody jumps in too deep, Kidara can always glimpse back.
Ravage gets blown onto the back line. Kidaro stunned up. Mastery on one end, Kidaro on the other. They will pounce him in and get a double kill plus a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane secured. So somehow they still managed to get a catch even though Cascade were making a beeline out of there.
Dire's bottom
Yep, very surprised to see no trigger pulled on the glimpse yet. You'd imagine that at some point it would have come in there, but nope, of course, just book it out of there.
tower is under attack.
But a big timing over for Cascade is going to be this double BKB. I think the Storm and the Troll are going to have it at pretty much the same time, and this is where Noob for a while just really isn't the hero anymore. I'm pretty sure it's going to kind of coincide with his Aghanims timing reveal as well. So he's going to be pretty unhappy once that hits, but Shisui does have to live through this first.
Well, taking some damage, but oh, gets rooted up by LeBron. Another Aether Remnant thanks to the cooldown reduction of Fervian, and the kill secured. Shisui dies again. And they're looking to go into the Roche Pit. They've got minus armor reduction from the Medallion and of course the Gush. So Roshan takes a decent amount more damage. They do have vision of the area with the Hawk though. It is 50 HP. Hawk still chilling. The Illuminate Blast just missed it, but that's at least information gained for Cascade right now. They know exactly what is happening. They don't even have the Beastmaster in the area, so they're not going to throw out a defense. Maybe Gilgir's going to go for the snipe with the double Astral Step inside the Roche Pit. He's going to jump first time. Yule's up, Aether Remnant up, and he's going to get absolutely annihilated. The freeze onto Kidara Disruptor is going to be the second target that they're going to be able to take down, and both supports from Cascade. Tried to get the yoinkage going, but it is not successful. In the meantime, Ego did finish up his BKB and take down the tier 2 tower towards the bottom lane together with his Beastmaster, so they did manage to make a trade happen on the map.
Is under attack.
And Kidaro did get the last hit on the Roshan, by the way.
Nice. So that's why the net width is still in the favor of Cascade.
Yep. They're doing a pretty good job here, trading out these deaths and these tower losses for just more farm on their cores. And all they need now is for Shisui to get that BKB going.
Well, speaking of which, Shisui just finished up his BKB.
Yeah. Interesting. time to smoke. Oh,
This is a great pause timing. Absolutely perfect.
pictures taken seconds before disaster. The question is for who? Kidara is taunting them. I mean, he knows that there's double BKB core smoked sitting right off screen. I don't think you're saying the truth. He's gonna do it. Watch him, Lil Pleb. He's not a liar. His Storm Spirit just has a BKB.
Yeah, they just got BKBs available. Kitaro continues to TP, glimmers away, sneaky beaky, and got him. He is not a liar.
Confirmed.
Sip in onto the Kato, roar onto the Void Spirit. He's gonna get absolutely mowed down. Kitaro staying alive. They don't have Invis detection on the side of the Spider Pig, so they can't find Kitaro. That Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. Brando pops his ulti, plus the Ravage. Shisui's gonna die, and that was, well, he did have his BKB pop, but they didn't find enough catches when he zipped in. They lose LeBron and Shisui in that engagement, but it is still a continuation going on. Mastery with the right clicks. Lil Pleb still has that Aegis available, though, so he's feeling fairly strong. Mastery's run out of mana, and the charge is there. Mastery will be taken down. The PL's first life still not void just yet. But the blink from Gilger gets him back to safer territories. And, well, a 3-for-2 trade so far. BKB charges have been used. Aegis is still available. I would say it's just 50-50 on that fight. Who won and who lost it.
Yeah, they were sort of trying each other out there as well. And as it turns out, Ego still stands pretty tall. The PL is not quite ready to move past him yet, but he's got an Abyssal Blade coming pretty soon, and that's where the real pain starts, because that's how you just jump past the Troll Warlord without having to be afraid that you just spent your doppelganger as an ability spell. And yeah, Shisui, he couldn't get the kill out on the Coddle. Overstayed his welcome, chased the CM next, but we've seen what happens when he doesn't have a BKB and the CM is next to him, because that's been happening all game. He gets rooted up and LeBron just immediately presses R. At some point, the Storm Spirit's gotta change his tune.
Well, the charge forward, Glimmer Cape gets Mastery out of there, jump on to Lil Pleb, the roar gets thrown out, the PL is stuck and locked down, will lose his first life, but that's a BKB used, and Mitch in trouble right now, doesn't have the Ravage for 40 seconds, dust comes out from Shisui. Mitch, is he going to be able to run away? Yes, he is somehow getting away. Lil Pleb, doppelganger in a sec, gets himself back to the high ground. Noob and Shisui, Noob and Lil Pleb looking for Shisui, but Shisui gets himself back. By the way, I didn't even realize, but the Rubik has the Fade Bolts Burrow's hero damage talent. Let's get the damage. Get that tied.
But he also took cast range, so he's not quite convinced here.
I know, but you know, it's still interesting to see. He's going for the Ags next. I mean, they're a great Aghanim Scepter steals this game first of all, but just mainly the cooldown reduction to only a 2-second cooldown is really where the big plus lies. They find themselves LeBron, who does have his ulti. Frostbite gets stolen. Zip in onto the Tide Hunter in the back line. And Mastery does not have the roar available just yet. So they managed to get themselves one, but Spider Pig's disengage. I mean, it's a lot of just disengaging in these fights.
Both of these teams really reliant on their Spirit Hero to make those jumps in, and when either of them missed the mark, you gotta return. This, though, was a fake bag. Chisui's right back in again.
Oh, Abyssal Blade coming in. Shisui getting stunned up, but there's going to be the Sexual Connect field. PL is dead, 90 seconds, no buyback available. Mitch is going to be the next one, 80 seconds, no buyback available. And all of a sudden, Cascade looking pretty much in control here. Noob is just going to try and run away. I mean, that's all he can do at the moment. Fervian, same thing, but they have his detection on the side of Cascade with the Necrobook creeps. So they will be able to push forward, and they kind of need the Coddle because he's their best base defender.
Yep, this is a double damage Troll Warlord knocking on their front door, though. That's going to be dangerous to repel even in the best of situations.
I mean, Illuminate Blast Spam can do a lot. Ego's getting dragged back, but there's the control on to the Void Spirit. Does have another Astral Step and Dissimulate to dodge the engagement, and they will keep their base alive, but it costs them a Fervium buyback. Nonetheless, net worth is still fairly close between the two sides. Roshan's not going to be up for quite some time, so yeah, they lost an engagement, but they haven't lost the war.
Definitely not yet. There's a lot of scaling left for this PL as well, who has the Abyssal Blade, as we saw in the previous engagement, is going in for a Butterfly next. Troll Warlord, not really very likely to go for an MKB of his own. Instead, looks like he is saving up for Butterfly too. I kinda like to see him finish up that Abyssal Blade of his own though. I got a feeling that he's getting kited around a little bit too much in these fights sometimes.
Illusion.
Right now, Ego is very dependent on his Rubik, on his support disruptor
Speaking of
as
the
well.
Rubik,
Oh no.
Astral Step, and Gilgir gets on top of him pretty quickly, finds the kill secured. Fervium's going to summon Lil Pleb, and immediately it's going to be the Spider Pigs trying to get aggressive themselves. But in bottom lane's being split pushed by Mastery, and that is going to of course force someone back, otherwise you're going to lose your base.
They got Garo.
Oh no, the Disruptor. Sad. I mean
It is pretty sad. Yeah, you need it.
nah, 5 positions are meant to die.
I mean, they are, but you shouldn't say it.
I am one. I know how it feels.
I mean,
Too
I'm
much.
a big hypocrite here. I'm very much of the opinion that a plus 5 dying here and there is not a noteworthy event on the map unless it means that their team is unable to fight, which in this case they are, but it also definitely has to do with the fact that the Rubik is also currently dead.
Yeah, Gilgir is a little bit more of a loss. Though, of course, the Disruptor, you know, Glimmer Cape kind of saves their team a lot in this game. And just a little bit of that extra supportive usage, but we do have 3 dusts on Noob because he's had enough with those shenanigans. Mastery is still continuing the split push bottom lane, and no one is in their base, so they're going to be forced back. Roshan's going to take a minute until it respawns. Someone has to go back to defend it. Ego picks up a double damage rune, so you can't really take another fight for the duration of that double damage, and that's why Cascade are going to pop a smoke and start looking in the enemy's jungle for Lil Pleb, who is going for the MKB rush. Kind of really needs to save up for buyback at the moment because he is buying it in pieces, which I really wouldn't recommend at this stage of the game. Troll Warlord can really annihilate your base in no time if you're not careful.
Yep. All he needs is just a lane free of towers. And as it turns out, he's got one of those on mid and on bottom. Rush is about to respawn any second now. Spider Pigs has all but retreated into their base. They've given up the entire triangle. Planting some sentries outside, but Master has really established himself here already. I don't think you're getting up without being seen.
Well, Roshan's up, HG's. Both teams definitely want to make sure that they get it, but it's looking more than likely that it's going to go Cascade's way.
Spider Pigs would have to really make an unexpected maneuver, and they are looking to curve around, but there's so much dire vision around. And they're not in time. This loop's taking too long.
HG's, Mitch is gonna get caught. Look at that range on the Rubik with the Aether Lens, the 100 cast range talent, and of course, the new Arcane Supremacy. It is pretty ridiculous.
It is. Luckily, it's a Tidehunter. He doesn't pay for it whatsoever. And now we're stuck in this awkward position with Spider Pigs kind of flanking, but also not really interested in fighting into an Aegis.
Illusion.
Yeah, they really kind of want to get some push going on the side of Cascade. PL is getting pretty strong. Of course, Troll Warlord is at the top of the board, but this game wouldn't surprise me if it takes a little bit longer than that we're seeing right now until it's done. With the way both teams are playing at the moment. If, for instance, Shisui gets caught in the bottom lane, who is going for the Ags, which is a superb item against the PL. But if he dies, that delays a push for a minute, 2 minutes. And at that point, it becomes problematic. Noob tries to get on top of him, but it is the Storm Spirit being wary of the situation, zipping all the way back towards his base.
I'm very glad not Shisui die there for a moment. We've seen it be very different. Now
And
Ego
Ego's
looking to
Abyssal
finish
Blade.
that. Yeah.
Also
Abyssal,
done.
exactly. Next item on the list, and that's where it becomes really hard to kite him. He deals so much damage right now. Man's huge. Switching out the boots, because the Abyssal's gonna take him exactly to where he needs to be.
Huh, Noob's going for the Deso. What? That's not an item I expected from him. Shisui mid, Abyssal Blade, jump in, boom, annihilation immediately taken care of. TP comes out, but he's already finished off. And a quick pounce means an 80-second dead Storm Spirit, so that push is going to be pretty much delayed until almost the age is running out.
And yeah, this is kind of what I meant by Shisui evading that thing. I'm not flaming him. It's just literally been the story of the past 2 games that he gets caught up. Man's playing very risky, and sometimes you get punished. Even if that's just your positioning in a relatively quiet part of the map, nobody's showing, this is exactly what can happen to you. So yeah, Ego has to step back with the Aegis in his pocket. All dressed up and nowhere to go.
Tier 4 items being picked up though. Penta Edge Sword, not too shabby. I really think that that item is pretty insane on some heroes. I mean, nothing beats the tier 5 item, Giant's Ring, or whatever that thing's. That one's just ridiculous.
It is the Giant's Ring. It's brilliant though, isn't it? It's so much fun that you're almost willing to forgive it for being stupidly overpowered.
It is, like, there's no item that even comes close with how OP it is. Unobstructed pathing, a ton of strength, and anyone that walks underneath you just takes a bazillion damage. It is insane. If you get that on a DK, game's over.
It is rather nice.
Towards mid, Ego going for the high ground push. Mitch is just trying to harass him a little bit. Not that he's getting great harasses, but there's Gilgear with, of course, the Aghanim Scepter, so he steals the Gush, which becomes a nice little wave to shoot forward. But it's a wave versus wave situation. They're gonna try and pop that first life of the Troll Warlord. The Abyssal Blade comes in. Load Sharp Spell Reflect though. Ego pops his ulti. And BKBN goes ham onto Mitch. The Ravage gets blown in return, but it doesn't connect on anyone. It's actually Lil Pleb going onto the low ground. Will-O-The-Wisp comes out to make sure that they don't immediately take care of the PL. And he's actually going to drain Shisui's mana, but Shisui has the cheese. Cheeses up and is going to be just fine. Noob in the meantime, BKB glimmered up. Ego is being kited out of the fight while Lil Pleb is going for the backline, looking for that Storm Spirit again. The Aetherem's there, Storm Spirit is dead. Gilgear is in trouble himself. Gets the silence going off onto the Storm Spirit, but will lose his life, and that's going to be 2 kills for 1 at the moment. Ego still going strong with that Aegis, but that's Lil Pleb charging in. Mastery found out as well, and they have done an absolutely exceptional job at kiting this Troll Warlord around.
There's his Aegis pop.
Yeah, and they have absolutely, I mean, this was almost a perfect play coming out from the Spider Pigs. They completely kited that troll all over the place.
Yep, he is out of that fight for so long that even Gilgear's amazing plays there just simply can't save him. That man stole a Ravage in the middle of the entire mess as well. It is just not enough. Now Tide's cutting the wave. Phantom Blaster is at your door. He's going to have a Satanic pretty soon. Up until now, he hasn't been that tanky on the PL, just some stats from the Abyssal and the SNY. But once the Satanic is up, it's going to be very hard to bring him down, especially in a situation where you can lock him down, which you have seen time and time again. There's just not enough lockdown over on the side of Cascade.
Zip coming in. AoE Electric Vortex was used there, but it doesn't really result into much. They don't want to buy back onto the Troll Warlord, but they kind of... I mean, they don't have to buy back because they're still tier 2 top and tier 2 bottom, so there's not really a reason to buy back unless they go for the tier 4s, but because he's almost up, they're not going to go for tier 4s. So honestly, they don't... I mean, yes, they lost that engagement pretty heavily on the side of Cascade, but... Troll Warlord is still top net worth of the games. Going for the Aghanim Scepter. The Aghanim Scepter on Troll is really good against the PL. I mean, in general, it's really good. It's pretty much permanent evasion around you, mischance around you.
Yep. It's absolutely excellent in any physical damage matchup. And then, of course, you get a lot of utility out of it as well with dispelling any possible slows, roots, etc. Smoke up. Immediately gets popped by Noob, who just jumps right on in.
Oh, but he gets roared up. Troll Warlord jumps on top, and that is Noob taken down. So now it goes the other way again. Zip in onto the back line, controls him up. Buyback coming out from Noob though. Lil Pleb finds himself Gilgear, makes sure that Gilgear doesn't escape, but the Ravage gets blown. Gilgear's actually going to run away. Ego popped his ulti and Ego is going ham onto Mitch. Mitch is in trouble. Mitch trying to stay alive, but he's going to get finished off. Gilgear is still surviving. Blinks to the side. Control onto the Void Spirit. Noob's going to die. That's going to be a dieback onto the Storm Spirit. Lil Pleb still re-aggressing onto Gilgear, who manages to stay alive through everything, while Lil Pleb is being kited all over the map. He will lose his life. They do still have 2 buybacks available on the side of Spider Pigs, but just like that, a gigantic mistake by Noob cost them well, a lot here. Luckily, Roshan is going to take 2.5 minutes until it respawns, but it is quite a death timer for that Void Spirit, and will most definitely force the buyback on the PL.
Yep. There is no way that Cascade is going to back off from this, and if they manage to get any of the buybacks out on the other heroes, that opens win opportunities for them. Anyone who can be killed without their buyback being up is a potential game loss, or well, a win if you're Cascade. There's Tide. He had to go and find a double damage too, didn't he?
Yeah, he's had a lot of double damages this game.
Disgusting.
Hey, luck is skill.
True. Gilgear just went
PL.
straight on in.
Oh, Will of the Wisp. Big Will of the Wisp coming through. Controlling them up nicely here. Mitch doesn't have the Ravage just yet. They're looking for the tier 4s. Ego needs to be careful though. He doesn't have an Aegis or anything. Shisui's out of mana. Shisui's in a lot of trouble. Pounce comes out. That's going to be a dead Shisui. No Storm Spirit does buy back actually, which I'm not really so sure about. Seeming the rest of the team is pretty much just going for the escape. And it is going to be Kidaro Disrupted Dead. Yeah, this is buyback. Both mid laners having some very questionable buybacks at the moment. When you're trying to retreat and you buy back, you know, your team doesn't want to go in because they already chose to run away.
He was never going to make it in time either way. I do think that Gilgear kind of baited him in there though. There was no need for the Rubik to blink in that far.
Especially not because he was looking for the Tide. Which, oh my god, Gilgear tried to flicker his way out of there. Still has the blink available though. And he even taunts them. I almost feel bad. But Roshan is up in 15 seconds. That's the 3rd Roshan of the game that will be up.
He kept all of them busy.
Looking for me? Regeneration.
Rather incredible plays coming out from Gilgear. I've always been a fan of his Rubik, but he's really showing up right now.
Well, refresher shot Roshan, double Ravage is a big threat to deal with, of course.
But how about double Roar instead?
Especially if you get it on the voice bit twice. Shisui, no mana being drained. He does have the zip away, but he's running out of mana at the moment. Kind of need to not go back in without a buyback on the Storm. Yeah, he's going for the tiny sip of his life and then going for the TP back to base. I mean, at this point,
This
Roshan
man.
is up. Just stay around Roche, everyone, and just keep on tapping away at each other. You don't need to send the mid laners to fight first and foremost.
1v1 me in the river. Noob.
Yeah, this is pretty insane.
Shisui makes me want to chew my nails off, and I stopped 15 years ago.
I haven't. It still haunts me to this day, and it also does haunt Mastery at the moment that he's going to get jumped. Glimmer to try and keep him alive. Roars up the tie down. Actually, big zip from Shisui comes in. Ego finds himself LeBron. Fairview's going to be dying as well. Both the supports will die. Everyone's buying back into the fight. Mitch still has the Ravage available. Control onto the Storm. Will it be a complete lockdown? And yes, Shisui is dead. Ego without mana on the side. He's just trying to right click his opponents. But he will be controlled.
Forever.
And, well, he's got Spoder legs, but Spoder legs are not going to keep him alive because Spoder pigs are chasing him down. Gilgir gets controlled up, who does have a buyback available. Luckily enough, they still have the Ego and Gilgir buybacks on the side of Cascade, but no Storm for quite some time.
I
And
doubt
Roshan is
Spider
up.
Pig is going to let them sit there with those buybacks up. They're gonna force him right now. Lil Pleb, he's too big, man. He's got 5k in his pocket. He'd buy anything he wants right now.
Well, they are going for tier 4s, and that will most certainly cost force out a buyback. They're just waiting for the Beastmaster Roar to be available and for him to also find the right target.
I imagine the right target here being Furbian or maybe Noob. Noob can definitely die.
Yeah, Noob would be the right target, but the Abyssal Blade Mastery, no, he doesn't get the connection going out, he doesn't throw it forward. Ego charges in though, and he's being, well, his team is being kited at the meantime as well. Gilgir gets back towards the fountain, but Lil Pleb, he needs to, Ego needs to stay alive, doesn't have mana for his ulti, and Ego is dead, does not have a buyback available. GG gets called, and it is going to be Cascade losing game number 3. It will be Spider Pigs with the reverse sweep coming in to secure this series 2-1.
And boy, did they ever take us on a ride for that. I was very sure that Cascade was going to take these past 2 maps, actually. This was unexpected, to say the least, but yeah, some really insane pickoffs coming from the side of Spider Pigs, really not afraid to make the decisive movements, jump whenever it's available, and give that Storm Spirit some hate, honestly.
But all in all, that does conclude this series. A very solid performance coming out from Cascade, but it was just not enough. Both mid laners had their ups and their downs in this series, but it was enough for the Pigs to secure the W and move on into the next round of the Dota 2 Free Ton League. But that does, of course, end this best of 3, but there's still another best of 3 coming momentarily, which will be Hippomaniacs versus Tequila, and that one will be after coming up after a short little break.
Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away.
welcome, ladies and gentlemen, into the third and final best of 3 of the day. We have Tequila versus Hippomaniacs. My name is DK Truman, and accompanying me today for this match will be the one and only other Dutch caster out there, Wingblade.
Very happy to be here. Pretty rude to be ignoring Kips, but hey, I'll take it.
I just casted with Kips right before this series, so I've had all the other Dutch casters.
I see. That's very nice. Alright, we have some very interesting first bans, as you can see. The classic Takis first ban, indicating that you're in for some shenanigans in the draft, or maybe that you just completely disrespect your opponent. Just a quick way of saying, we don't need first bans against you, we can take you either way. And then they still ban Nyx, because Nyx is very strong right now. But you know, the BM, mental damage is done, I suppose. Hippomaniacs, of course, going for some maybe more standard first bans. I still wouldn't say the most standard. Because Enigma and Phoenix have both been relatively popular, but they're not like top 10 material for the most part. We still have heroes like Timbersaw and Beastmaster in the pool.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I would say Timbersaw, Beastmaster tend to be picked up a little bit more. Death Prophet, some teams run it as a 5, but I know Hippomaniacs run it as a offlaner and a mid most of the time.
Yeah,
Rubik's
it's a very
always
annoying
pretty solid
hero
though.
For me as a caster, because I never know which role it's gonna be, and then I need to sound smart, but I actually have no idea how they're gonna lane it. And judging by the other team's bans, the other team generally also doesn't know. But yeah, that kind of speaks to the strength of Death Prophet as a whole, because she's quite flexible.
5 seconds left.
And it brings a lot to the table. Team fight damage, Roshan, tower takes. It pretty much does everything that you need, except for that it lacks a stun, but it makes up for it by having one massive AoE silence that lasts quite some time.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking about silence, Tequila picking up Earth Spirit Grimstroke, which is a very potent combination as well, with a nice combination of stun and silence. And of course the combo with Inkswell plus Rolling Boulder, which if you execute it properly is like 3 seconds of almost guaranteed stun, with a lot of magic damage to boot.
5 seconds left.
Tequila now gonna be banning out some heroes that are quite good at evading that combo in the Jug and the Weaver.
And well, the Rubik of course on Hippomaniac side, because stealing stuff from the Grimstroke tends to be very favorable for the Rubik, first of all. Earth Spirit's a little bit less so, but I mean, you could possibly get a couple of spell steals, though normally Rubiks just completely ignore Earth Spirits in that regard, and Earth Spirits in return roll on top of the Rubik so the Rubik can't run away. And there's that Beastmaster ban that you talked about. Still a very big threatening hero. And I do expect either a Timber ban or pick soon enough. It's surprising to me, I've casted 5 games today and not seen a single Alchemist pick.
Yeah, it's interesting. Also, to come back for a moment to the Timbersaw, I think it's one of those heroes that some teams really favor, and some teams just completely ignore him, because he plays a certain style of Dota that doesn't really fit for any team out there. He's not a hero like Beastmaster that you can just kind of pick in every draft and it's gonna do well, and most offlaners can play him. I feel like he's more of a specialist pick.
Yeah, but if you have a decent
Disruptor.
player on the Timbersaw, you can just let him solo the off lane and set the Rubik to help out the other 2 lanes. And well, a roaming Rubik can be fairly dangerous. With that disruptor pick, of course, you will expect this Death Prophet to be a core, Rubik 4 and the Disruptor 5. Yeah, decent to get the Earth Spirit off of enemies. Catch is always annoying to deal with. All in all, a solid pick for these team fight engagements that Hippomaniacs are looking to go for.
Yep, I am a little bit worried about how squishy all of their heroes are on Hippomaniacs. I casted a series of them earlier today, and they struggled a little bit with all of their supports just dying to heroes running at them. And when you see heroes like Earth Spirit and Grimstroke, you have to be a little bit worried for the side of Hippomaniacs, because they need something to quell the aggression. And sure, Death Prophet can be very tanky, but in the first 20 minutes or something, she's not as tanky as maybe some other heroes would be.
No, if her spirit rolls on her at the 4-minute mark, then she tends to have a very big opportunity to die. Nature's Prophet, so we're gonna get ourselves some split push going on, it seems. Would assume it's an off lane. I mean, it can still, of course, be a little bit more flexible in that regard. I've seen it safe lane, mid lane, off lane, for position 5 position. It's been pretty much everywhere, but they go and pick up the Ursa, which is very solid against the Nature's Prophet because it's a staple Battle Fury builder these days, and it also has the leap over the trees to get out of the sprout in case it's necessary.
Yep, I do quite like this pick. I spoke a bit about how I was worried for Hippomaniacs just being ran at, but Ursa definitely likes that style of play. The constant aggression and skirmishes is something he definitely excels at. Even he's one of the few heroes that builds Battle Fury but can actually fight while building it. That's quite nice to see.
Well, it does get counted though. Troll Warlord very solid against the Ursa. Against the Death Prophet, reasonably solid, though DP can't. I mean, there is definitely kite potential here on the side of Hippomaniacs against the Troll Warlord. Really feel like this is a great glimpse game for the Disruptor.
5 seconds left.
Also, instead of Ursa, they could have also, of course, easily gone the Alchemist and then farm up those Nature's Prophet treants. God, it's so surprising that I don't get to see any. I mean, anywhere else where I'm casting, I literally either see Alk getting banned or picked, and now I just still haven't seen anything with Alk.
I think it would actually be a pretty good game for offlane Alchemist, for Hippomaniacs if they want to go for it.
5 seconds left.
Because, well, you have a really solid stun initiation. Of course, you're quite tanky as well. You have a decent lane against Troll. And then you can give a quick Aghanims to either Death Prophet or Ursa. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Tequila could still go for it as well if they want to. But I think it might not fit them as well.
Well, you could put the Troll mid and then get the safe lane
Turn to ban.
Alchemist. Still fairly doable. Depends on, of course, what Hippomaniacs pick up as their offlaner. And they do have last pick.
Oh, I was thinking just Prophet mid and Troll safe. You don't see it that often, sadly. I think Prophet mid's actually quite good. Because you hit level 6 so early and then the Wrath of Nature is like 400 or 500 magic damage on an enemy support. And they just absolutely explode. We do see the Timber ban coming out from Tequila. So maybe they're afraid of a last pick Timber.
Timber's like okay-ish against Troll, but it's not like a hard counter for the Troll. So, I mean, it would be annoying, but that's more the way that it would be annoying. But Grimstroke Troll can definitely handle a matchup against a Timbersaw.
Yeah, especially at the start, they should be okay. That's gonna pick up a Troll. I mean, Storm. Interesting. Against a Rubik Disruptor, it may seem a little bit risky, but at the same time, Tequila has so many threats. If you completely shut down the Storm, then the Troll Warlord and the Nature's Prophet are still absolutely gonna dominate these fights. So I don't actually think it's that bad to pick Storm into all of these silences. Especially once he gets a BKB. It's gonna be very, very difficult to deal with.
I think their biggest strength on the side of Tequila is the fact that they can backline dive onto the Disruptor and Rubik very quickly and aggressively and get out immediately afterwards. And well, as if you take down these two supports, that's mainly their entire lockdown so far. So that's like all their utilities on those two supports. Of course, there will be an offlaner joining in, but they can, if you take those two out at the start of the fight from the way it's looking right now, they would be putting Hippomaniacs at a very big disadvantage.
You just have a ton of threats on Tequila as well. Hippomaniacs, it's most likely that they're gonna pick up a position 3 now. Especially judging by the bans from Tequila, they expect the same thing. As far as offlaners still in the pool, there's honestly not that many of them. I guess they could go for Tidehunter. I'm a bit afraid that Tide has cooldowns that are just a little bit too long to keep up with the tempo that Tequila wants to play.
Underlord is still a hero. Build tanky, so keep your people alive, or go for the DK, and then I actually have no idea who's gonna be, because the DK is probably gonna be mid, I assume.
Yeah, I think so. You don't really want to put a DK off lane against Troll Grimstroke.
Yeah,
He's just way too slow.
and it also seems that even though it's a hero that normally doesn't tend to die, that is a lane where he can definitely die.
Yeah, especially in the off lane, DK has a tendency to just get slowed so much that, yeah, sure, he's tanky, but you have like 30 seconds to kill him.
And Fervor Stack come in, Inkswell, Explosion does do a lot of damage in the early game, and most of the time when you would lane against DK, that would also be the spell build you'd be going for, but it does look like a pretty decent last pick DK. Very tanky, of course. Troll Warlord is going to be the one that has to kill him. The other ones can't really kill off a DK this game.
Yep. I think it's a solid pick though.
Yeah, it looks like a nice addition. Their 3 cores are very tanky on the side of Hippomaniacs compared to their 2 supports, of course. So they can definitely survive the fight long enough to get the advantage going. Once Storm Spirit's out of mana, he dies. Troll Warlord can normally get, kited around the fight pretty easily if you play correctly. Definitely think that this is a toss-up on who's going to be able to take this one. Because on one hand, if the Nate's Prophet gets a good game, you can have a little bit of snowball, the split push combination going on. If he doesn't have a good lane, then it's literally just useless.
I would probably put my money on Tequila, because I think their draft is slightly easier to execute. But Hippomaniacs, I definitely like the last pick Dragonite as well. Especially now that they have a DK, they can actually fight 4v5 if they want to, or at least survive in those kind of fights, while the Ursa just gets really fat. And we've definitely seen Mambo struggle a little bit under pressure, so it's nice that his team can provide the support that he needs, especially in the early mid game. Not gonna see anything special just yet. Just pretty standard bounty rune play so far. No crazy smokes.
They're just roaming around a little bit. Everyone going to defend exactly what is belonging to theirs in mid. You see the Treants to try and spot out, of course, if there's been a ward placed. But Curry, he placed one at a very unconventional position, as you can see.
Yeah, interesting. I guess he's mostly just interested in the Earth Spirit rotations. He knows that in mid he's probably gonna be fine either way.
The battle begins!
Even though the Earth Spirit doesn't even have to come through that direction, you can still just walk behind him. Which would be dangerous because he would not expect it. This is a bit of a false sense of security, Observer Ward.
Right, let's see who gets the better block.
That is too good.
It's like Ascold is gonna get a block that's slightly better. Ah, that's pretty close. Let's get the range creep. It's always a nice start. Would expect most of the action to happen in this bottom lane. There's definitely kill potential on both sides.
Rolling Boulder in on Mambos, starting out with a little bit of damage. And the Ursa, of course, went for Earthshock level 1, otherwise he would easily get trapped in by the Nate's Prophet Treants. And the Aghanim Shard on Nate's Prophet, even though it got nerfed, is still ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really nice. Would expect Ursa to get phase boots to deal with it, most likely. Oh, going on to Senny. Being really low here. I said most of the action was gonna be bot, but so far it looks to be top.
Earth Spirit, Orb of Venom, always fun. The Dawn going for the creep pull, actually getting it on point. Come on. Nice creep pull coming in from the Earth Spirit. Senny is trying to cut the creep pull, but if he walks out, he will most likely die. Dual mid will not really much will happen. Level 2 Dragon's Blood. Both of them should not be in a situation where either of them can die. Unless they make one very big mistake.
Yep, just a pretty farming intensive lane. I think in the mid game, it's a very good matchup for Dragonite, but in the laning stage, Storm actually has quite a good time. Because DK is a melee hero who, well, needs to come close to creeps. That is something Storm really enjoys playing against.
Yeah, it can annoy him, but DK should have enough regen to survive the Storm Spirit's damage. Unless he, for instance, gets Electric Vortex into the tower, which tends to happen for a decent amount of people. And Muff is making sure that the creep pool fails from Koval, but does it actually fail? No, it does not. He gets the job done. However, Rari in the meantime is taking some heavy damage in return. Hitting Salve will keep him going. The creep lane does not get pulled back by T-Pack. So that's a little... Oh, wait. No, he's... no. It's jiggling between both angles the entire time. Still trying to get it back. But the range creep will just get denied as well.
Ooh, Korean Ascol duking it out.
And bottle now delivered for the Storm Spirit. 3-minute runes are going to be very influential in how the rest of that lane goes. Bottom lane, Rari is getting drained. Zap from Muff, very close finishing the job. Rari dropping low. Oh, 7 HP. And he does manage to survive, but honestly, you know, what really is surviving in this case? He's just stuck behind the tower.
Yep, absolutely no regen left on either him or Koval. And Korea is still quite far away, so might have even been better to die. Because he might still go down if he tries to get some CS. Meanwhile,
You've just achieved
he's
first
gonna
blood.
go down.
Thanks and have fun.
Well, at least he won't feed First Blood away and get some creep kills underneath the tower.
Yeah, not too bad. There is some regen coming from both him and the Grimstroke, which is gonna help a lot. But I suspect this lane is gonna get more and more difficult.
Ascold's level 5 with a haste rune right now, fully recharged bottle. The DK does have to be a little bit careful, even though he does still have a lot of HP. Supernova's gonna go for the TP. Sunny glimpses Supernova back and a kill in return for Hippomaniac secured.
Yep, Mambos doesn't even need boots, just control from the Disruptor is gonna be enough. Curious to see if we see another no boots Battle Fury build from an Ursa. Getting more and more popular.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Bounty rune's gonna be spawning soon, but Troll gets cliffed. Has to TP out, so that's a bounty rune secured for Muff on this Rubik.
Cliffed easy. And the troll, well, that's not fun. That's gonna cost you a TP scroll, aka 90 gold.
DK.
There's a zip available for Ascol, but it is fairly risky if he uses all of his mana for the jump. Does still have a decent amount of damage though. But he knows exactly how Ascol Curry is playing. They're just baiting each other out in that mid lane. While Mambos gets taken down top side by Ladon being fairly aggressive, even has the Urn of Shadows done so. A lot of dot damage to be thrown out, a lot of constant damage in the top lane going on. While in the meantime, Rari finds T-Pack, so he's looking for Muff as well, dropping low. And that is going to be a double kill for the Troll Warlord. 4-1 in favor of Tequila. Make that 5-1 because Sani walks out of position. Mambos is... Well, he can't even cut the tree because the Quelling Blade wasn't cool. And why are there so many people dying? In the meantime, Curry finds Ascol. Wait, where the hell does Curry find Ascol?
Yeah, Ascol messed up a little bit. He had plenty of mana to go part of guide.
Mambos top side. Pops his ulti, which he just got. Cuts his way through the trees. And will be staying alive. Healing self popped. Gets him back at a decent position. Supernova needs to be careful that Mambos is not going to hunt him down, of course. Same with Ladon. Currently, who's going to get glimpsed out. And Boulder Smash, Rolling Boulder, will tick down by the Thunder Strikes of Sandy. But a
Some
very
fancy
brawly
footwork.
begin.
Yeah, for sure. This is very nice to see. top lane. Troll little bit low, but he still has raindrops and a salve ready to go, so he should be fine. So we have the fluffy hat on the Death Prophet. Guess she's just cold.
I do tend to see a lot more fluffy hats being picked up. Rubik also has one. It's just that extra little bit of HP that, especially supports. I see 5 position supports going for like 2 fluffy hats. I mean, it's cheap HP, 125 for 250.
Nice lift from Muff, making sure that the Inkswell doesn't pop. That was very, very close.
Well, it is a 1k net with advantage still for Tequila. Ascot versus Curry towards mid. Curry does have the experience advantage going forward right now. And also is pretty far forward in his farm at the moment. Top net worth of the game is going for the Blink first item. That means he is looking to have a little bit more of an active role towards top. Supernova being chased down by Mumbles. While Ladon's gonna go for Sandy. Courier Snipe comes out. Ladon's gonna cry. Sad. Earth Spirit going forward. Sandy heating self will be just fine. Ladon can always get glimpse back, but he's just gonna try and roll away. But Mumbles interrupts the roll. Ladon is in trouble. He doesn't have a disengage. It's gonna push Mumbles out of there, but Sandy again. That glimpse is going to be able to be the bane of Ladon's existence. Supernova towards top. Curry, Haste Rune charging in, looking for the Nature's Prophet. Does have the Dragon Tail stun just in case Supernova tries to go for the TP out and keeps it in his back pocket. While Rari finds himself a kill onto the Death Prophet towards bottom. This is actually just literally fights all over the map right now.
Yep, and Grimstroke really proving his strength. With all of these Inkswells, it's so difficult for the Death Prophet to escape, especially when the Rubik is far away. When there is no lift to save the DP, she kind of has no chance. Even with the fluffy hat, she would need a lot more fluffy hats to survive that one.
Well, DP is going to get gone on. Inkswell and the lockdown Death Prophet silenced up as well. Good rotation, not dead just yet. Very low in HP, and Koval does manage to get the final last hit in to finish T-Pack. So good catch, rolling boulder in onto Muff immediately by Ladon. It gets the silence onto 2 as well. Muff is dropping fairly low. They're very deep, but they will be able to secure a double kill. No TP towards bottom lane, of course, because, well, the DK, of course, TP towards top, so he couldn't TP towards bottom, and there was no mana on the Ursa to help out, and the Ursa kind of doesn't want to rotate right now while he's farming up his Battle Fury.
Yeah, Hippomaniacs really need to respect this the Grimstroke combination, because we can see them just chain dying. So you're gonna go down as well. It's so close. Yes. We'll get the return kill. Looks like Ladon is gonna be fine, at least for now.
And it is going to be an Ursa with boots this time around, building up the Battle Fury on the opposing side. Rari is going for the Maelstrom Troll Warlord.
Yeah, with this amount of pressure, he definitely needs boots. 'Cause otherwise, he would just kite it around. Ooh, Storm. With an Arcane and a Regen Rune. He's eyeing up Mumbles, but doesn't want to go for it. Come on, Ascot. You know you want to do something. Make it happen.
I mean, it would have been glorious if he got that big boy zip going. But towards mid, Curry maybe is getting very close to his Blink Dagger, and the Earth Spirit's also in the vicinity. Though he's already got 1600 HP. DKs are ridiculous. Just like Kunkas. Stupid how much HP they gain.
Yeah, for sure. And then a casual 27 regen as well, and 18 armor. The only thing that can really touch him is magic damage, but is there even enough magic damage in the game to even slightly threaten him? Let's go find out the answer soon.
But in return, Curry's gonna get jumped, Soulbind onto 2. Very little damage being dealt so far. Ladon tries to get himself out of there, needs to find a roll, but he does not find a roll. However, his Magnetize is doing a lot of damage towards Muff. In the meantime, Muff steals the Wrath of Nature, which is a great steal. They find themselves 2 kills, looking for more. Supernova on the high ground, trying to run away. Mumbles is trying to chase, but Supernova around the corner. This would also, of course, give them information if there was a high ground ward. So even if he die, he'd at least have intel for his teammates. And the tier 1 tower towards mid is in the meantime being pushed in by Hippomaniacs. A great fight in their favor at the moment.
I don't actually think it was too bad for Tequila, because they did get the tier 1 and force a ton of ultis, which means that now they can be really aggressive and they instantly capitalize. As Cold going for the long zip, knowing that there is not really a way for Hippomaniacs to go for any kind of punish.
Oh, but the silence comes out. Will they have enough lockdown? Lift up, drag back. Askold will be able to get himself back. Inkswell in return onto Muff. Rubik will be finished off by Ladan, and there's an army of treants chasing them all down. But the Earth Spirit, will he roll to safety? He's trying to. He didn't place the Stone Remnant just in time, so it is a dead Earth Spirit coming forward. A 4 for a 4.
Yep, fully out of remnants and no boots. That's a very immobile Rocky boy. You see Ursa TPing bot. Doesn't really want to sit in a contested lane against the troll. He's getting closer and closer to his Battle Fury. It's not the best timing, but it's definitely not too bad considering the start of his game and the kind of pressure he was under.
Oh, Grimsoak gonna get caught out. It is only a level 1 stroke of Fate stolen, unfortunately for Muff. Would rather have grabbed that Inkswell.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with the Blink DK, that would have been so good. Now they're eyeing up Troll.
Speaking of the Blink DK, Troll Warlord stunned up, slowed down. If he pops his ulti, they can bait him out. They are gonna hold him in place, and he is definitely going to die. They did manage to find the other team's position 1, though, in return with that double damage Storm Spirit sipping in. And it is going to be a 3k net worth advantage.
The Prophet Orchid reveal as well, which is one of the reasons why Storm is actually going for the Yules as a defensive item. So he knows that the Prophet already has the silence covered.
Bounty.
Storm is gonna have it. It can definitely be useful this game to get rid of all of the silences, but he's still quite vulnerable to the Blink DK. He needs to be careful.
Supernova has his Orchid, and Medallion is going to be building up the pipe, so a little bit of fight power behind him, but also making sure that he gets sustained for the rest of his team. Because they do have, well, that's pretty much mainly Storm Spirit. He is mainly magic damage, and he has a lot of it.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely don't have damage problems, so he's just gonna make sure that mid-game teamfights go their way, which is kind of gonna be their timing. So I think if this goes super late, Hippomaniac's team just gets stronger and stronger. Kind of want to hit that 25-30 minute window. Troll has his Maelstrom finished, so that's quite nice for him. Staying on par with Ursa for now.
Rolling Boulder in onto the Disruptor, and there's going to be the DK jump in immediately. Muff throwing out everything he has. He's being locked down. Supernova comes in from behind the Soulbind, holding the Ursa in place. The Disruptor is kind of making sure that the Ursa can't even chase in after Supernova, who's going to get stunned on one end. T-Pack with the Exorcism coming out on the other end. Well, you don't really want to fight in the Exorcism. Curry has the Blink, but no Elder Dragon Tail stun just yet. Now he has it available. He's going to go for the Troll Warlord, who still has his ulti. Raring to go. Glimpsed back. Surrounded. Will pop nothing, because it's going to be the Ursa making sure that he cannot be locked down or annoyed in his take on that Troll Warlord. So they do manage to, of course, use all the ultis on the cores for Hippomaniacs, but it is nonetheless going to be a pretty big kill taking down that Troll Warlord again.
Yeah, for sure. That was a little bit iffy, popping the DK for him before he had the stun ready, but luckily Troll couldn't create enough distance in time. That was definitely a big fight in favor of Hippomaniacs. Let's see if they can transition it into an objective as well.
But not for long.
Oh, Muff. Oh, that's Rubik in trouble. Curry is nearby, but trying to save his teammate's life there is beneath him as a mid laner.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Yep,
fallen.
I'm sure that was exactly the reason. As a former mid player, I know exactly the thought process behind that. Members finishes up his Battle Fury. Looks like he may actually be going for a halberd next, which would be kind of cool to see. Could be a SNY as well, who knows.
I assume SNY. SNY is pretty much
Radiant's
the
bottom tower is under
clear
attack.
favorite these days of just no one really building even the Manta style anymore unless the game really has 17 reasons why. Normally it tends to be the SNY pickup. That is a heavy favorite among safe laners.
Just one of those items that's probably gonna be good in any game because it gives a little bit of everything. Meanwhile, Curry almost getting his BKB, but it's not gonna be in time to stop this kill attempt. Even
DK
get to
goes
spend
down.
his money.
But Ryer towards mid,
Control.
glimpse back, pops his ulti. TP coming in from his team, but are they going to be there in time? Because it looks like he's dead before they ever get the TPs going. He really needs that BKB.
Yep, both DK and him really suffering without it, because either team has a lot of magic damage.
Well, Supernova also going for the BKB instead of the pipe this time around. Storm Spirit's going for Lincoln Sphere, so he can't get glimpsed. Which, or DK stunned. Which are both fairly annoying to deal with. T-Pack towards top. He's going to get rolled upon, but the first target's going to be the Disruptor. Take him out of the fight. Silence thrown out onto the Storm, but he did have an illusion. Rune Curry looking for Koval. Should be able to catch up to him, but they're going to go in for Ladon on the side. And try and finish off the Earth Spirit before he can escape. Inkswell's not going to connect. Nice lift and drag back from Muff to make sure that his teammates don't get stunned up. And it is going to be a kill onto Ladon in return.
1800 HP on the Earth Spirit. Not going to be enough for him to survive. And we see the Maniacs actually going into the road. Let's see if they can get away with this.
Well, Exorcism, Ursa, and the DK in Elder Dragon form is plenty enough to take Roshan down. And even defend it on any possible save attempts. But Hippomaniacs, even though they are 3k behind, it mainly is the fact that Sunny is so far behind Koval. That really is the big net worth difference maker.
Yeah, for sure. Koval has been doing quite a good job so far, especially together with the Earth Spirit. Supernova, now probably the closest hero to his BKB. Let's get the TP away. Tipek not quite gonna find him. He does get his BKB now, so we can expect this Prophet to be a major threat in fights.
Invisibility.
Nicely timed Invis rune for Ascult.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well,
Curry,
again,
who could be in
Ladon
trouble.
needs to be careful. Silence comes out, but no kill attempt has been made, and it is going to be the SMY for the Ursa. With Curry's, I mean, the BKBs are all coming up soon. T-Pek's building his. DK is almost done with his. On the other side, Troll Warlord's building up his. The Stone Age Prophet has already finished his one up. He's actually going for the Witchblade next. Okay, that's not one I see too often being a fourth item.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, but looking at the stats on the item, it's a little bit of everything. Definitely not too bad, especially because heroes like DK, they have a lot of armor, so building more physical damage might not be as good. But I definitely wasn't expecting this one either over something like
Supernova, BKB
AC.
against Senny. Go find the kill, and then immediately go for the TP. This is going to be a 10-second BKB use though.
BKB, pretty good.
Until, of course, the Ursa gets himself the Basher, then BKB, reasonably good.
Yeah, Ursa is definitely gonna be a very big threat for all of Tequila once he gets his Abyssal Blade. Then again, he's not going for a BKB, so it should still be controlled.
Curry needs
Now
to be
Curry.
careful, doesn't have his BKB just yet, and he's very close, but not close enough. The Centaur Conqueror tries to help him out there with a nice stomp, but it is nonetheless going to be a very big double kill. And, well, you saw it this time around. He tried to help out his Rubik, and that's beneath his station right there. He should not lower himself to saving his supports.
Yep, don't help your teammates, guys.
This is a
How the
solo
pros do
game.
it.
T-Pack Rolled upon. Spirit Vessel on him as well. Drop him fairly low. Will be controlled up. There's going to be the Static Storm Kinetic Field. But they managed to find themselves Sunny and T-Pack quickly. And 7k net with advantage now for Tequila. Looking very good for the Radiant side. With even though the Troll Warlord is so far behind, Supernova and Askold, together with, of course, the two supports, are making a lot of space and catching a lot of players off guard.
Yeah, it's just a position 3 troll. Who cares? Supernova's the real carry here.
Koval's going to be the actual carry once he finishes up that Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, I'm sure. It's quite confusing though. Who is he going to use the Aghanim's on? Who is like the
DK?
the
Elder
big
Dragon
hero?
form?
I guess, but it's not like that good against the DK.
Well, if you get the dot slow splash, well, not splash, but the dot and the slow at one point, it does do a pretty decent amount. Ursa's also, it's not superb, but if you have 150% attack damage range DK that, you know, 3 shots his own supports, because we did talk about the fact that Disruptor and Rubik are very weak, you can easily take him down.
Yeah, I guess. I would probably prefer a Hex still, but I mean, he can definitely make it work.
If you soulbind it together with the Ursa, then you've got 2 decent. I mean, it's not as great as, of course, an Anti-Mage or a PA or a Juggernaut, but it still can do some nasty work. And they also get, like, I think a 30% movement speed increase on that Aghanim Scepter, so like 25. So you have some very fast DK chasing in. Stun onto the Dawn, and a 2-man catch coming out. They should both fall without being able to run away. Koval actually gets taken down by the neutrals. The Ancients steal that kill away from Hippomaniacs, but this cost them the Exorcism, the Elder Dragon form, and yeah, they kind of have everything on cooldown right now. So they will need to make more out of this than just the singular kill that they managed to secure. And Rari has his BKB 10 seconds done as well. T-Pac's Exorcism is about to end. Askell jumps in. Lincoln Sphere is going to get popped. T-Pac's being controlled up, but luckily the Exorcism heals him up just in the nick of time. Oh, glimpse back. Curry is going to be the target, but there's going to be Mamos. He cleaves him down pretty nicely. Soulbind onto 2. The Ursa is being dragged back into the other part of the fight and will be finished off. The DK next to follow suit. And now T-Pack, the only remaining core on the side of Hippomaniacs, will be left to his own devices. The supports are even going to be targeted by the Earth Spirit. And Sunny's going to follow suit with Muff trying to go for the TP out, but no way. Jose Supernova TP's in and the Nature's Prophet is done. A tremendous amount of work, a lot more than I see most Nature's Prophets do.
Oh, for sure. That definitely was a little bit too optimistic by Hippomaniacs, trying to go for some kind of chase on the tail end of all of their ultis. Especially with Tequila supports respawning soon. It was a good attempt, and they definitely need to keep making plays somehow, because otherwise they're gonna lose all map control. Maybe they need to be just a little bit more patient in their movements.
Yeah, the moment that they got the 2 supports out and stuck inside that Static Storm Kinetic Field, you don't really need to pop the Exorcism and the Elder Dragon form to take them out. Just the Static Storm Kinetic Field lift was actually enough to finish the job already, so kind of need to be, as you said, a little bit more mellow, a little bit more passive with their ults and not just keep blowing them. The moment you see your enemy coming out, Mambo's gonna get jumped, does not have a chance to pop his ulti because he gets silenced by Supernova's Orchid, and a quick kill again for Supernova coming through.
Yep, no BKB yet. He's getting close, but you can really see him suffering right now. And Supernova actually almost has his AC. That's a big boy. Senny and Curry looking for trouble here. He's gonna find Ascot though. Very difficult to take down with his Lincolns.
Bottom tower. Don't look
Ladon actually working on his own BKB. If he wasn't quite tanky enough with his 2.5k HP, magic immunity, he's gonna possess as well.
Well, Rubik, Muff caught out, rolled on, dead. and they are 17k net worth behind in 26 minutes. Yes, they have been in control for a reasonable amount, but still 18k after 26 minutes. It has not felt like the game was at that point already.
No, it really slips away from you, doesn't it? You close your eyes for a moment and then boom, it's 17k.
I mean, this is pretty much the difference between Supernova and T-Pack this game, is just look at that net worth between the offlaners. And if the offlaner difference is already that big, then the rest of the team is going to be a bit more problematic. Oh, Mambo's bottom
still
lane.
no BKB. Run.
Silenced up. Does not pop his Enrage in time. Kind of could have popped your Enrage the moment you saw the Nate's Prophet come out of the trees.
Probably, although I still think it wouldn't have saved them. This team was so far away.
True, but 80% status resistance and damage, 50% status resistance, sorry, and 80% damage reduction does get you pretty much towards your tier 3.
T-Pack.
Own it.
Oof. Feels almost effortless for Tequila at this point. They're just finding kills left and right. And Ascot now almost has his stun. Not even feeling the need to go for a BKB.
He's going for Senny. He does get stunned up though. Stacks on kinetic field. And that is probably what you get for being a little bit greedy. We'll be able to... Nope, actually... Can't even see his HP bar. He is going to get taken down. Ascol dead. 6 kill streak picked up by Curry. But in the meantime, Aegis got secured for the troll with Supernova on that cheese. But yeah, this was a clear-cut reason why you should get that BKB, of course.
Yeah, poor Ascol. He was just slightly too slow with the Orchid on the Disruptor. So his Lincolns got popped. The Dawn, very tanky, but is he tanky enough?
And Curry, DK is going to get taken down. Troll Warlord ulti in return. Ursa will not be able to survive. T-Pack is going to be next, and Rari healed up very nicely. GG, well played, gets called. Buyback coming out from Ascot, going for a very long zip, but not long enough. Nonetheless, it is going to be a pre-30-minute game. And, well, Tequila, they kind of... I mean, the game looks so close for a very long time. And even, well, not necessarily at the end there, but there were so many moments. Even when they were 10k behind, it felt like they were just right behind them. But
yeah,
not...
it looked quite good for the start at least, and then suddenly they kind of lost all resemblance of order in their team. They just started making solo plays and getting picked off, and you can't really play that style of Dota against a Storm and a Prophet, because those heroes are super good at punishing lone heroes.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunate for Hippomaniacs. Let's see if they can recover somehow in the next game.
Well, that was just the first one in this best of 3. We'll see if Hippomaniacs will be able to get themselves back in action in game number 2. We'll be back after a short break.
Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Never gonna let you, never gonna let you get away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between Hippomaniacs and Tequila. Last game it looked close, but it was in the end a pretty heavy annihilation of the Hippomaniacs lineup. And well, Tequila, it looked very good on their Grimstroke Earth Spirit. So what do? Immediately Wingblade?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Indeed, they managed to pick up those 2 supports again. Hippomaniacs picking up the line and Timbersaw this time around. So a little bit of a switch up on the Hippo side of things to, well, see if they can just get that Timbersaw to get do Timbersaw things pretty much.
Yep, and they ban out some of the obvious counters like Ursa immediately afterwards. There are still a few heroes that do reasonably well against Tinker in the pool. But overall, against the Neo Spirit Grimstroke, you should be pretty happy with your Timber pick, especially against Earth Spirit. It's quite good.
5 seconds left.
However, in the mid game, both Earth Spirit and Grimstroke do have a good amount of killing power onto this Timber, especially the Spirit of Grimstroke that silences can be super annoying against Timber, because if you have a shock from out, you literally cannot attack. So, Wraith King now gonna be coming out from Hippomaniacs. Very good pick against Grimstroke Earth Spirit, because they can do their combo once and you might die, but then of course you still have a second life.
But there still has to be a safe laner coming up for Tequila, and well, the Wraith King is one more of those picked up heroes out there. But yeah, 2 strength cores currently for the side of Hippomaniacs. Tequila still have to choose what they're going to throw up against it. What do you think is a solid one in this game that can deal with both the Timbersaw and the Wraith King that's still left in the pool?
If they want to go for it, they can definitely pick a Lycan. It's not the best in the laning stage, but generally, as soon as you hit the mid game, you have a really strong timing, and even Timber can't really do much against the Necro 3 Lycan running at him. If you want to be stronger in lane, you can go for something like a Razor even, because then you have a good time against Timber and you skill well in the mid game. Instead, they're gonna pick out their offlaner first. And once again, Hippomaniacs picks 2 super squishy supports. I think they're gonna struggle a lot in dealing with this Tidehunter.
And the Void
Tequila.
Spirit as well. It's an easy dive on top of the Crystal Maiden line to kill them off.
5 seconds left.
For sure. Once again,
Turn to ban.
I can see them really struggling with being ran at, because even a hero like Wraith King needs a little bit of space. And looking at these Tequila heroes, they can just fight non-stop if they want to.
Huskar getting banned out. Okay, that's an interesting ban that I really didn't expect.
Interesting. We hadn't seen much of him in the past, but Liquid did pick him up earlier today against OG. But that was with an Oracle, and without Oracle I think it's a little bit weaker.
Viper getting banned out
as well.
I mean, Tequila heroes that are still available for them are that can go toe to toe in the laning stage would be Slark, still viable.
10 seconds.
What else?
I think they won't mind the laning stage too much, because I feel like if you put too much effort into shutting down Timbersaw in the mid game, you may be missing the point. Because generally the first 3 levels against the Timbersaw are pretty easy, and then afterwards he takes over the game. But a lot of carries can actually start rotating once they hit like level 3 or 4. They can either go to the jungle or they can join the offlaner and take down the tower at like 7 or 8 minutes, which is a trend these days. Of course, they can still pick a hero that does decently in game, but I don't think they should focus too much on shutting down the Timber. Because in the mid game, they're gonna be fine regardless.
I think a Deucer could be pretty nice, but the Lifestealer, you don't see that one too much anymore, but it is good against the Timbersaw and the Wraith King in general, of course, because they have high health pools. You can nom a lot of HP away from them and rage against the Lion Crystal Maiden. Can dodge most of the issues this game, so all in all, it's pretty nice. And should have a solid safe lane. Grimstroke Lifestealer definitely can get a kill if Lion walks out of position.
Yeah, for sure. Lifestealer doesn't really do anything against Timbersaw in the laning stage as far as pressuring him. He should be able to survive for a little while. And as I said, if it gets problematic, he can always rotate to another lane. Hippomaniacs really need a hero to make some plays happen. Because right now all of their heroes are kind of slow and predictable, so they need something to create some chaos. Maybe they can go for the Storm this game if they want to. But I can see even a Storm struggling a little bit with the Earth Spirit Grimstroke. I think that may be a risk that they need to take.
Or possible TA could be good. Really good against the Void Spirit. Can beat the Lifestealer as well. Don't see it too often anymore, but I do know that Mambos plays it.
Yeah, I guess they could go for TA. I think Invoker is a Hippomaniac special as well. Especially the Quaswex variety would be super good this game.
Problem is, of course, the Void Spirit can most of the time just dodge the EMP pretty easily with the Dissimulate. And in the laning stage, it still tends to be Void Spirit favor. I mean, Quaswex doesn't really have that many great lane matchups where he wins. More where he evens out the farm trade and doesn't die. But of course, does bring a lot of utility afterwards for team fights. And it's going to be the Razor.
They go for the Razor. Interesting. It's pretty good overall. It's a very good matchup against Lifestealer. And in lane, it should do fine against Void Spirit too. It's even quite good against Tidehunter. Overall, I do quite like this pick here from Curry. Overall, I would still favor Tequila's draft. I think it's a lot easier, especially once again with this support duo that's just so incredibly strong, while Hippomaniacs has to really watch their positioning in fights. Tequila can just basically use their spells and jump in, which tends to be a nicer way to have to play in a game. So what do you think? Which lineup do you favor here?
I mean, it's a really good Razor game. But I do think that with the addition of the Void Spirit on top of the Grimstroke Earth Spirit, that they'll be able to really catch out these, again, super squishy supports pretty heavily. Yes, the cores of Hippomaniacs are very tanky and survivable, but definitely think that Tequila can take this in a 2-0 fashion.
One thing I'm a bit worried about for Hippomaniacs is that most of their heroes are quite immobile. Heroes like Razor can be super strong, but if you have like a Lion Crystal Maiden trying to set up kills with a Razor, it's just so incredibly slow. The one hero they have with a little bit of mobility is gonna be the Timbersaw. The Timbersaw tends to just sit still in the lane because he also wants reactive armor stacks. So if they don't get their vision in order in the mid game, they're gonna struggle with finding any kills at all. It's gonna be a big thing to keep an eye on, to see what kind of wards Hippomaniacs is gonna place.
Yeah, and on the opposing side, Earth Spirits, Void Spirits, just in general the Spirits, can really catch their opponents out quickly. If you make a mistake, it's gonna be, well, the Observer Ward at least getting vision of Senny and spotting out the rest of the team walking in, so they know exactly, oh, in the left side of the map we can grab both bounty runes, and let's just stay away behind the towers, just to be safe right now.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very strong level 1 lineup from Hippomaniacs. A lot of stun and slow. Oh, Tequila's gonna be more than happy just to get the double runes here on the left side of the map.
T-Pack is running back towards one of them, but he should not be able to reach it in time, so all in all, a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. Actually, Ladon might still grab one if he rolls in, but he's not going to go for it. Too risky for his blood.
That'd be so greedy.
He really was looking for it though. Drops his boots on the floor just to taunt his opponents.
Absolute disrespect coming out from Ladon, dealing 5 mental damage to Hippomaniacs. And I would expect this Tidehunter to have a great time in this bottom lane. Potentially even better than the Timber in the top lane. Because Wraith King and CM really cannot touch him from level 3 onwards.
Yeah, and if the Crystal Maiden walks out of position, of course, can easily get smacked by the Earth Spirit. If you're not careful, roll on, toss back, and then with a gush, Anchor Smash destroyed. But Supernova is going to go for Anchor Smash level 1, so he's just constantly going to shove in the wave. Ladon's actually pulling the creep wave behind currently, so Mambos is going to have to deal with that damage reduction, of course, from the gush, from the Anchor Smash constantly, and Supernova trying to make sure that he doesn't get as many creep kills as he'd like.
I worked as a courier once. Absolutely be great.
Senny manages to connect the wave to a hide camp, but I actually think that's pretty good for Supernova because now he can get both the lane creeps and the jungle creeps. Senny could be in trouble as well. There is a Gush, Anchor Smash, and a Rolling Boulder if Ladon wants to go for it.
Needs a hand.
He hasn't even leveled anything just yet. Still really deciding what he wants to go for first. There's going to be the Gush slow. Senny smacked. Look at that damage coming out. Ladon right on top of Senny. Misses the Rolling Boulder though. That's a little bit of a mistake, but another Gush available. And an Anchor Smash. Right click. Oh, healing self. Senny staying alive. And Ladon going
go down.
bit too deep. Will cost him his life, and that is first blood by Senny, who even heals up back to full after that move. Great move from the Crystal Maiden. I mean, surviving by the skin of its teeth there, but does manage to get away with first blood.
Maybe a little bit sloppy from Ladon, maybe uncharacteristically so. Now the aura out on Crystal Maiden as well. Definitely very nice for Hippomaniacs. We have a lot of strength heroes with low mana pools that are very mana dependent.
Yeah, the Timbersaw is really gonna enjoy it, especially because he kind of likes to spam his Timber Chains in the top lane most of the time. That's why he also has the Soul Ring already finished up. But like the Lifestealer is actually just having a pretty decent lane himself. Might just go for the Javelin first item rush. It's been a while since I've seen that build going forward, but it is actually very good against the Timbersaw, of course, because you have that proc chance to do a decent amount of magic damage onto your opponent.
Yeah, definitely not too bad. For now, it's just Lifestealer, just farming some creeps. Of course, Feast no longer drains any HP. It just gives you lifesteal depending on the HP. So lifesteal is still very tanky against other tanky heroes, but doesn't deal as much damage anymore.
Huh.
So sad.
I haven't read the Ghoul Frenzy just yet. So I was just reading up on what the Ghoul Frenzy does exactly, because I don't see a lot of Lycans anymore. Sorry, Lifestealers. I keep saying Lycan because I'm used to seeing Lycans.
Yeah. I've seen it a few times. It definitely seems quite different to the way he used to be. Because Lifestealer used to be the kind of hero where you pop Rage, kill a hero and go back. But now Rage only gives him movement speed and magic immunity. So he's much more of an in-your-face brawler who just sticks in long fights. He can't really burst people anymore.
Oh,
that being
open
said,
wounds
having
is Aghanim Shard. Oh.
Yep. Having a BKB plus phase boots on an 18-second cooldown is still pretty decent. Ooh, Tenny gonna get clipped by the roll. It's gonna be fine for now.
Supernova being charged at, but of course, Kraken Shell plus the Morbid Mask means he can easily heal up the entire time. Gets a healing self gifted to him by his great 4th position Earth Spirit in that bottom lane. It is a 1k with advantage now for Hippomaniacs, and well, Curry is just harassing Askold out of that mid lane by static linking him the entire time. Rari actually getting taken down top by T-Pack, and that is not really what the Lifestealer is looking for, but well, he does have the Javelin. Is going to rush that Maelstrom. Yeah, this was an item build that was like a year ago, pretty much all over the place. But it's well, Lifestealer in general has fallen out of favor for quite some time.
Yep, and this is the point where Lifestealer is really gonna start struggling, because they can't really push the Timbersaw out of lane anymore. So Timber can just keep running close, spamming Whirling Death. He's gonna keep forcing out the Rage, but eventually Lifestealer is gonna run out of mana. In fact, T-Pack can just dive the tower and kill Koval. Why not?
Well, they're gonna try and find a kill in return onto the Lion, who does not have any mana left, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. But Rari immediately afterwards being attacked by the Lifestealer, by the Timbersaw. Well, will actually do a decent amount of damage back in return onto T-Pack. Kinda can't really chase him forever, otherwise he's gonna miss a lot of quick kills. And the Tide got actually taken down.
Yeah, that's quite surprising. Guess it is the downside of putting a point into Gush. You're not quite as tanky. Kraken Shell from level 2, level 1 to level 2 is quite a big difference. Boss does hit level 6. Right in time.
But will they have enough to kill him off a second time? Definitely with Askold charging in. That means Reincarnation is going to be on a 200-second cooldown. Askold probably looking for even more. Doesn't have a point in Aether Remnant though, which he completely dodged to get, and Ladan will get finished off in return. But the Wraith King's Reincarnation on cooldown, and he got taken down. That means being in that bottom lane is a lot more threatening, as we can see. Razor rotated back towards mid, is going for the bot, so you're gonna have the fastest boy alive in the game.
Yeah, and I definitely think that's a good idea here, because as we mentioned, he's kind of the hero that needs to make stuff happen. I wouldn't mind seeing something like BOTs into Yules, just to give him that much more control, because he really doesn't need to be a carry in this game. He already has a Wraith King and a Timbersaw. The one thing they're lacking is control, not necessarily scaling potential.
Called in the fortification.
And as a plus, that gives him a lot of farming speed as well.
But not for long.
Poor Rari, now going into the jungle and being bullied by Tipek there.
Needs a hand.
Really no break for the lifestealy boy.
Well, does have the infest to just run away, heal up back to full. He's gonna get frozen in place because there's Senny on the Crystal Maiden. That's not fun. Infest bomb out. Slowed down, but does have the rage to just run out to quote-unquote safety. Yeah, T-Pek's not gonna go that deep to get the kill.
We'll turn this tide to our
I've seen multiple lifestealers now putting multiple points into Feast early game. I'm not really quite sure why, because you're spending a skill point on 0.6% lifesteal. Muff gonna go down on this bottom lane. But yeah, against like a 1000 HP hill troll, gives you like 6 hits per attack, which is not really that impressive. If you
Yeah, but
compare it
in
to
general, it's the other one is 5% movement speed increase and 10 attack speed, which is also not superb. Like, his talents feel very meh to level up.
Yeah, true, but like if you compare 5 HP on every single hit to just hitting like 10% faster, that also gives you more HP, but you also deal more damage and farm faster. So it's like the extra lifesteal is similar, but you lose out on attack speed. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Anyway, lifesteal is gonna be going for the...
I actually kind of want to see the like someone doing the math right now on how much it actually makes a difference. Of course, I do agree with you, but it just in general feels like the lifestealer's spells are just very meh to level up compared to other heroes.
Just a very meh hero. Let's see if Rari can make it work.
Well, it does have the Millstrom now being delivered, so that's a big plus in his farming potential, and especially seeming he finds a nice little neutral double stack. Though the courier needs to fly faster before anyone else spots that he's taking down the neutral creeps. But the 10-minute mark has been reached, bounty runes to be picked up. Askold says hi, is immediately going to get Rayfire Blast, Supernova on the other end, being chased by T-Pek, and the Tide Hunter, well, he is reasonably tanky, but Timbersaw is fairly strong against the Tide.
Oh, well, takes down Muff again. I love Supernova just standing in the middle of a creep wave. He knows he can't really go down to the Whirling Death as long as he's in a creep wave, because he's gonna heal for like 400 HP every few seconds. And then Timber didn't really notice his reactive armor stacks falling off, so he was actually getting quite low.
Well, bottom tier 1 is being pushed out. Rari's almost done with his phase boots afterwards. But the main thing is that the Wraith King is just AFK farming his Radiance up right now, which he's looking for, which, well, Radiance Wraith King is pretty reasonable, or so I've been told. Supernova towards top. Again, he does have that big smack for the heal. Does need to be still slightly... I mean, if there's +1, they can kill him. Just the two of them, they can't. But, oh, maybe. Supernova dropping low. Magic Wand being used. But T-Peck is running out of mana the entire time.
Yeah, it's very difficult to take down Supernova because every time you use Whirling Death for damage, there's a chance you dispel the debuff again. That's kind of his big advantage against strength heroes. Meanwhile, bot Muff goes down again.
Still not level 6. Supernova. Again, he's toying with T-Peck the entire time. Keeping him occupied top together with Senny. Will they finally be able to take him down? Boom, big heal. Runs back towards the tower. T-Peck no mana. So, no, kind of useless. Towards mid, there's immediately going to be a fight going in. Curry soulbound together to Mambos. They will find Ladon, but it does force out 2 TPs on the side of Hippomaniacs. Does mean that top side, it's just a solo Tide versus a solo Timbersaw. The Tide is just, I mean, with the Crystal Maiden, they got reasonably close, but still not close enough to get the kill. With only the Timbersaw, it's going to be fairly hard.
Yeah, they need Razor. And he could rotate if he wants to, but it's still not like a 100% kill.
Koval, Ace Room, onto Senny. Does not connect the stun. But there is Rari charging in. The slow is onto Senny. Aether Remnant's going to connect, and that's going to be a dead Crystal Maiden. Koval's going to be the one static linked, by the way, by the Razor, which, of course, is a really weird move. He tried to, like, instant kill Koval, but that means that Rari on the Lifestealer can just right-click him down without any issues. No damage being stolen from the Lifestealer. That's, in my eyes, a little bit of a weird move.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward. You want to kill the supports. But you want to drain the carry, but you can't do both at the same time because, of course, the drain now automatically hits the drain target, so you can't just drain Lifestealer and then kill Grimstroke. Very awkward for him.
Yeah, this time around, no support. If he had the supporting cast behind him, he could get it done. Asgold needs to just jump away. Is a full level ahead of Curry right now on that Razor. Does have the bot, so he's very fast, but he needs to get himself a BKB soon enough as well. Oh, he's going for the...
Razor is really going to struggle. Yep. It's a good fit for Razor, but he needs a BKB.
Oh, Rari at least dies bottom lane, building up that SNY. And Mumbo's Sacred Relic is almost done, so it's going to be a very decent Wraith King Radiance timing with the way things are looking.
Oh, for sure. I'm just quite afraid of the 20-minute timing once again. Because with just the Radiance, he's not going to be able to farm. He needs like 1 extra item. Especially now with Razor losing a little bit of momentum and going for a Falcon Blade as opposed to just a quick BKB or Yules. We'll see. They definitely have better heroes for skirmishes this game as opposed to last game. Oh. Supernova just constantly following T-Peck, being like, yeah, you can't kill me.
You're accounted to me, but you can't kill me. It's a sad thing to see. Supernova almost has enough for either the Force Staff or the Blink Dagger. Assume if his team wants to take a fight, it will be that Blink Dagger.
I mean, he's so fat, he can actually just build whatever he wants, but I do like the Force Staff. Especially because Razor getting a big drain is like the only way he dies in this game. So eliminating that possibility is definitely a good idea here.
I really want to see a very early Lotus Orb on the Tide. Ravage gets blown Soulbind onto 2. There's going to be a jump on the backline. Make sure that the supports get taken down. Muff is already dead. Does buyback to rejoin the fight. Supernova this time around. You're not going to escape. Mambos to try and control up Asgold on the side, who's running in one direction away from the Wraith King. Wraithfire Blast is still on a very long cooldown, so Asgold should be just fine. He still has a Dissimulate to get to the high ground. And it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but it did force out a buyback on the Lion.
Yeah, and we saw it exactly. The only thing... Senny, nice freezing kill.
And the rest of Tequila kind of need to run away. They will find the Grimstroke and blast him out of existence. So, okay, in the end, it was a victorious fight there for the side of Hippomaniacs after they managed to find themselves the Void Spirit. Supernova towards mid. Dolly's still fairly fast, especially with that Force Staff. But yeah, I really think that this is a game where he kind of needs to get himself a Load Sword at a decent timing. It's really good on the tide.
Definitely be nice. Still doesn't give a hoot about Timber. Needs to be a little bit careful though.
Oh, they're going to go for the back line. Ladon keeping them occupied. Muff is going to get jumped. Muff is dead. That's the first life of the Wraith King gone as well. They also don't have really much left to fight with on the side of Hippomaniacs, but they will lose Ladon eventually going forward. T-Pack out of mana, rushing forward. Does have a couple of reactive armor charges. Baiba coming out from the Earth Spirit, but they are not keeping their opponents occupied long enough for that Earth Spirit buyback to really pay off.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't want to take a risk, but it doesn't look like...
Fast Bomb. Radiance has now finished up on the Wraith King, but they're going to look for the Crystal Maiden, make that at least the second support to fall down and take that tier 1 tower to boot.
Very nice. Lifestealer is still doing pretty well in the farm department. The Wraith King is definitely catching up with his Radiance. It's gonna take another 1 or 2 items before Wraith King can truly stand his ground though. Maybe something like Armlet BKB or something. Volvo once again wanting to
Momus is TP towards bottom. And that's exactly where he's going to get caught without a reincarnation. Dead for 40 seconds. And a 3-kill streak picked up by Ladon. That's a big kill.
Yeah, these are the mistakes that Hippomaniacs is not allowed to make. Just can't afford to lose their biggest hero at this stage. I mean, Timber is technically ahead in net worth, but he's gonna lose relevance in the mid game anyway. That's just the way the hero works. We see Kuri going on Supernova. Looks like he's gonna go down here.
Finished off. By the way, it's another game where the Grimstroke is going to rush the Aghanim Scepter. It's 1 piece in, so it's going to take a while. But this game, it's actually a lot better if you get an illusion of the Wraith King on your side.
I was about to say it. He's not going for the Adderlands this game even. Just
That's
straight
still
up Aghanims.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you get it faster, but the Aether Lens is kind of necessary to be able to get it onto the Wraith King.
I don't really mind it that much this game, because you have at least 3 heroes that just randomly jump in and you can follow up. It's not like he has to sit in the backline, because his team is going to be initiating most of the time, just due to the nature of their lineup.
Until that Wraith King finishes up his blink, and then it becomes scary.
Yeah, I guess so. Not super convinced about the blink, but we spoke about how Hippomaniacs is a little bit slow, so it makes a lot of sense as well. Curry now 20.
Tier 2, bottom,
100
if they grab
HP.
it. Could be the outpost picked up as well, which they should be going for immediately. 30 seconds left. Someone has to just send Koval to suicide and grab the outpost. It is 350 experience. That, of course, you deny from your opponent. T-Pack charging in, does have a use to interrupt it. And then making sure that it will not be picked up. But there's going to be a Soulbind. Ravage gets blown. They're quickly going in for the kill. They find the catch. Will they be able to grab the outpost? Most likely if they tap it now. They are looking for that Timbersock hill. No, they're not going to grab the outpost. So at least that is going in their favor on the side of Hippomaniacs, but the rest is completely lost.
Yep. They don't lose the 350 HP, but they do lose 3 heroes, including 2 cores.
Which is a
2K gold
3.9k
swing.
experience swing, so...
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, it would have been a 3.5k experience swing if they didn't have an outpost. So, it's close. No smoke coming out from Tequila. They want to find Mambos here, who doesn't have his blink yet. It doesn't look like they see him.
Has
Meanwhile,
had his ratings
Rari,
for quite some time, and
yeah,
not really been
farming
growing
that
in net
well.
worth. I mean, he did immediately die once he got his radiance, which doesn't
yeah,
help.
not ideal. But yeah, he has like 70 CS less than a lifestealer at this stage. Of course, it is a Maelstrom lifestealer, but still. The Nake's, of course, not really known for his farming speed.
Well, he does have pretty solid attack speed with that Hyperstone S and Y right now. He kind of mauls things down pretty quickly.
Embrace found by Mambos, and they finally have a BKB on Curry. They could try to take a fight now.
He's going for the Shiva's Guard next. Nice little AoE aura added in the fight. They're going to smoke up. Curry is very fast, max movement speed as well, actually, when he's smoked up. And they're looking for Asgold, who is very close into finishing up his Aghanim Scepter. Supernova. No, they're attacking me. No. Oh, Soulbind comes out, locking 2 of the cores on the side of Hippomaniacs in place. They will find themselves a big catch, though. Rari is just going to get static linked and running away. Infest into Asgold, and they're going to disengage. They bought back onto the Grimstroke, but really with that static link debuff on the lifestealer, you kind of don't want to re-engage. They're still gonna look to try and get a catch here and there, because the TP towards Stop has come through from the Razor, and that means there's an opening. Crystal Maiden is gonna get caught out. Muff is looking to be the second target, and they will be able to find both supports here, because all 3 of the cores just immediately dispersed into 3 different directions.
Yeah, Razor's BKB was down and Ravage was still up, so Curry wanted none of that. Same for Mambos, doesn't have his BKB yet, and we saw in the past that even with Reincarnation, he's definitely still very vulnerable without his BKB. That's gonna be his next target. Just 1400-ish all the way. Now we see a Roche. Gonna be attempted by Tequila, and they should be able to get this. So at the moment, the BKB is still gonna be down for another 5 seconds. Can they get this in time?
They do force Curry to half HP. Roshan is very low in dropping, but they can just wait out Curry's BKB. They will find Ladon, who doesn't have a buyback available, actually. Asgold jumps in, gets the silence onto everyone. The Ravage gets blown in. Fast bomb as well. First life of the Wraith King is gone. Muff is dead. Does have a buyback available. Seni on the side will get silenced so that he can't pop his ulti, and it is going to be the second life of the Wraith King gone. Curry immediately afterwards, of course, because he uses BKB pretty much maturely in that engagement. T-Pack is going to be mauled down. I mean, Rari does so much damage on the Lifestealer. Absolutely decimating Hippomaniacs, and it is going to be Tequila getting themselves that Roshan.
Yeah, if Hippomaniacs doesn't get the perfect fight where they get a full drain on the Lifestealer, they have absolutely no control for him at all. And with just a BKB on the Razor and on no one else, this Ravage is doing so much work. Of course, the Void Spirit silence is pretty sweet as well. Saganims.
Yeah, he did
Lifestealer
get it off
doesn't
onto
care
4
about
enemies
anything.
that last fight, so he was pretty much A-okay.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I have no idea how Rari's ever gonna die in this game. The one thing that can kill him is a full drain, but with Rage active, he's so incredibly fast.
On the other hand, so is the Razor. He has passively pretty much max movement speed. Catch onto the Wraith King. Does not have his reincarnation up, and Mambos is going to get caught out again. That is already his 4th death this game. Seni trying to stay alive, but there's the Invis detection, so he won't be able to run back to base. The kill is coming through. Rai just charging towards the tier 4s to find himself Muff. And Tequila, well, luckily the mid creep wave is being cut by Curry, otherwise they would lose the mid tier 2 and probably even more. They might just lose Curry in return though if he's not careful. Ah no, the Grimstroke's not too fast. Asgold is very fast though. But Curry, as you can see, 535 movement speed. That Razor is nearly uncatchable.
Yep, definitely doing a good job split pushing here. It's the one thing they can do until Wraith King becomes more of a threat. Currently standing still in base. Okay, there we go. Because yeah, Wraith King is currently almost 6k behind the lifestealer, and at this stage of the game it means that you can do pretty much nothing against him. Only Razor really has a chance, and Tequila, they know this. We've seen the synergy between the Void Spirit and the Lifestealer before, where if we saw a static link, we instantly saw Lifestealer infest the Void Spirit, who then just jump back and forth to get him out. T-Pack? Very tanky, of course, but is he gonna be tanky enough? That's the question.
There's still no bash on the Lifestealer, so locking him down is a little bit problematic. Especially considering he has the load sword, so he can get rid of silences. Inkswell stun comes out. There's going to be a silence. That one is not a silence he can get rid of with the Lotus Orb. So it is going to be Rari getting the kill secured. It is weird that Phantom's Embrace is a silence that cannot be dispelled, but you can Manta style dodge it off.
Yeah. There is some mechanics in Dota like that, where it's a little bit strange. Because it's a projectile, and then when it connects, it's no longer a projectile.
Weird.
Imagine
game.
being new at the game and not knowing any of those interactions. Must be hell.
There's still a lot of interactions. I have no idea how they work. Where you're just pretty much seeing a combo that you don't see too often and asking yourself, what happens first?
Yep. Rory currently doesn't give a damn about anything, even though he only has 2.3k HP.
He hasn't ages, so that definitely does help.
He feels invulnerable. He's not even that tanky. I guess having 27 armor or 37 certainly helps.
Well, Timbersaw Aether locked in place, dropping very low. T-Pick is dead immediately. There's going to be a Soulbind onto both cores with the BKBs pop, so they can't go deep. Infest comes out, Askel jumps away, and then T-Pick buys back both BKBs on cooldown. Well, this is absolutely just fabulous for the side of Tequila. This is exactly everything they're looking for. Ravage is not available for Supernova, though. Finger comes out, gets spell reflected, and Rari is immediately looking for Muff there, but no Invis detection. But the Crystal Maiden will have to do. Wraith King's first life as well. Ooh, Earthspike holds him in place. And that's all it does, really. It holds him in place for a second. Rari will be able to go in onto Mambos, who is melting in seconds there. Taken down on the side. T-Pack will try and go for Ladon, but Ladon rolls out to safety. Supernova still not dead. Gets the armor reduction onto T-Pack with the Gush. And Curry charging into the fight, but he's going to get silenced. Rolling Boulder connects to Ladon. Holds down Curry. Curry does get glimmered to try and run away. And will be able to get back towards the fountain, but all in all, I would say a very favorable fight here for Tequila. 15k net with advantage, and they're going for the top set of racks. That jumping. Curry pops another BKB charge. Buyback from the line. Soulbind Static Link gets immediately broken after you use it thanks to the Force Staff. They roll on to Seni and Fast Bomb. The Crystal Maiden dropping very low, but will not be able to run away. And again, it is that continuation of that top set of racks.
Yep, it's looking very rough for Hippomaniacs indeed. I haven't seen Lifestealer be under 50% for longer than a few seconds.
Curry, I mean, the Glimmer Cape is the only thing that is keeping them alive right now. Oh, the Lotus Orb spell reflect by the Lion kills himself and his Wraith King. So that's going to be GG, called out by Hippomaniacs, and that means Tequila take this series 2-0. And Hippomaniacs, they haven't been able to shutter off their issues as of late. They've been struggling more often than not in the games that they've been playing, unfortunately.
Yep. The early game looks completely fine, but then somewhere in the mid game something goes wrong, and I'm not sure if it's up to vision, teamwork, individual play, but they definitely have some things to work on. Definitely showing some signs of life as well. It's not like all is bad, but they definitely seem to be in a rough patch.
But as Dota goes, you know, some patch tweaks might come in and all of a sudden they're back on their game. It could just not be their patch currently, as it tends to be. However, that does mean that today will be done for. A 2-0 to end the last series of the day in the Free Ton League. My name is DK Truman. My co-caster was, of course, the ever so great Wingblade. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.